Pre-Raphaelites, Romanticism and the Medieval Revival. Written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood was founded in 1848 by a group of young artists who sought to challenge the academic norms and traditions of British art. They rejected the influence of the Renaissance master Raphael, from whom their name was derived, and instead looked to earlier art, particularly from the Middle Ages and the early Renaissance, as their source of inspiration. The founding members, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, John Everett Millais, and William Holman Hunt, set out to create works that were both highly detailed and vibrant, with an emphasis on realism and an intense focus on nature and the human condition. The Brotherhood's ideals were grounded in a desire for authenticity and a departure from the stiff, formulaic art that was prevalent in the mid-19th century. This rejection of the academic conventions that dominated the Royal Academy of Arts was central to the group's manifesto. The Pre-Raphaelites sought to infuse their works with a deeper symbolic meaning, drawing from medieval literature, mythology, and religious themes, often invoking vivid imagery from poetry and prose to enrich their paintings. The group's style was characterized by sharp attention to detail, rich color, and complex symbolism. They aimed to capture truth in its purest form, rendering the subjects of their paintings with an almost photographic precision. Each piece often conveyed an emotional intensity that was far removed from the more restrained, idealized works of the time. Through this approach, the Brotherhood sought to bring art closer to life and to explore the intricacies of human experience. While the Brotherhood's initial goals were met with resistance and criticism, particularly from established critics and institutions, their work soon gained recognition. The movement became a significant influence in the world of Victorian art, inspiring not only other painters, but also writers, poets, and designers. Members of the Brotherhood, particularly Rossetti, Millais, and Hunt, often engaged in collaborations with poets and illustrators, blurring the boundaries between visual art and literature. Despite the relatively short existence of the Brotherhood, dissolving in the early 1850s, their influence continued to reverberate throughout the artistic world. Their ideals laid the groundwork for later movements, including the arts and crafts movement, and their work continues to be celebrated for its innovation, passion, and detailed, vibrant aesthetics. Origins of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood emerged in 1848 as a reaction to the academic art traditions that dominated British painting at the time. The founding of the Brotherhood was a collective effort by 7 young artists who sought to break away from the established norms and instead draw inspiration from an earlier period in art history, before the influence of the Renaissance master Raphael. This movement was founded by Dante Gabriel Rossetti, John Everett Millais, and William Holman Hunt, with the intention of creating art that was more sincere, detailed, and emotionally engaging. The founding members shared a dissatisfaction with the formalism of academic art, which was governed by the Royal Academy's rigid expectations. They believed that art had become increasingly formulaic and lacked a sense of true connection with nature and the human experience. The Pre-Raphaelites sought to revive the intensity and raw beauty of earlier periods, particularly the art of the medieval and early Renaissance periods, which they felt had been overshadowed by the more restrained and idealized styles that followed. They believed that the purity and clarity of early Italian painting, before Raphael's influence, represented a more truthful and expressive approach to art. The idea for the Brotherhood was conceived in a conversation between Rossetti, Millais, and Hunt in 1848. They were inspired by the notion of creating a collective of like-minded artists who could support each other in their mission to revolutionize British art. They felt that by working together, they could challenge the prevailing standards and create something entirely new. Their manifesto emphasized the importance of drawing from nature, an obsession with vivid detail, and a preference for painting from real life rather than relying on idealized forms or historical conventions. The Brotherhood's art would be filled with symbolic content, inspired by literature, poetry, and medieval and biblical themes, and would reject the artificiality of the academic traditions of the time. In the early years of the Brotherhood's existence, the group faced harsh criticism from both the public and the established art world. Their bright colors, intricate details, and unconventional subjects were seen as shocking, but this only fueled their determination to stay true to their vision. Despite their initial struggles, the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood had a profound impact on the art world, inspiring future movements and artists who sought to embrace the same ideals of artistic integrity and emotional truth. Founding members: Dante Gabriel Rossetti, John Everett Melasse, William Holman Hunt. The founding members of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, John Everett Melasse, and William Holman Hunt, were pivotal in shaping the course of 19th century British art. Their collective vision led to a dramatic shift in the artistic landscape, challenging the conventions of the time and establishing a movement that would have a lasting influence on subsequent generations of artists. Dante Gabriel Rossetti was the intellectual and poetic driving force behind the Brotherhood. Born in 1828 to an Italian émigré family, Rossetti was a gifted painter and poet. He had a profound interest in medievalism and symbolism, which was reflected in his art and poetry. His work often explored themes of love, beauty, and spiritual longing, frequently drawing from classical and biblical sources. Rossetti's use of rich colors, intricate detail, and vivid symbolism became hallmarks of the Pre-Raphaelite style. He was also a key figure in the movement's connection to literature, writing poetry that accompanied many of his works and that reinforced the symbolism in his paintings. Rossetti's intense emotionality and desire to merge poetry with painting set him apart as both a creative leader and a visionary. John Everett Melasse, born in 1829, was the youngest of the three founding members and perhaps the most technically skilled. Melasse had an early start in art, entering the Royal Academy at the age of 11, and quickly gaining recognition for his exceptional talent. He was known for his precise attention to detail and his ability to render natural scenes with photographic accuracy. Melasse's early Pre-Raphaelite works, such as Ophelia and Christ in the House of His Parents, broke from the idealized forms of academic painting in favor of a more vibrant and realistic approach. His works were often infused with moral and religious themes, yet his dedication to portraying nature with painstaking detail marked a radical departure from the softer, more stylized depictions favored by the establishment. William Holman Hunt, born in 1827, was known for his intense commitment to depicting the world in as much detail as possible, often with an emphasis on moral and allegorical subjects. Hunt's works were driven by a deep sense of symbolism, and he believed in the power of art to convey profound spiritual and social messages. His notable works, such as The Awakening Conscience and The Scapegoat, reflected his interest in themes of redemption, guilt, and societal critique. Hunt's meticulous approach to painting, particularly his use of light and color to create symbolism, was instrumental in shaping the Pre-Raphaelite aesthetic. Together, Rossetti, Melasse, and Hunt laid the foundation for the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, each contributing his unique artistic vision and approach to the movement, yet all united by their shared desire to create art that was both truthful and emotionally powerful. Their collective legacy has shaped art history, leaving an indelible mark on the evolution of modern art. The artistic and literary influences. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood was deeply influenced by a variety of artistic and literary traditions, which shaped their vision and approach to painting. The group's rejection of the academic standards of the time, along with their desire to return to the purity of earlier art, led them to seek inspiration from diverse sources, ranging from medieval and Renaissance art to the works of poets and writers. The most immediate artistic influence on the Pre-Raphaelites was the early Italian Renaissance, particularly the work of artists such as Giotto, Fra Angelico, and early Botticelli. These painters emphasized clarity, vivid color, and a direct relationship with nature, all qualities that the Brotherhood sought to revive in their own work. The Pre-Raphaelites admired the straightforwardness and the lack of idealization found in the art of this period, contrasting it with the more polished, highly stylized works of later Renaissance artists like Raphael and Michelangelo, whose influence had become the standard in academic painting. The Brotherhood sought to return to what they saw as a more sincere, truthful representation of both the natural world and human emotion. In addition to the influence of early Renaissance art, the Pre-Raphaelites were also drawn to medieval art and its symbolism. The Gothic revival, which was sweeping across England at the time, inspired the Brotherhood to embrace medieval themes and aesthetics. This influence is evident in their frequent use of religious and chivalric motifs, as well as in their choice of subjects drawn from medieval literature, such as Arthurian legend and Dante's Divine Comedy. These subjects allowed them to explore deeper moral, spiritual, and psychological themes, reflecting their desire to communicate complex ideas through their art. The literary world had a profound impact on the Pre-Raphaelites as well. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, in particular, was deeply influenced by poetry, both in his own writing and in the works of others. The group was inspired by the romanticism of poets such as John Keats, Alfred Lord Tennyson, and Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Their works often dealt with themes of love, death, and idealized beauty, subjects that were frequently explored in Pre-Raphaelite paintings. Additionally, the use of literary references in their artwork helped to create layers of meaning, inviting viewers to engage with both the visual and literary aspects of their creations. In combining these artistic and literary influences, the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood forged a distinctive path, creating works that were rich in symbolism, steeped in historical and literary reference, and charged with emotional depth. These influences not only shaped their artistic output, but also helped to establish the Brotherhood as a significant force in the evolution of Victorian art. A rejection of academic tradition. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood was fundamentally defined by its rejection of the academic art traditions that dominated the British art scene in the mid-19th century. The Brotherhood's founders, including Dante Gabriel Rossetti, John Everett Melasse, and William Holman Hunt, were disillusioned with the standards of the Royal Academy and the broader art establishment. They viewed the Academy's approach as formulaic and overly reliant on idealization, rather than a true reflection of life and nature. This dissatisfaction became the driving force behind their decision to break from tradition and forge a new path in the world of art. Central to the Brotherhood's rejection of academic tradition was their disdain for the techniques and ideals established by Raphael, whose influence had been a dominant force in European art for centuries. The members of the Brotherhood believed that Raphael's smooth, polished style had led to the stagnation of art. They sought to return to the vibrant, expressive qualities of early Renaissance and medieval art, which they felt had more authenticity and emotional resonance. For them, this meant a focus on intricate details, vivid color, and a deep connection to nature, rather than adhering to the more formalized methods taught in academic institutions. The Pre-Raphaelites were particularly critical of the academic emphasis on idealized figures and historical subjects. They believed that this approach created art that lacked depth and failed to capture the true essence of the human experience. Instead, the Brotherhood sought to depict real, living subjects with emotional intensity, using art as a means of exploring the complexities of the human condition. Their commitment to painting from life, whether in the form of detailed natural landscapes or accurate representations of the human figure, was a direct challenge to the tradition of drawing from classical models or historical themes. Furthermore, the Brotherhood rejected the notion that art should only reflect grand, historical narratives. Instead, they embraced the idea that art could also be a reflection of everyday life, incorporating social commentary, personal experiences, and emotional depth. They used symbolism and allegory to imbue their works with layers of meaning, inviting viewers to engage with their art on a deeper intellectual and emotional level. This approach was seen as radical and confrontational, and it led to the Brotherhood's initial criticism from the art establishment. However, their boldness in defying academic norms eventually left a lasting impact on the direction of Victorian art and influenced future movements such as the arts and crafts movement. Defining the Brotherhood's goals and philosophy. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood was founded with the clear intent to revolutionize the direction of British art, advocating for a return to sincerity, vivid detail, and a deeper emotional connection with the viewer. The group's founding members, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, John Everett Molasse, and William Holman Hunt, were united by a shared belief that art had become stagnant and overly influenced by the classical tradition, particularly the teachings of Raphael and the Royal Academy. They sought to reject the academic conventions of the time and to restore the purity of early Renaissance and medieval art, believing that earlier periods offered a more genuine, expressive approach to painting. At the heart of the Brotherhood's philosophy was the idea of painting directly from nature. The Pre-Raphaelites believed that true art could only be achieved by observing and faithfully representing the world around them. They sought to capture the details and nuances of natural light, texture, and color with extraordinary precision, setting them apart from the more idealized, generalized works of their academic peers. The Brotherhood also felt that art should be imbued with a moral or symbolic message, using vivid imagery to convey deeper truths about society, human nature, and spirituality. In contrast to the emphasis on grand historical themes or mythological subjects prevalent in the academic tradition, the Pre-Raphaelites aimed to elevate the everyday, finding beauty and significance in contemporary life. Their works often depicted ordinary people, scenes of nature, and allegorical figures drawn from literature, history, and religion, blending realism with symbolism to create works that were rich in meaning. They believed that art should not merely be a reflection of surface beauty, but should engage the viewer on a more profound level, eliciting emotional responses and intellectual contemplation. The Brotherhood also championed the idea of artistic collaboration. By working together, they believed they could produce works that were not only aesthetically cohesive, but also intellectually stimulating, blending their respective skills and visions. Their philosophy extended beyond the canvas, influencing literature, poetry, and the decorative arts, as members of the group often collaborated with writers and poets, such as Rossetti's own poetry, to create multidimensional works that transcended traditional boundaries of artistic form. Ultimately, the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood sought to revive the intensity and sincerity they saw in earlier periods, rejecting the formulaic academic traditions in favor of art that was both true to life and deeply symbolic. Their goals and philosophy set the stage for a transformation in British art, marking the beginning of a new era that would influence generations to come. Chapter 2: Romanticism and its influence on the Pre-Raphaelites. Romanticism, a cultural movement that emerged in the late 18th century, had a profound influence on the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. Romanticism emphasized individual expression, emotional depth, and a connection to nature, and these values resonated deeply with the Pre-Raphaelites, who sought to capture the intensity of human experience and the beauty of the natural world. In rejecting the rigid, idealized conventions of academic art, the Pre-Raphaelites looked to romantic ideals as a foundation for their own artistic vision. One of the key tenets of Romanticism that influenced the Pre-Raphaelites was the idea of the artist as an individual, unrestrained by societal expectations or academic standards. Romantic artists like William Blake, Francisco Goya, and J.M.W. Turner were known for their emotional intensity and their willingness to explore subjects ranging from the sublime and the tragic to the fantastical and the irrational. For the Pre-Raphaelites, this emphasis on the emotional power of art was an essential aspect of their own work. They sought to create paintings that were not just visually stunning, but also emotionally charged, exploring themes of love, loss, beauty, and suffering with an immediacy and rawness that was a departure from the controlled compositions of their academic peers. The Romantic movement also placed a strong emphasis on the sublime, the idea that nature could evoke feelings of awe and transcendence. This connection to nature was central to the pre-Raphaelite approach, as they sought to represent the natural world with an unprecedented level of detail and accuracy. Whether it was the lush, verdant landscapes or the meticulous rendering of flowers and fabrics, the Pre-Raphaelites' devotion to capturing nature reflected the Romantic reverence for the power and beauty of the natural world. Additionally, Romanticism was heavily influenced by literature, particularly the works of poets like John Keats, Lord Byron, and Alfred Lord Tennyson. The Pre-Raphaelites, particularly Rossetti, were drawn to the lyrical and often tragic themes of Romantic poetry, yes, incorporating references to these literary works into their art. This blending of art and literature allowed the Pre-Raphaelites to explore complex emotional and philosophical ideas, while also making their work more accessible and resonant with the public. In sum, the Romantic movement played a crucial role in shaping the philosophy and aesthetic of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. Through their focus on emotion, nature, and literature, the Pre-Raphaelites embraced many of the ideals of Romanticism, infusing their work with a passion and intensity that set them apart from the academic art tradition they rejected. The beginnings of Romanticism in art. Romanticism in art began as a reaction against the rigid rules and conventions of the neoclassical tradition, which had dominated European art in the 18th century. While neoclassicism emphasized order, reason, and idealized representations based on classical antiquity, Romanticism sought to embrace emotion, individualism, and the sublime power of nature. This shift began in the late 18th century, gaining momentum throughout the 19th century, and brought about a dramatic change in the way artists approached their work. One of the earliest signs of Romanticism can be seen in the works of painters like Francisco Goya and J.M.W. Turner, who broke away from the controlled compositions and rational themes of neoclassicism in favor of more dramatic, expressive, and often personal subjects. Goya's dark and emotional Los Caprichos series, for example, critiqued societal norms with a raw and unflinching gaze, while Turner's later works, such as The Fighting Temeraire, conveyed powerful emotional responses to nature and the human condition. These artists rejected the notion that art should simply idealize beauty or historical subjects, instead opting to convey deeper, more subjective experiences that spoke to the emotions of the viewer. In literature, Romanticism had already taken root with the works of poets such as William Blake, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and William Wordsworth, who emphasized the power of the imagination, nature's beauty, and the expression of personal emotions. This literary movement had a profound influence on the visual arts, particularly in England, where artists began to draw inspiration from the themes of freedom, rebellion, and the exploration of the inner emotional world. Artists sought to capture the fleeting and often chaotic nature of human experience, whether in landscapes, historical scenes, or allegorical works. The beginnings of Romanticism in art also coincided with political upheaval in Europe, particularly the French Revolution and the rise of nationalism. These events inspired artists to focus on the individual and the collective struggles of society, further diverging from the emphasis on order and reason that had characterized earlier periods. Romantic artists sought to evoke a sense of awe and wonder, often through dramatic compositions that portrayed intense emotion, sublime landscapes, or tragic historical events. In sum, the beginnings of Romanticism in art marked a shift toward greater emotional depth, personal expression, and a renewed appreciation for nature. This movement sought to challenge the rationalism of neoclassicism, allowing for more individualistic, dynamic, and imaginative representations of the human experience. It was this spirit of romanticism that would later influence the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, providing a foundation for their rejection of academic tradition and their embrace of emotional intensity and symbolic depth. Key Romantic artists and writers: William Blake, John Keats, and others. The Romantic movement in art and literature was shaped by a number of influential figures whose works emphasized emotional intensity, individualism, and a deep connection to nature. Among the most important of these figures were William Blake, John Keats, and other notable poets and artists who pushed the boundaries of creativity, challenging established norms, and exploring profound themes of human existence. William Blake, both a poet and visual artist, is often regarded as one of the most unique figures in the Romantic movement. His work defied categorization, blending poetry with intricate illustrations and mystical visions. Blake's art, such as his illustrated poetry collections, Songs of Innocence and of Experience, and The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, combined intense personal symbolism with themes of spirituality, social criticism, and the human soul's journey. His visionary style, which often depicted fantastical and otherworldly scenes, was marked by a deeply emotional and symbolic approach to both art and poetry. Blake's rejection of the conventional academic system and his focus on individual vision made him a pioneering figure whose influence extended far beyond his lifetime. John Keats, one of the most beloved poets of the Romantic era, was known for his lyrical beauty and sensitivity to the fleeting nature of life. His poetry celebrated beauty, love, and death, while exploring the tension between idealism and the harsh realities of existence. Keats' famous works, such as Ode to a Nightingale and Ode on a Grecian Urn, evoke a sense of longing for transcendence and the pursuit of beauty in a world marked by impermanence. His work emphasized the power of imagination and the beauty of the natural world, qualities that resonated deeply with the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, particularly in their use of nature as a central theme in their art. Other key Romantic writers included Samuel Taylor Coleridge, whose Rime of the Ancient Mariner delved into supernatural themes and the tension between nature and human action, and Percy Bysshe Shelley, whose works like Ozymandias explored the impermanence of power and the importance of personal freedom. These writers, like Blake and Keats, sought to elevate the individual imagination and explore themes that resonated with the emotional and intellectual currents of the time. The works of these Romantic artists and writers deeply influenced the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, whose members were drawn to the emotional depth, the focus on nature, and the desire to express human experience in a raw and unfiltered manner. The pre-Raphaelites embraced the idea that art could be a vehicle for profound emotional expression, spiritual reflection, and social commentary, echoing the ideals set forth by the Romantic poets and artists who came before them. Emotional intensity and subjectivity in Romantic art. Emotional intensity and subjectivity were central to the Romantic movement in art, reflecting a shift away from the rationalism and orderliness of neoclassicism toward a deeper exploration of the individual's inner life. Romantic artists sought to express personal emotions, moods, and experiences, often focusing on themes of love, despair, awe, and longing. This emphasis on intense emotion allowed for a more dynamic and personal relationship between the artist and the viewer, moving beyond the calm, restrained depictions of classical art to a style that was far more raw and expressive. Romantic art was marked by a desire to capture the inner workings of the human psyche, and artists often portrayed subjects in dramatic or heightened states of emotion. The use of vivid color, exaggerated forms, and energetic brushstrokes was intended to evoke powerful feelings, inviting the viewer to experience the emotional depth of the artwork. This departure from traditional, idealized representations of beauty and harmony reflected the Romantic belief that art should be an expression of the artist's individual perspective and emotions. The works of artists like Francisco Goya, J.M.W. Turner, and Eugène Delacroix exemplify this emotional intensity, often depicting scenes of turmoil, passion, or the sublime. In addition to emotional intensity, Romantic art was deeply subjective. Artists rejected the notion of objective representation in favor of capturing their personal, emotional response to the world around them. The portrayal of nature, for instance, was no longer just about accurate depiction. It was about the emotional experience of being in nature. For example, Turner's landscapes often emphasized the overwhelming power of nature, with storms, turbulent seas, and sweeping skies conveying a sense of awe and fear. Similarly, Goya's dark and surreal paintings, such as The 3rd of May, 1808, focused on the horrors of war and the emotional devastation it caused, allowing for a deeply subjective interpretation of the scene. This subjectivity extended beyond the physical world to explore the realms of the imagination and the supernatural. Romantic artists often turned to myth, fantasy, and historical events to explore the complexities of the human condition. Whether through the depiction of tragic love stories, heroic struggles, or the sublime forces of nature, Romantic art was intended to evoke personal, emotional responses, creating a sense of connection between the viewer and the artwork that was deeply rooted in individual perception. In the context of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, this emphasis on emotional intensity and subjectivity would shape their approach to painting. Like the Romantics, they sought to infuse their works with emotional depth, using vivid colors, detailed symbolism, and dramatic narratives to convey complex feelings and ideas. The Brotherhood's commitment to emotional truth and individual expression was very much in line with the Romantic ideals of their time. The connection between Romanticism and the Pre-Raphaelite movement. The connection between Romanticism and the Pre-Raphaelite movement is deeply rooted in their shared focus on emotion, individualism, and a rejection of the academic traditions that dominated the art world. Both movements emerged as responses to the rigid constraints of classical art and sought to break free from the formalized structures of academicism, championing personal expression and a more intimate connection between the artist and their subject matter. While Romanticism laid the groundwork for the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, the latter added its own unique twist by incorporating medieval and literary influences alongside the Romantic ideals of emotional intensity and subjectivity. Romanticism, which emerged in the late 18th century, placed great emphasis on the power of imagination, the exploration of human emotions, and the sublime aspects of nature. Romantic artists like William Blake, J.M.W. Turner, and Francisco Goya were known for their expressive use of color and dramatic scenes, conveying powerful emotions through their works. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, founded in 1848, adopted many of these Romantic ideals, but their approach was more focused on precision and detail. Like the Romantics, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to convey emotional depth in their paintings, but they combined this with an unwavering commitment to capturing the natural world with extraordinary accuracy. Their works were often infused with symbolism and vibrant color, evoking a sense of heightened emotion, much like the Romantic painters, but through meticulous detail and a deep reverence for nature. The Pre-Raphaelites were also influenced by the Romantic writers, particularly in their exploration of themes such as love, death, and spiritual longing. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, one of the founding members of the Brotherhood, was not only a painter but also a poet, and his works often incorporated the same intense emotionalism and vivid imagery that characterized Romantic literature. The Brotherhood's emphasis on the use of literature, especially works of poetry, as a source of inspiration reflects the Romantic belief in the power of words to convey profound emotional and philosophical truths. In this way, the Pre-Raphaelites embraced the Romantic tradition of blending visual art with literature, creating works that were multidimensional in their emotional and intellectual appeal. Moreover, the Pre-Raphaelites shared the Romantic obsession with the past, especially with medieval and mythological themes. This was a direct response to the more classical and rational approaches of their contemporaries. By returning to medieval and early Renaissance subjects, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to revive the emotional and spiritual depth they believed was lost in the academic traditions that followed the Renaissance. In essence, the Pre-Raphaelite movement can be seen as an extension of the Romantic ideals, combining a deep emotional engagement with the natural world, a celebration of individual vision, and a desire to create art that was both a reflection of personal expression and a social commentary. Chapter 3: Medieval Revival and its Impact. The medieval revival was one of the most significant influences on the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood and played a central role in shaping their artistic vision. During the 19th century, a growing fascination with the Middle Ages took hold in Europe, particularly in England, where artists, writers, and intellectuals began to look back to this period as a source of inspiration. This revival was a reaction to the industrialization and rationalism of the modern age, and it sought to return to a time that was perceived as more spiritually connected, emotionally rich, and artistically pure. For the Pre-Raphaelites, the medieval period offered an idealized view of life that was infused with mysticism, symbolism, and a deep connection to nature and the divine. The Pre-Raphaelites were drawn to medieval themes not only for their rich symbolism, but also for their vibrant aesthetic qualities. Medieval art, with its flat patterns, vivid colors, and intricate details, stood in stark contrast to the more subdued and polished style of the Renaissance and the academic art that followed. The Brotherhood sought to revive these medieval elements, embracing the decorative richness and symbolic depth of early Christian, Gothic, and Byzantine art. In their paintings, they often depicted medieval subjects, such as knights, chivalric ideals, and biblical stories, using the same level of detail and emotional intensity that characterized medieval illuminated manuscripts and religious icons. One of the key aspects of the medieval revival in Pre-Raphaelite art was the return to storytelling. Medieval art was often narrative in nature, and the Pre-Raphaelites embraced this tradition by creating works that conveyed complex stories, myths, and allegories. For example, paintings such as The Lady of Shalott by John William Waterhouse and The Awakening Conscience by William Holman Hunt drew on literary and medieval themes, using vivid imagery to depict the inner lives and moral dilemmas of their characters. These works were imbued with a sense of romanticism, morality, and idealism, which were core elements of medieval storytelling. Additionally, the medieval revival had a profound impact on the Brotherhood's view of religion. While many of their contemporaries viewed religion as a formalized institution, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to reconnect with the spiritual and emotional essence of the medieval period. They often depicted saints, biblical figures, and scenes from Christian mythology, but with a focus on the emotional and personal connection between the characters and the divine. This more intimate and spiritual approach to religious subjects resonated deeply with the public and contributed to the lasting popularity of the movement. In sum, the medieval revival provided the Pre-Raphaelites with a rich source of inspiration, offering a vision of art that was deeply symbolic, emotionally charged, and spiritually profound. By returning to the aesthetics and themes of the medieval period, the Brotherhood was able to create works that were at once timeless and innovative, bridging the gap between the past and the present while making a powerful statement about the role of art in society. The fascination with medieval themes. The fascination with medieval themes was a defining characteristic of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood and played a central role in shaping their artistic identity. In the 19th century, as industrialization and modernity began to transform society, there was a growing sense of nostalgia for the medieval period. The Middle Ages, often viewed as a time of spiritual purity, chivalric ideals, and a deep connection to nature, offered an alternative to the increasingly mechanized and rational world of the Victorian era. The Pre-Raphaelites, drawn to these aspects, sought to resurrect the emotional intensity, symbolism, and romanticism of the medieval past in their art. One of the key reasons the Pre-Raphaelites were drawn to medieval themes was their deep symbolic content. Medieval art was rich in religious and allegorical significance, often conveying complex narratives through symbolism and vivid imagery. The Brotherhood, particularly Dante Gabriel Rossetti, saw in these works a level of emotional depth and sincerity that was missing from the more academic and idealized paintings of the time. They were captivated by the medieval tradition of storytelling, where art was used to depict not just beauty, but profound moral and spiritual themes. This fascination with storytelling was reflected in their own works, which often depicted scenes from medieval literature, such as the Arthurian legends or biblical stories, with a focus on the emotional and personal struggles of the characters. The medieval period was also associated with a sense of spiritual authenticity, something that the Pre-Raphaelites felt was lacking in the modern, industrialized world. They admired the intense devotion and religious symbolism present in medieval art, which often portrayed saints, divine figures, and allegorical themes with a sense of otherworldliness and inner purity. In works like The Annunciation by Rossetti and The Awakening Conscience by William Holman Hunt, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to capture the emotional and spiritual essence of these medieval subjects, rather than simply adhering to traditional religious iconography. Their emphasis was on the personal connection between the divine and the human, a deeply introspective and emotionally resonant approach. In addition to religious themes, the Pre-Raphaelites were inspired by the chivalric and romantic ideals of the medieval period. The knights, ladies, and courtly love narratives found in medieval literature offered a rich source of imagery and moral exploration. The works of poets like Alfred Lord Tennyson, whose Idylls of the King explored the Arthurian legends, were highly influential to the Brotherhood, further deepening their fascination with medieval tales of love, honor, and tragedy. Overall, the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's fascination with medieval themes was driven by a desire to reconnect with a time they viewed as more emotionally and spiritually authentic. By bringing these medieval themes into their art, they sought to create works that were not only visually stunning, but rich in symbolism and emotional depth, offering a profound critique of contemporary society and a return to a more idealized and meaningful past. Chivalric and religious imagery in Pre-Raphaelite art. Chivalric and religious imagery played a central role in the artistic vision of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, offering a rich source of symbolism and narrative for their works. Rooted in the medieval revival, the Brotherhood drew inspiration from the ideals of chivalry and the deeply spiritual themes that characterized much of medieval art. These elements allowed the Pre-Raphaelites to explore profound moral, emotional, and spiritual questions, creating works that were not only visually captivating but also rich in symbolic meaning. Chivalric themes, which emphasized ideals of honor, duty, and romantic love, were a natural fit for the Pre-Raphaelites, whose members were fascinated by the mythology and literature of the Middle Ages. They were particularly drawn to the Arthurian legends, which provided a wealth of material for exploration. Paintings such as The Lady of Shalott by John William Waterhouse and The Beguiling of Merlin by Edward Burne-Jones depict scenes from Arthurian legend, incorporating themes of love, fate, and tragic consequence. These works often feature noble knights and virtuous women, capturing the complex emotional and moral dynamics of medieval romance. The Brotherhood's depiction of chivalric imagery was not only a way to celebrate the virtues of honor and bravery, but also a vehicle for exploring human frailty and the consequences of moral decisions. Religious imagery also held significant importance within Pre-Raphaelite art. The Brotherhood sought to depict religious figures and biblical narratives in a way that was deeply emotional and personal. often focusing on the inner turmoil and spiritual struggles of the characters. In works like The Annunciation by Dante Gabriel Rossetti and The Awakening Conscience by William Holman Hunt, the Pre-Raphaelites reinterpreted religious themes with a new focus on the emotional and human aspects of the divine. Rather than adhering to traditional iconography, they used religious subjects to explore themes of redemption, sin, and divine intervention, imbuing these works with a sense of intimacy and personal connection to the viewer. The Pre-Raphaelites' approach to chivalric and religious imagery was deeply tied to their desire to convey emotional truth through their art. They believed that these themes allowed them to explore universal human experiences, such as love, sacrifice, and moral conflict, in a way that transcended time and culture. By combining the high ideals of medieval chivalry with the raw, emotional depth of religious devotion, the Brotherhood created works that were not only visually striking, but also rich in moral and spiritual resonance. In doing so, they redefined how art could address the complexities of the human soul and its relationship to the divine. The role of medieval literature and mythology. Medieval literature and mythology played a crucial role in shaping the themes and imagery of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's art. The Brotherhood's members, deeply inspired by the romantic ideals of the Middle Ages, drew heavily from the legends, folklore, and narratives of medieval stories. This influence allowed them to create works that were rich in symbolism and explored timeless themes of love, honor, fate, and tragedy. These medieval sources gave the Pre-Raphaelites a framework through which they could both celebrate and critique the complexities of human nature, spirituality, and society. One of the most significant literary influences on the Pre-Raphaelites was the Arthurian legends, which were a cornerstone of medieval myth. The tales of King Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table, and the quests for the Holy Grail provided a wealth of material for the Brotherhood to explore. These stories, steeped in themes of chivalry, heroism, and moral conflict, offered powerful narrative structures for depicting both the nobility of human aspiration and the darker, more tragic aspects of human nature. Works like The Lady of Shalott by Alfred Lord Tennyson, which was frequently depicted by Pre-Raphaelite artists, explore the tragic isolation of women within these idealized, heroic narratives. Similarly, the paintings of Edward Burne-Jones, such as The Beguiling of Merlin, reflect the intrigue and mystery surrounding the knights and their fateful choices, emphasizing both the magical and the moral complexities of medieval myth. In addition to the Arthurian cycle, the Pre-Raphaelites also found inspiration in other medieval literary works, including the writings of Dante Alighieri. Dante's Divine Comedy, with its vivid descriptions of the afterlife and its allegorical exploration of sin and redemption, was an influential source for artists like Dante Gabriel Rossetti, who took both artistic and literary inspiration from the poem. The themes of divine judgment, spiritual longing, and moral conflict in Dante's work resonated with the Pre-Raphaelites' own focus on religious and philosophical ideas, providing a narrative framework for their explorations of sin, suffering, and salvation in art. Medieval mythology also offered the Brotherhood a means of exploring the supernatural, the fantastical, and the deeply symbolic. They frequently depicted mythological figures such as nymphs, fairies, and other creatures of folklore, using these characters as symbols of beauty, danger, and moral ambiguity. By incorporating these figures into their work, the Pre-Raphaelites were able to bridge the gap between the mystical and the real, creating a world where the boundaries between the human and the divine, the natural and the supernatural, were fluid and intertwined. Ultimately, medieval literature and mythology provided the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood with a rich tapestry of stories and symbols through which they could engage with universal human concerns. By blending these literary influences with their vivid, detailed artistic style, the Brotherhood created works that were both visually captivating and intellectually profound, offering new interpretations of ancient stories while exploring timeless themes. The symbolism of the medieval revival in art and society. The medieval revival, which was a significant influence on the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, carried deep symbolism both in its artistic expression and its cultural implications. The period marked a return to the themes, aesthetics, and ideals of the Middle Ages, which were seen by many in the 19th century as a time of greater spiritual authenticity, moral clarity, and emotional depth compared to the increasingly industrialized and materialistic Victorian society. For the Pre-Raphaelites, the revival of medieval themes provided not only a visual and narrative language, but also an opportunity to reflect on the changing values of their own time. Artistically, the medieval revival symbolized a rejection of the rigid and formulaic standards of the academic art world. The Pre-Raphaelites, in particular, used medieval imagery to assert their desire for a more personal, honest, and emotionally charged form of art. The detailed, vibrant, and symbolic use of medieval subjects allowed them to portray deeper truths about the human experience, often addressing moral dilemmas, spiritual struggles, and emotional conflicts. Themes such as chivalric ideals, courtly love, and religious devotion were not merely decorative or nostalgic. They were imbued with symbolic meaning that reflected the artists' critiques of contemporary society and their longing for a time when art was seen as more connected to human experience and higher spiritual truths. In works like The Lady of Shalott and The Awakening Conscience, the Pre-Raphaelites used medieval settings and stories as a means to comment on modern issues such as social roles, moral choices, and the limitations placed on individuals, particularly women. The medieval revival also had significant cultural and social implications. In the context of Victorian society, the Middle Ages were often seen as a time of purity and piety, in contrast to the perceived excesses and dehumanization of industrial progress. By reviving medieval imagery, the Pre-Raphaelites symbolized a desire to reconnect with a simpler, more spiritually rich past. This was especially resonant during a time when the rapid growth of cities, the rise of factory work, and the dominance of rationalism and materialism seemed to be eroding traditional values. The medieval period, with its emphasis on faith, community, and the natural world, offered an idealized vision of a world that was more in tune with the soul and the forces of nature. The Pre-Raphaelites' adoption of medieval themes was a way to criticize the moral decay they saw around them and to champion a return to values they believed were lost in the wake of industrialization. Furthermore, the symbolic use of medieval subjects allowed the Pre-Raphaelites to explore complex emotional and spiritual themes. The knights, saints, and legendary figures they depicted were often symbols of idealized virtues, such as honor, purity, and sacrifice. However, these ideals were frequently juxtaposed with the darker aspects of human nature, desire, betrayal, and sin, making the medieval revival a potent medium for exploring the complexities of morality and human emotion. In essence, the medieval revival in art symbolized a longing for spiritual depth, a critique of contemporary society, and a return to a time when art was seen as an embodiment of higher truths. Through their symbolic use of medieval themes, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to bridge the past and present, offering a vision of art that was both deeply personal and socially engaged. Chapter 4: Key Works of the Pre-Raphaelites. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's artistic legacy is defined by a series of key works that embody their distinctive approach to art, characterized by intense emotional depth, vivid color, intricate detail, and symbolic meaning. These paintings not only illustrate the ideals and philosophies of the Brotherhood, but also reflect their commitment to capturing the human experience with both emotional truth and visual precision. Among the most famous and influential works are Ophelia by John Everett Melasse, The Awakening Conscience by William Holman Hunt, and The Annunciation by Dante Gabriel Rossetti, each representing a unique aspect of the movement's aesthetic and thematic concerns. John Everett Malais's Ophelia, 1851 to 1852, is one of the most iconic paintings of the Pre-Raphaelite movement. The painting depicts the tragic scene from Shakespeare's Hamlet, in which Ophelia drowns while surrounded by a lush, highly detailed natural environment. Malais's meticulous attention to the natural world, from the intricate depiction of flowers to the shimmering water, is a hallmark of the Pre-Raphaelite style. The emotional intensity of the painting is conveyed through Ophelia's serene yet sorrowful expression, highlighting the tension between her tragic fate and the beauty of the world around her. This work exemplifies the Brotherhood's focus on combining narrative depth with a rich, vibrant aesthetic. Another key work, The Awakening Conscience, 1853, by William Holman Hunt, embodies the Pre-Raphaelite commitment to moral and social commentary. The painting features a woman rising from a man's lap, her face filled with realization and remorse. The scene is charged with symbolism, from the reflection in the mirror to the symbolic presence of the cat, representing the woman's lost innocence. Hunt's use of symbolism and his emphasis on moral consequences, particularly with regard to societal issues such as sin and redemption, set this painting apart as a significant work that engages with both personal and social themes. The meticulous detail in the figures and their surroundings emphasizes the Pre-Raphaelite approach to capturing the physical world with extraordinary precision. Dante Gabriel Rossetti's The Annunciation, 1849 to 1850, is a striking example of the Brotherhood's fusion of religious and emotional symbolism. The painting portrays the moment of the angel Gabriel's announcement to the Virgin Mary that she will bear the Son of God. Rossetti's rendering of Mary, with her contemplative and serene expression, contrasts with the powerful and ethereal presence of Gabriel. The work reflects Rossetti's fascination with the emotional and spiritual aspects of religious subjects, using vivid color and delicate detail to emphasize the sacredness of the scene. Like many of his works, The Annunciation combines religious iconography with an intimate, personal approach to the divine, creating a deeply emotional and visually stunning representation of the biblical narrative. These key works of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood exemplify the movement's commitment to realism, emotional depth, and symbolism. By focusing on themes of love, loss, redemption, and spirituality, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to create art that was both visually captivating and rich in meaning, challenging the artistic conventions of their time while forging a new path for future generations. Ophelia by John Everett Malaise. John Everett Malais's Ophelia, 1851 to 1852, is one of the most iconic and emotionally powerful works in the Pre-Raphaelite canon. The painting, based on the tragic scene from Shakespeare's Hamlet, depicts the moment when Ophelia, having lost her sanity after the death of her father, drowns while surrounded by a lush, vibrant, natural setting. The work is notable not only for its striking emotional intensity, but also for Malais's meticulous attention to detail and his masterful use of color, light, and symbolism. In Ophelia, Malaise uses the natural world as both a visual backdrop and an emotional counterpoint to the tragedy of the scene. The flowers that float around Ophelia and fill the surrounding water are highly symbolic, each chosen for its particular meaning. For example, the poppies represent death and sleep, the violets symbolize faithfulness, and the daisies are associated with innocence. Through this use of symbolic flora, Malaise enhances the emotional gravity of the scene, connecting Ophelia's fate to the world around her and suggesting the interplay between life, death, and innocence. The precision with which Malaise renders the natural environment, from the delicate flowers to the shimmering water, reflects the Pre-Raphaelite commitment to realism and the belief that every detail, no matter how small, carries meaning. The emotional intensity of the painting is conveyed through Ophelia's expression, which, despite her tragic fate, carries an air of calm resignation. Her eyes, fixed on something unseen, and her serene demeanor suggest a sense of surrender to her fate. This contrasts with the violence of the drowning, heightening the emotional complexity of the image. Ophelia's delicate, almost ethereal appearance juxtaposed with the powerful force of nature surrounding her, emphasizes the tension between beauty and tragedy, a theme that was central to the pre-Raphaelite movement. The technical execution of Ophelia is equally remarkable. Melas painted the scene on site in a real natural setting, enduring difficult conditions to capture the accurate details of the flowers, water, and the play of light. This commitment to portraying nature with intense precision was a hallmark of the pre-Raphaelite style, and it adds to the painting's emotional impact by immersing the viewer in the authenticity of the scene. Ophelia stands as a profound meditation on beauty, tragedy, and the fragility of life. It exemplifies the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's commitment to creating works that not only conveyed emotional depth, but also celebrated nature's intricate beauty, all while exploring complex themes of love, loss, and the human condition. The Awakening Conscience by William Holman Hunt. The Awakening Conscience, 1853, by William Holman Hunt, is a striking example of the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's use of symbolism to explore moral and emotional themes. The painting depicts a woman sitting on the lap of a man, seemingly in the midst of a romantic encounter, but with her gaze directed toward a mirror on the wall, which reflects her own moral awakening. Her expression is one of shock and realization, as if she is suddenly aware of the consequences of her actions, specifically her involvement in a sinful relationship. Hunt's use of vivid color, intricate detail, and symbolic imagery heightens the emotional impact of the work, transforming what might be a simple genre scene into a profound exploration of guilt, redemption, and personal transformation. The symbolic elements in The Awakening Conscience are key to understanding the painting's deeper meanings. The woman's gaze toward the mirror is crucial, as it serves as a metaphor for self-realization and moral reflection. The mirror acts as a window to her conscience, representing the moment she recognizes the gravity of her choices. The objects in the room further reinforce the theme of awakening. A cat playing with a discarded piece of lace suggests innocence lost, while the open window reveals a glimpse of the outside world, symbolizing the possibility of redemption and escape. The cluttered and oppressive interior, with its dark colors and heavy furnishings, contrasts with the bright, open space beyond the window, suggesting that the woman's moral and emotional imprisonment can only be broken by a shift in her perspective and actions. Hunt's attention to detail in the painting is characteristic of the pre-Raphaelite style, with every object in the scene rendered with remarkable precision. From the textures of the fabrics to the reflection in the mirror, the painting captures the world in meticulous detail, creating a sense of immediacy and realism. This commitment to realism is balanced by the painting's symbolic richness, allowing the viewer to interpret the narrative on multiple levels. The Awakening Conscience is not merely a depiction of a moment of personal realization. It is a commentary on Victorian society's moral expectations, particularly regarding women's roles and sexuality. The woman's awakening can be seen as a moral and social reckoning, as Hunt challenges the viewer to consider the consequences of living a life detached from spiritual and ethical values. In sum, The Awakening Conscience exemplifies the pre-Raphaelite commitment to blending narrative, symbolism, and emotional depth in their work. Through the use of rich, symbolic detail and a powerful moral narrative, Hunt invites the viewer to reflect on themes of guilt, redemption, and the possibility of moral awakening. The Annunciation by Dante Gabriel Rossetti. Dante Gabriel Rossetti's The Annunciation, 1849 to 1850, is one of the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's most significant religious works, combining spiritual reverence with deeply emotional and symbolic content. The painting depicts the biblical moment when the angel Gabriel announces to the Virgin Mary that she will conceive the Son of God. Unlike traditional depictions of this scene, which often emphasize divine grandeur or serene holiness, Rossetti's interpretation focuses on the intimate, human aspect of this sacred moment. The figures in The Annunciation are rendered with emotional depth, capturing not only the awe and reverence of the event, but also a sense of personal connection between the divine and the human. Rossetti's Virgin Mary is portrayed with an expression of quiet contemplation, her hands gently clasped in front of her as she processes the gravity of Gabriel's message. Her gaze is slightly lowered, lending her an air of humility and serenity, yet also revealing a profound inner contemplation. This portrayal contrasts with more conventional depictions of Mary, who is often shown with a serene or idealized expression. Rossetti's Mary is more grounded, more human in her response to the divine revelation, reflecting the pre-Raphaelite emphasis on emotional truth and realism. The angel Gabriel, depicted as a young, ethereal figure, is surrounded by the soft glow of golden light, suggesting his divine nature. His form is delicate and graceful, in contrast to the solidity and earthiness of Mary. This contrast between the human and the divine, the earthly and the spiritual, is underscored by the detailed natural surroundings, which include a richly decorated interior with symbolic elements such as a small vase of lilies, representing purity and the sacredness of the moment. One of the distinctive features of the Annunciation is Rossetti's use of color and texture to heighten the emotional impact of the scene. The vivid red of Mary's robe, contrasted with the pale blue of her veil, evokes both the earthiness of her human experience and the transcendent nature of the divine encounter. The rich details in the drapery and the textures of the figure's clothing emphasize the pre-Raphaelite commitment to realism, while also imbuing the scene with an aura of sacred beauty. Through the Annunciation, Rossetti offers a deeply personal and intimate vision of a pivotal biblical moment. The painting reflects the pre-Raphaelite commitment to capturing both the emotional and spiritual dimensions of religious subjects, blending beauty, symbolism, and profound human expression. This work stands as a testament to Rossetti's belief that art could serve as a means to explore not just external beauty, but the deeper emotional and spiritual truths that define the human experience. The role of color, detail, and symbolism in pre-Raphaelite paintings. The pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood was renowned for its meticulous attention to color, detail, and symbolism, elements that were central to their artistic philosophy and style. These artists sought to create works that were not only visually striking, but also deeply imbued with meaning, conveying emotional and intellectual depth through every aspect of the painting. By focusing on these key elements, the pre-Raphaelites aimed to transcend the conventions of academic art and offer a more immediate and profound connection with the viewer. Color played a central role in pre-Raphaelite paintings, often used to evoke emotional responses and to symbolize deeper themes. The vivid, intense colors in their works were meant to capture the viewer's attention and draw them into the narrative of the painting. The Brotherhood's use of bold, saturated hues, whether in the lush greens of nature, the rich reds of garments, or the striking blues of skies, created an almost otherworldly atmosphere, highlighting the importance of visual impact. In works like Ophelia by John Everett Millus, the vibrant colors of the flowers and water not only serve to beautify the scene, but also carry symbolic meaning, representing themes of life, death, and innocence. Through their masterful use of color, the pre-Raphaelites brought a sense of immediacy and vitality to their art, enhancing the emotional resonance of each work. Detail was another hallmark of pre-Raphaelite art, with every element of the painting being carefully observed and rendered with remarkable precision. The Brotherhood believed that the accuracy of detail, whether in the depiction of nature, fabric, or human figures, was essential to achieving a truthful representation of the world. This emphasis on detail was in direct contrast to the idealized and sometimes more generalized representations of the time. The careful rendering of textures, from the delicate folds of a garment to the intricate patterns of flowers, added to the sense of realism in their paintings, making the viewer feel as if they were encountering the scene in real life. This attention to detail also allowed for a deeper exploration of symbolism, as even the smallest elements could carry significant meaning. Symbolism was a critical aspect of pre-Raphaelite art, allowing the Brotherhood to imbue their works with layers of meaning that extended beyond the visual. The use of specific objects, colors, or gestures often conveyed moral, spiritual, or emotional themes. In paintings like The Awakening Conscience by William Holman Hunt, objects such as the cat, the mirror, and the open window carry symbolic weight, offering insight into the inner lives of the characters and the moral dimensions of the narrative. The Brotherhood's use of symbolism allowed them to explore complex ideas, ranging from love and death to redemption and sin, without explicitly stating them, creating a richer and more engaging experience for the viewer. In sum, the role of color, detail, and symbolism in Pre-Raphaelite paintings was integral to their approach to art. These elements were not simply aesthetic choices, but were used to convey deeper emotional truths, creating works that resonated with the viewer on both a visual and intellectual level. Through their use of these techniques, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to bring art closer to life, capturing the complexity of human experience with unprecedented depth and beauty. Chapter 5: Gender and Symbolism in Pre-Raphaelite Art. Gender and symbolism are two central themes that shape the work of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, deeply influencing their portrayal of women and the narratives they chose to depict. The Brotherhood's exploration of gender roles and identities was often intertwined with a symbolic use of imagery, creating paintings that reflected both societal concerns and emotional complexities. Through their depictions of women, the Pre-Raphaelites challenged contemporary views on femininity, while also using symbolism to communicate broader ideas about love, morality, and societal expectations. In many of the Brotherhood's works, women are portrayed as both powerful and passive figures, often caught in states of emotional intensity or moral struggle. Female figures in Pre-Raphaelite paintings were frequently depicted in vulnerable or tragic situations, such as the ill-fated Ophelia in John Everett Millay's Ophelia, or the anguished femme fatales in Dante Gabriel Rossetti's works. These women often appear as symbolic representations of purity, innocence, and sacrifice, but their roles are complicated by the emotional or spiritual turmoil they endure. The idealized yet tragic portrayal of women in Pre-Raphaelite art reflects the complex relationship between gender and societal expectations. Women were often seen as symbols of beauty and virtue, but their emotional depth and moral struggles revealed the tensions between these idealized roles and the reality of women's lives. At the same time, the Pre-Raphaelites used gender as a vehicle for exploring deeper philosophical and symbolic ideas. Women were not only passive subjects of male gaze and desire, but also embodied symbolic representations of abstract concepts such as sin, redemption, or spiritual longing. For instance, in The Awakened Conscience by William Holman Hunt, the female figure symbolizes moral awakening, as her gaze toward the mirror and the reflection of her own conscience suggests a realization of the consequences of her actions. Similarly, the Virgin Mary in Rossetti's The Annunciation represents both maternal purity and the profound spiritual significance of the moment, embodying a sacred femininity that transcends mere beauty. The Pre-Raphaelites also explored themes of sexual desire and the consequences of defying moral or social conventions. Many of their female subjects exist in moral dilemmas, representing the tension between sexual liberation and societal condemnation. Rossetti's depiction of women, particularly in his famous Late Lady Lilith or the Proserpine, often presents them as seductresses or mythological figures who are both alluring and dangerous, challenging traditional Victorian ideas about women's roles and sexuality. Incorporating symbolism into these gendered representations allowed the Pre-Raphaelites to express complex ideas about human experience. By portraying women as both idealized figures and morally conflicted individuals, they highlighted the contradictions in how gender was understood in Victorian society. The symbolic use of color, gesture, and objects within these works added depth to the gendered portrayal, imbuing the figures with layered meanings that went beyond their immediate visual presence. Ultimately, the pre-Raphaelite engagement with gender and symbolism reflects the movement's broader exploration of the tensions between societal expectations and individual expression. Their works provided a space for the complex exploration of women's roles, while the symbolism allowed them to address universal themes of love, morality, and personal identity. Depictions of women, victims, heroines, and sinners. The pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's portrayal of women was central to their artistic vision, often reflecting the complex roles that women occupied in Victorian society. The depiction of women as victims, heroines, and sinners allowed the pre-Raphaelites to explore both the emotional depth and societal constraints placed on women, while also utilizing these figures to express broader moral, spiritual, and symbolic themes. These portrayals were nuanced and multifaceted, offering a range of female characters who were not simply passive objects of desire, but active embodiments of various human conditions and virtues. Women as victims were a recurring theme in pre-Raphaelite art, often used to convey the emotional and moral consequences of societal and personal struggles. For example, in John Everett Mallace's Ophelia, the young woman is depicted as a tragic victim of her circumstances, overwhelmed by grief, and ultimately drowning in a river. The scene's beauty is underscored by the heartbreaking symbolism of her death, which reflects the vulnerability of women in a world governed by rigid expectations of purity and submission. Ophelia's tragic fate highlights the emotional intensity of her inner turmoil, making her death not just a physical event, but a symbolic representation of the destructive power of love, loss, and madness. Such portrayals of female victimhood were also explored in the works of Dante Gabriel Rossetti, particularly in his depictions of women trapped in emotional or moral dilemmas, such as in The Soul's Tragedy. On the other hand, the pre-Raphaelites also depicted women as heroines, figures of strength, virtue, and spiritual purity. In many of these works, women embody the ideals of love, sacrifice, and grace, playing pivotal roles in religious or mythological narratives. Rossetti's The Annunciation is a prime example, where the Virgin Mary is portrayed not as a passive, idealized figure, but as a strong, contemplative woman chosen for a divine purpose. The focus is not just on her purity, but on her active acceptance of her role in the sacred story, presenting her as a heroine of profound spiritual significance. Similarly, in works like The Lady of Shalott by John William Waterhouse, the female figure is both a symbol of tragic beauty and a heroine, representing the emotional complexity of women who are caught between societal roles and personal desire. Finally, women as sinners were also prominent in pre-Raphaelite art, reflecting a deeper exploration of moral conflict and the consequences of defying societal expectations. Rossetti's Lady Lilith portrays a seductive and powerful woman, embodying both allure and danger. The figure of Lilith, often associated with temptation and rebellion, represents the complexity of female sexuality and the consequences of a woman's desire for autonomy in a repressive society. These depictions of women as sinners were not simply critiques of women's moral failings, but were deeply connected to the notion of women's agency and the struggle for personal expression in a world that sought to control them. Through their portrayal of women as victims, heroines, and sinners, the pre-Raphaelites were able to engage with the societal and emotional complexities of womanhood in a way that reflected both the constraints and the potential for empowerment that women experienced in Victorian society. These depictions allowed the Brotherhood to use gender as a symbolic tool to explore larger themes of love, morality, and spiritual redemption, offering multifaceted portrayals of female figures that went beyond simplistic narratives. The role of the female model in the Brotherhood. The role of the female model in the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood was multifaceted and essential to their artistic process, both as an embodiment of their ideals and as a subject through which they explored complex themes of femininity, beauty, and morality. Unlike the traditional academic practice, where female models were often reduced to idealized figures or passive subjects for male artists, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to elevate their models, infusing them with greater emotional depth, symbolism, and individuality. These women were not just muses, but active participants in the creation of works that sought to explore the human condition, spirituality, and the broader social roles of women in Victorian society. One of the key ways the Pre-Raphaelites used female models was to challenge the conventional depictions of women in art. They often portrayed them as more than just idealized or romanticized figures. In works like Ophelia by John Everett Millais, the female model, Lizzie Siddal, is depicted not merely as a passive object of male desire, but as an emotionally complex figure representing the tragic themes of love, madness, and death. Siddal, a prominent muse for the Brotherhood, played an instrumental role in shaping the group's approach to portraying women, and her own personal struggles and artistic aspirations added a layer of authenticity and emotional intensity to the work she inspired. Her presence in the paintings often captured the vulnerability and depth of the female experience, allowing her to transcend traditional notions of the passive female model and become a powerful symbol in the art itself. The female model also served as a vessel for the Brotherhood's exploration of gender, beauty, and societal roles. While many of the women in Pre-Raphaelite paintings embody ideals of purity, innocence, or saintliness, these representations were often complicated by the emotional depth and moral complexity infused into their characters. The models were often depicted in moments of moral conflict, transformation, or emotional intensity, suggesting that the Brotherhood's exploration of femininity was far more intricate than the conventional portrayals of women in Victorian art. For example, in The Awakening Conscience by William Holman Hunt, the female model represents a moment of moral realization, symbolizing a woman's potential for redemption and self-awareness. Furthermore, the Pre-Raphaelites' use of female models often blurred the boundaries between art and life. Many of the women who posed for the Brotherhood were also artists or writers in their own right, and their collaborations with the male artists were not solely based on their physical beauty, but also on their intellectual engagement with the themes of the works. This mutual exchange between artist and model created a dynamic that was both personal and collaborative, making the model an integral part of the artistic vision. In this way, the female model was not just an object of visual representation, but an active participant in the creation of art that engaged deeply with themes of gender, identity, and social expectation. Through the role of the female model, the Pre-Raphaelites were able to explore and redefine the representation of women in art. These models became more than mere muses. They were symbols of emotional complexity, spiritual longing, and moral conflict, helping the Brotherhood convey the multifaceted nature of the human experience while challenging the societal norms of their time. Symbolism of female characters in Pre-Raphaelite art. The symbolism of female characters in Pre-Raphaelite art is a profound exploration of both the complexity of womanhood and the moral, spiritual, and emotional dimensions of Victorian society. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood often used female figures to embody not just the idealized notions of beauty and purity, but also more complex, layered meanings related to virtue, temptation, sin, and redemption. Through their detailed, symbolic portrayals of women, the Brotherhood invited viewers to engage with deep, often contradictory aspects of the female experience. One of the most common symbolic roles of women in Pre-Raphaelite art is that of the tragic heroine, where female characters are portrayed as victims of love, loss, or moral dilemmas. In works like Ophelia by John Everett Millais, the female figure represents innocence and vulnerability, with her tragic death symbolizing the devastating consequences of emotional turmoil and societal neglect. Ophelia's drowning in the painting serves as a powerful symbol of the destructive power of grief and madness, offering a commentary on the fragility of women who are subject to the emotional and social expectations placed upon them. Similarly, in Dante Gabriel Rossetti's The Lady of Shalott, The female character embodies the themes of isolation, longing, and the destructive nature of unattainable desires, symbolizing the personal cost of living within the constraints of societal ideals. Beyond victimhood, the Pre-Raphaelites also used female characters to explore themes of virtue and redemption. In many of their works, women represent ideals of purity, sanctity, and moral potential. For example, in Rossetti's The Annunciation, the Virgin Mary is depicted as the epitome of spiritual purity, yet the painting conveys a sense of human depth and contemplation, showing Mary not only as a divine vessel, but as an active, engaged participant in the sacred event. In works like The Awakening Conscience by William Holman Hunt, the female character undergoes a moral awakening, symbolizing the potential for redemption and personal growth. The woman's realization of her own moral failings represents a shift from passivity to active self-awareness, a theme that reflects the Pre-Raphaelite interest in personal transformation and spiritual clarity. Additionally, women in Pre-Raphaelite art often symbolize the tension between societal expectations and personal desires, particularly in their depictions of female sexuality. Figures like Rossetti's Lady Lilith embody the complexities of sexual freedom and temptation, challenging the conventional Victorian view of women as paragons of virtue. Lady Lilith, with her seductive allure and defiance of traditional gender roles, represents both the empowerment and the moral danger associated with female sexuality. Her symbolism is complex, depicting a woman who is both empowered by her desires and condemned for them, reflecting the moral ambiguities that the Pre-Raphaelites sought to explore in their art. In sum, the symbolism of female characters in Pre-Raphaelite art was a tool through which the Brotherhood examined deeper societal issues, moral questions, and emotional realities. Women in their paintings were not merely decorative. They were powerful symbols that conveyed a range of human experiences, from victimhood and virtue to sin and redemption. Through these complex portrayals, the Pre-Raphaelites challenged the simplistic views of women in their time and invited a more nuanced discussion of gender, morality, and identity. The cultural and social context of gender representation. The representation of gender in Pre-Raphaelite art was deeply shaped by the cultural and social context of Victorian England, a time when rigid gender roles were strictly enforced. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's portrayal of women, in particular, was a response to both the idealization and the repression of female identity in Victorian society. Women were often placed on a pedestal as paragons of virtue, beauty, and domesticity, yet simultaneously constrained by societal expectations that confined them to the private sphere. In this climate, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to challenge these representations by offering complex and multifaceted portrayals of women, which explored themes of innocence, sexuality, virtue, sin, and spiritual transformation. In the Victorian era, women were expected to embody purity, passivity, and emotional restraint, and their roles were largely confined to the home, marriage, and motherhood. These societal norms often led to the idealization of women as passive, angelic figures, such as the angel in the house, a term popularized by Coventry Patmore's poem, which described the ideal Victorian woman as self-sacrificing and devoted to her family. The Pre-Raphaelites, however, did not conform to this idealized vision of womanhood. Instead, they depicted women as active, emotionally complex, and often in moral conflict. In works like Ophelia, by John Everett Millais, the female figure is not just a passive victim of circumstance, but a symbol of the emotional turbulence that women were often expected to endure silently. Similarly, Dante Gabriel Rossetti's Lady Lilith challenges Victorian notions of feminine purity by presenting a seductive, self-assured woman who defies conventional expectations of female behavior and desire. The Pre-Raphaelite treatment of women also reflected a critique of the moral and sexual double standards that governed Victorian society. While men were often allowed greater sexual freedom and agency, women were expected to maintain their chastity and virtue at all costs. Female characters in Pre-Raphaelite works frequently grapple with this dichotomy, embodying both the potential for sin and the possibility of redemption. In paintings like The Awakening Conscience by William Holman Hunt, the female figure's moral realization and awakening symbolize a possible path to redemption, suggesting that women, too, had the agency to confront and transcend societal moral judgments. Moreover, the Pre-Raphaelites often used their art to comment on the constraining roles that women were forced to inhabit. The women depicted in their works were not confined to passive, idealized roles, but were often shown as active participants in their emotional and spiritual journeys. Through these depictions, the Brotherhood explored the complexity of female identity, rejecting the simplistic, one-dimensional portrayals that were common in both art and literature at the time. In sum, the cultural and social context of gender representation in Pre-Raphaelite art was characterized by a tension between the idealization and repression of women in Victorian society. The Brotherhood's portrayals of women challenged these conventions by depicting them as emotionally rich, morally conflicted, and spiritually complex figures. Through their nuanced representation of gender, the Pre-Raphaelites critiqued the restrictive norms of their time and offered a more multifaceted vision of womanhood. Chapter 6: The Influence of Literature and Poetry. Literature and poetry had a profound influence on the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, shaping not only the themes and subjects of their artwork, but also the way in which they approached storytelling through visual media. The Brotherhood, particularly Dante Gabriel Rossetti, had a deep affinity for literature, often drawing inspiration from the works of poets such as John Keats, Alfred Lord Tennyson, and their own poetic compositions. For the Pre-Raphaelites, poetry and painting were inextricably linked, and many of their works were informed by the literary tradition, with paintings often serving as visual interpretations of literary themes, characters, and narratives. One of the most significant literary influences on the Pre-Raphaelites was the poetry of the Romantic period, particularly the works of John Keats. Keats's focus on beauty, emotion, and the fleeting nature of life resonated with the Brotherhood, who sought to express the emotional depth of human experience through their paintings. Rossetti's The Blessed Damozel, for example, was directly inspired by his own poem of the same name, where the image of a woman gazing down from heaven is rendered with the same wistful longing and spiritual yearning expressed in the poem's verses. The fusion of poetry and visual art allowed Rossetti to explore themes of love, death, and spiritual transcendence in a manner that combined the sensory immediacy of painting with the emotional and intellectual depth of poetry. Alfred Lord Tennyson's poetry was another key influence on the Pre-Raphaelites, particularly his retellings of Arthurian legend and medieval myth. Tennyson's Idylls of the King inspired numerous works by the Brotherhood, such as Rossetti's La Belle Dame sans Merci and John William Waterhouse's The Lady of Shalott. These works, deeply steeped in the themes of love, tragedy, and chivalric ideals, resonated with the Pre-Raphaelites' desire to revive the emotional and narrative power of medieval and mythological literature. Tennyson's lyrical poetry provided a framework for the Pre-Raphaelites to explore the same romantic, tragic, and moral themes in their paintings, bringing these literary worlds to life through vivid color, intricate detail, and symbolic imagery. The influence of Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy was also a significant element in the Brotherhood's work. Rossetti, in particular, was inspired by Dante's exploration of sin, redemption, and the human soul's journey. His paintings often incorporated themes of spiritual struggle and moral transformation, as seen in works like The Awakened Conscience by William Holman Hunt. The use of religious and allegorical motifs in the Brotherhood's art was in many ways an extension of the symbolic and narrative depth found in Dante's epic poem. Incorporating literary influences into their paintings allowed the Pre-Raphaelites to explore complex emotional and philosophical themes, transforming written words into visual narratives. These works not only engaged with the visual beauty of the literary world, but also offered a rich, multidimensional approach to storytelling, where the language of poetry and the language of painting could coexist and enhance each other. The Brotherhood's blending of literature and art created a profound legacy that connected visual art with the broader intellectual and cultural movements of the 19th century, inviting viewers to experience both the emotional and the intellectual dimensions of their work. Dante Gabriel Rossetti's poetry and its visual representation. Dante Gabriel Rossetti's poetry played a crucial role in shaping his visual art, with the two forms often intertwined in a symbiotic relationship that enriched both his literary and artistic pursuits. As a founding member of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, Rossetti was deeply influenced by the idea that poetry and painting could serve as complementary ways to explore themes of love, beauty, death, and spirituality. His poems provided the narrative and emotional underpinnings for many of his paintings, while his artwork gave his poetry a vivid visual form that helped to bring his literary visions to life. One of the most notable examples of the connection between Rossetti's poetry and visual art is his painting The Blessed Damozel, 1871, which was inspired by his own poem of the same name. The poem describes a woman who has died and ascended to heaven, gazing down at her lover who remains on earth, longing for the moment when they will be reunited. The emotional depth of the poem is mirrored in the painting's depiction of the damozel, a young woman bathed in light, with her gaze fixed on the world below. The vivid colors and intricate details in the painting, particularly in the rendering of the damozel's flowing hair and robe, serve to capture the ethereal beauty and spiritual yearning expressed in the poem's verses. The merging of poetic and visual forms allowed Rossetti to explore the tension between love and separation, the passage between life and death, and the idea of spiritual longing. Rossetti's focus on female subjects in both his poetry and art is another area where the connection between his written work and visual representation is evident. His poetry often explores the themes of love, temptation, and the complex emotional lives of women, themes that he also explored through his painted portraits of women. In his painting, Lady Lilith, for example, Rossetti portrays Lilith as a seductive and powerful figure, reflecting the mythological character's association with both temptation and female autonomy. The painting's composition, in which Lilith gazes directly at the viewer with an air of self-possession, echoes the themes of female empowerment and moral ambiguity present in his poem, Lady Lilith. The relationship between Rossetti's poetry and painting is also evident in his use of symbolism, which permeates both his written work and his visual art. Much like the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's commitment to rich detail and symbolic meaning in their paintings, Rossetti infused his poems with layers of metaphor and allegory. His poems, often laden with sensual imagery and medieval themes, provided fertile ground for visual exploration, allowing his paintings to carry the weight of both aesthetic beauty and symbolic resonance. In conclusion, Dante Gabriel Rossetti's poetry and visual art were deeply intertwined, with each form complementing and enriching the other. His poetic exploration of love, longing, and spirituality found vivid expression in his paintings, while his artwork offered a visual dimension to the emotional and intellectual themes in his poetry. Through this fusion of words and images, Rossetti contributed to the Pre-Raphaelite ideal of creating a cohesive and immersive artistic experience, one that appealed to both the senses and the intellect. The role of medieval and classical literature in shaping the movement. Medieval and classical literature played a pivotal role in shaping the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, providing the movement with rich themes, moral complexity, and timeless narratives that would become foundational to their art. The Brotherhood was drawn to the evocative power of these literary traditions, which allowed them to explore deep emotional and spiritual themes, while also offering a critique of Victorian society. Through their fascination with medieval and classical texts, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to revive a lost sense of emotional truth, romantic idealism, and moral questioning that they felt was missing from the modern world. Medieval literature, particularly the Arthurian legends and chivalric romances, was a central influence on the Brotherhood's works. The themes of knightly honor, courtly love, and tragic fate found in works such as Le Morte d'Arthur by Sir Thomas Malory offered a framework for exploring both the idealized and the flawed aspects of human nature. The Pre-Raphaelites found resonance in the concept of unrequited or doomed love, and they used stories from these legends to depict women as both figures of purity and victims of societal constraints. For example, Rossetti's La Belle Dame Sans Merci and John William Waterhouse's The Lady of Shalott are direct visual interpretations of these medieval themes, each painting drawing from the same ideas of romantic longing and inevitable tragedy. By incorporating elements of medieval literature, the Brotherhood added depth and complexity to their portrayal of love, loss, and the tension between desire and duty. Classical literature, particularly Greek and Roman mythology, also had a profound impact on the Pre-Raphaelites. The mythological stories of gods, heroes, and tragic figures provided the artists with powerful allegories through which they could explore moral dilemmas, the complexities of fate, and the pursuit of beauty. The works of ancient authors like Homer, Ovid, and Virgil offered stories filled with passion, sacrifice, and the human struggle against forces beyond one's control. The themes of transformation, desire, and suffering found in classical mythology often appeared in the Pre-Raphaelite paintings, such as in Rossetti's The Awakened Conscience, where the woman's spiritual awakening can be seen as a metaphorical form of redemption, much like the transformation of characters in classical mythology. Through these influences, medieval and classical literature provided the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood with a wealth of themes that transcended time and place. The stories and characters from these traditions allowed the Brotherhood to question the moral and emotional values of their own society, while also celebrating the ideals of beauty, truth, and spirituality. The connection between literature and art in the Pre-Raphaelite movement formed a cohesive language where visual storytelling was deeply intertwined with the rich, complex narratives of both the medieval and classical worlds. The integration of text and image in Pre-Raphaelite works. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood was distinctive in its integration of text and image, using both mediums to enrich the meaning and depth of their artwork. The artists of the Brotherhood, especially Dante Gabriel Rossetti, believed in the powerful synergy between poetry and painting. They saw these forms of art as complementary, with text enhancing the emotional and intellectual depth of visual imagery, and vice versa. This fusion allowed them to explore complex themes and narratives that could not be fully conveyed through either medium alone, inviting the viewer to engage with their works on multiple levels. Rossetti, a poet as well as a painter, often fused his own poetry with his paintings, creating a dynamic dialogue between the two forms. His work, The Blessed Damozel, is a prime example of this integration. Rossetti wrote a poem to accompany the painting, and the imagery of the painting directly reflects the themes and emotions expressed in the verses. In the painting, the damsel gazes down from heaven, her longing and spiritual yearning echoing the sentiments of Rossetti's poem, where the woman waits for her lover in the afterlife. This seamless integration of text and image creates a multidimensional narrative that amplifies the emotional intensity of the scene, allowing the viewer to not only admire the beauty of the visual elements, but also to immerse themselves in the lyrical, poetic reflection of the scene's deeper emotional and spiritual meanings. Similarly, in La Belle Dame Sans Merci, Rossetti again combined poetry and painting to explore themes of love, loss, and the mystical power of women. The painting and the accompanying poem both tell the story of a knight who falls under the spell of a beautiful but dangerous woman. The symbolic use of nature in the painting, from the barren, autumnal landscape to the ethereal, almost ghostly figure of the woman, enhances the sense of the knight's tragic fate, a fate foretold in the haunting verses of the poem. By using both text and image, Rossetti was able to expand on the narrative and emotional implications of the subject, giving the viewer a more immersive and layered experience. The integration of text and image in Pre-Raphaelite works was not limited to Rossetti. Other members of the Brotherhood, such as William Holman Hunt and John Everett Melasse, often drew upon literary sources, particularly from medieval and classical texts, to inform their visual compositions. Melasse's The Eve of St. Agnes, for example, drew on John Keats's poem, with the image of the two lovers and the evocative mystical atmosphere directly reflecting the romantic and dreamlike qualities of the poem. The Pre-Raphaelites understood that visual art and literature could work together to create a richer, more complex narrative, and their integration of these two forms became a hallmark of their artistic identity. Ultimately, the integration of text and image allowed the Pre-Raphaelites to deepen the emotional resonance of their work, inviting viewers to engage in a layered experience where poetry and painting complemented each other in conveying moral, spiritual, and emotional truths. By combining these forms, they created a unique way of storytelling that transcended the limitations of either medium, allowing for a more profound exploration of human experience. Key literary influences: Arthurian legends, Shakespeare, and more. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood drew deeply from a rich array of literary sources, with key influences including the Arthurian legends, Shakespeare's plays, and works by Victorian poets. These literary influences provided a framework through which the Brotherhood explored complex themes of love, fate, morality, and human emotion, imbuing their art with depth and intellectual resonance. The integration of these literary works allowed the Brotherhood to address timeless human experiences through both symbolic imagery and narrative depth. The Arthurian legends, particularly the works surrounding King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, were a significant source of inspiration for the Pre-Raphaelites. The themes of chivalry, honor, and tragic romance found in these medieval tales resonated with the Brotherhood's interest in exploring emotional and moral complexity. For example, Rossetti's La Belle Dame sans Merci and John William Waterhouse's The Lady of Shalott are direct visual interpretations of Arthurian myth. These works draw on the tragic, doomed love stories of the legends, such as the romance between Lancelot and Guinevere, or the unattainable ideal of the Lady of Shalott. The Pre-Raphaelites' use of these stories allowed them to depict women as both idealized figures and complex emotional subjects, exploring themes of desire, unattainability, and the consequences of passion. Shakespeare's works were another major influence, offering a vast range of complex human emotions and dramatic narratives that the Brotherhood could interpret visually. Shakespeare's plays provided rich, emotionally charged subjects that the Pre-Raphaelites were drawn to, particularly his tragic and romantic characters. In works like Ophelia by John Everett Melasse, the Pre-Raphaelites adapted Shakespearean characters to convey deep emotional suffering and moral ambiguity. Ophelia, in particular, was a frequent subject in Pre-Raphaelite art, as her tragic fate in Hamlet served as a powerful symbol of innocence lost, unrequited love, and the consequences of emotional distress. Through Shakespeare, the Brotherhood was able to explore the darker aspects of human nature, while also capturing the beauty of profound emotional and spiritual moments. In addition to medieval and Shakespearean influences, Victorian poets such as Alfred Lord Tennyson, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and Christina Rossetti provided key inspiration for the Brotherhood. Tennyson's Idylls of the King helped to reinforce the Brotherhood's fascination with the Arthurian legends, while his other works, such as The Lady of Shalott, directly influenced the imagery in Pre-Raphaelite paintings. These poets' emphasis on emotional intensity, idealized beauty, and moral reflection found a perfect counterpart in the vivid, symbolic imagery that defined Pre-Raphaelite art. By integrating elements of these literary traditions, the Pre-Raphaelites were able to give their works a deeper narrative and emotional complexity, connecting their visual storytelling with the cultural and intellectual currents of their time. In conclusion, the literary influences of Arthurian legend, Shakespeare, and Victorian poetry were instrumental in shaping the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's artistic vision. These works provided the Brotherhood with narratives that explored human emotions, morality, and tragedy, enriching their art with layers of meaning and allowing for a more profound connection between visual art and literature. Through these literary connections, the Pre-Raphaelites created a unique artistic language that transcended the boundaries of medium and form, offering viewers a deeply immersive experience of both sight and story. Chapter 7: The Legacy of the Pre-Raphaelites. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, though short-lived as a formal group, left an indelible mark on the course of art history, shaping subsequent movements and inspiring generations of artists, poets, and designers. Their legacy is not only seen in the vibrant, detailed artworks they produced, but also in their challenge to traditional artistic conventions and their exploration of symbolism, emotion, and narrative depth. The Brotherhood's commitment to realism, their idealized depictions of beauty, and their focus on intense, often moralistic themes would influence a wide array of artistic movements that followed, including the arts and crafts movement, symbolism, and even elements of Art Nouveau. One of the most lasting aspects of the Pre-Raphaelite legacy was their emphasis on nature, realism, and minute detail. In rejecting the academic tradition and its reliance on idealized forms, the Pre-Raphaelites pioneered a new form of realism in art. Their meticulous attention to detail, whether in the rendering of fabrics, flowers, or faces, set a new standard for painters. This emphasis on nature would influence later movements such as the arts and crafts movement, led by figures like William Morris, who was both a member of the Brotherhood's circle and an important figure in advocating for decorative arts that return to hand craftsmanship and the beauty of nature. The arts and crafts movement's rejection of mass-produced objects and its embrace of detailed craftsmanship and the beauty of everyday life was directly inspired by the Pre-Raphaelites' approach to art and design. The Pre-Raphaelites' use of symbolism also left a significant legacy. Their symbolic representations of moral, spiritual, and emotional themes resonated deeply with later movements such as symbolism, which sought to convey ideas and emotions through symbolic imagery. Artists like Gustave Moreau, Odilon Redon, and James McNeill Whistler were influenced by the Pre-Raphaelite exploration of the symbolic potential of color, form, and subject matter. The Pre-Raphaelites' ability to intertwine visual art with deeper philosophical and emotional meanings paved the way for more introspective and symbolic approaches to painting, in which narrative and personal expression became central to the artistic endeavor. Moreover, the Pre-Raphaelite approach to female subjects, often complex, emotional, and multidimensional, contributed to a broader reevaluation of the portrayal of women in art. Their depictions of women as both innocent and tragic, saintly and sensual, allowed for a more nuanced understanding of gender and emotional complexity in art. This helped to shift the artistic discourse on female representation, influencing later artists who sought to portray women in a more authentic, less idealized light. In conclusion, the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's legacy is far-reaching, shaping not only the direction of 19th century art, but also influencing movements and artists well into the 20th century. Their bold exploration of nature, symbolism, and emotional depth continues to inspire and challenge artists today, proving that their commitment to beauty, truth, and emotional expression was not a fleeting moment, but a lasting revolution in the art world. The evolution of Pre-Raphaelite art and its critics. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, founded in 1848, experienced a turbulent and evolving relationship with both the art world and its critics. Initially met with harsh criticism, their radical break from the academic traditions of the time led to a period of intense scrutiny, However, over the years, their work gained acceptance and influence, marking a significant transformation in Victorian art. The Brotherhood's commitment to realism, attention to detail, and symbolic depth challenged established conventions, and their innovative approach eventually left a lasting impact on the development of art movements in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. In the early stages of the movement, Pre-Raphaelite artists were widely criticized for their rejection of academic standards. Critics labeled their work as excessively detailed, overly colorful, and too sentimental. The emphasis on bright, almost unnatural colors, the intense focus on naturalistic detail, and the depiction of emotionally charged or morally complex subjects were seen as a break from the classical idealization of beauty. One of the harshest critiques came from the art critic John Ruskin, who, despite initially supporting the Pre-Raphaelites' aim to bring more sincerity and truth to art, later denounced some of their works as being overly indulgent in their emotional and moral interpretations. Ruskin, though supportive of the Brotherhood's challenge to the Royal Academy, also found fault with what he perceived as an overly literal and subjective approach to representation. Despite this early resistance, the Brotherhood's influence grew, especially as the emotional intensity and symbolic nature of their art began to resonate with a broader audience. Over time, their works were increasingly appreciated for their aesthetic beauty, emotional depth, and moral complexity. The detailed and vibrant representations of natural beauty, combined with strong narrative content, began to gain recognition for their innovative approach to storytelling through visual art. As their works gained acceptance, Pre-Raphaelite artists were able to expand beyond their initial focus on religious, mythological, and literary themes, delving into portraiture, landscape painting, and scenes of contemporary life. The shift in critical reception was also influenced by the rise of movements such as the arts and crafts movement and symbolism. These movements shared the pre-Raphaelite emphasis on craft, beauty, and emotional expression. Artists like William Morris, who was closely associated with the Brotherhood, carried forward the ideals of the pre-Raphaelites by emphasizing the importance of craftsmanship and aesthetic quality in both fine art and decorative design. By the end of the 19th century, the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's impact on the art world was undeniable. Their initial detractors were replaced by later generations of artists and critics who recognized the innovative nature of their work and their contribution to the evolution of modern art. The Pre-Raphaelites' ability to fuse technical brilliance with emotional and symbolic depth opened the door for more personalized, expressive forms of artistic representation, influencing movements such as symbolism, Art Nouveau, and even the early stages of modernism. In the end, the Pre-Raphaelites not only transformed the landscape of British art, but also played a vital role in reshaping the way artists and audiences approached the creation and interpretation of visual narratives. The influence on later art movements, arts and crafts, symbolism. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's impact extended far beyond their own era, influencing key art movements like the arts and crafts movement and symbolism. Their commitment to emotional depth, intricate craftsmanship, and symbolic imagery resonated deeply with these later movements, as both sought to redefine the role of art in society and explore new ways of expressing beauty, morality, and human experience. The arts and crafts movement, which emerged in the late 19th century, was one of the most direct successors of the pre-Raphaelite ethos. Led by figures like William Morris, a close associate of the Brotherhood, the arts and crafts movement embraced many of the ideals championed by the pre-Raphaelites, particularly the emphasis on craftsmanship, nature, and the rejection of industrialization. The pre-Raphaelite focus on detailed, handcrafted art resonated with Morris's belief in the importance of beauty in everyday life and the value of handcrafted goods. Morris's designs for textiles, wallpaper, and furniture drew heavily from the natural motifs and rich, vibrant colors seen in pre-Raphaelite painting. The arts and crafts movement also shared the Brotherhood's commitment to combining art with social values. advocating for the importance of decorative arts in improving the aesthetic quality of life for all members of society. This focus on aesthetic integrity and social purpose was deeply rooted in the pre-Raphaelite spirit, as they too believed art should serve a moral and spiritual function. The Symbolist movement, which began to take shape in the late 19th century, was another area where the pre-Raphaelite influence was keenly felt. Symbolism, which emerged as a reaction against the realism of the 19th century, sought to express the intangible, the mystical, and the emotional through vivid, often dreamlike imagery. The pre-Raphaelites had similarly drawn from literature, mythology, and spiritual themes to convey complex emotional and moral narratives, and their symbolic use of color and detail resonated with symbolist artists. Just as the pre-Raphaelites had imbued their paintings with symbolic references to love, death, and redemption, symbolist artists like Gustave Moreau and Odilon Redon used metaphorical imagery to explore the inner workings of the mind and the spiritual realm. Both movements were united in their rejection of the rigid academic approach to art, favoring instead personal expression, emotional resonance, and the exploration of hidden meanings beneath the surface of the visible world. In sum, the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's influence on later art movements, such as the arts and crafts movement and symbolism, was profound and enduring. By emphasizing craftsmanship, emotional depth, and symbolic meaning, the Brotherhood helped lay the groundwork for the evolving landscape of late 19th and early 20th century art, encouraging a more personalized, expressive, and socially engaged approach to creativity. Their legacy continues to inspire and challenge artists today, as their vision of art as both an aesthetic and moral pursuit remains a powerful and relevant force in the world of visual culture. The enduring popularity of the Pre-Raphaelites. The enduring popularity of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood is a testament to the lasting impact they had on both the art world and popular culture. Despite the initial criticisms they faced, the Brotherhood's work has remained influential, captivating audiences for over a century. Their dedication to vivid color, detailed realism, emotional depth, and symbolic complexity continues to resonate with contemporary viewers, making their art both timeless and universally appreciated. One of the key reasons for the lasting appeal of the Pre-Raphaelites is their ability to blend idealized beauty with profound emotional and moral depth. The Brotherhood's work is rich with narratives that explore themes of love, loss, sin, redemption, and spirituality, offering a compelling exploration of the human condition. These themes are not only deeply universal, but also emotionally charged, making the paintings accessible to a wide audience. Whether it is the tragic beauty of Ophelia in John Everett Melas's Ophelia, or the emotional complexity of Dante Gabriel Rossetti's The Awakening Conscience, the Pre-Raphaelites' ability to capture the human experience in such vivid, detailed scenes continues to captivate people today. Another factor in the Pre-Raphaelites' enduring popularity is their technical mastery and attention to detail. Their paintings are often celebrated for their extraordinary craftsmanship, with intricate depictions of nature, fabric, and texture. The precise, almost photographic realism they achieved was revolutionary at the time and has continued to inspire admiration for its sheer beauty and skill. The lush colors, dramatic compositions, and symbolic use of nature are not only visually striking, but also convey complex emotional and spiritual ideas, inviting viewers to engage with the art on a deeper level. The Pre-Raphaelite revival in the 20th and 21st centuries also contributed to their ongoing popularity. Throughout the years, their work has experienced resurgences in public interest, often tied to broader cultural and artistic trends. Their art has been rediscovered and reinterpreted by successive generations, with numerous exhibitions, books, and even films exploring their legacy. Their influence on contemporary artists is undeniable, as the Pre-Raphaelites' commitment to beauty, emotional truth, and symbolic depth continues to shape the way art is created and appreciated. In popular culture, the Pre-Raphaelites remain a lasting source of inspiration, influencing everything from fashion to film. The ethereal beauty of their female subjects and their dramatic romantic themes have been adopted by numerous artists and creatives across various media. The pre-Raphaelite aesthetic, characterized by flowing robes, natural settings, and intense emotional narratives, has been particularly influential in visual storytelling, helping to shape the way we view historical and fantastical tales today. In conclusion, the enduring popularity of the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood lies in their timeless ability to evoke powerful emotions, their technical brilliance, and their profound engagement with universal themes. Through their art, the pre-Raphaelites continue to captivate, inspire, and resonate with audiences worldwide, maintaining a lasting legacy that is as relevant today as it was in the 19th century. The Brotherhood's impact on contemporary art and culture. The pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's impact on contemporary art and culture is undeniable, with their artistic principles and aesthetic continuing to shape and inspire a wide range of creative fields today. Their emphasis on vibrant color, intricate detail, emotional intensity, and the symbolic potential of art has resonated through successive generations of artists, filmmakers, fashion designers, and even musicians, ensuring that the legacy of the pre-Raphaelites remains a potent force in modern visual and cultural expression. In contemporary art, the influence of the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood is particularly evident in the work of artists who prioritize meticulous detail and vivid, symbolic imagery. The Brotherhood's commitment to rendering the natural world with painstaking accuracy has inspired many modern painters who similarly blend realism with deep emotional and symbolic content. For example, contemporary painters such as Kehinde Wiley and Audrey Flack, who use rich colors and intricate patterns to convey social and political narratives, reflect the pre-Raphaelite commitment to combining high craft with meaningful storytelling. Additionally, the pre-Raphaelite use of symbolism continues to influence contemporary art movements that explore emotional depth and complex human experiences. Artists working in both figurative and surrealist traditions draw on the pre-Raphaelites' legacy, using detailed, often dreamlike imagery to explore the intersection of beauty, tragedy, and the human psyche. In the realm of fashion, the pre-Raphaelites' influence can be seen in the use of flowing garments, intricate lace, and medieval-inspired designs, which continue to appear in contemporary collections. Fashion designers such as John Galliano, Alexander McQueen, and Vivienne Westwood have drawn inspiration from the lush, romantic imagery of the Brotherhood's paintings, incorporating their dramatic, symbolic aesthetics into modern clothing lines. The ethereal beauty and symbolic richness of pre-Raphaelite women, often depicted in luxurious robes amidst nature, resonate strongly with today's fashion designers, who celebrate a fusion of historical references with modern style. The pre-Raphaelite aesthetic also permeates the film industry, where directors like Peter Jackson and Guillermo del Toro have cited the Brotherhood's work as an influence on the visual style of their films. The fantastical, otherworldly beauty of pre-Raphaelite art, with its detailed settings, ethereal figures, and mythological themes, is reflected in the visual storytelling of films that explore love, tragedy, and fantasy, such as the Lord of the Rings trilogy and Crimson Peak. These films echo the same blend of beauty and darkness that characterized much of the pre-Raphaelite oeuvre, making their visual style an integral part of contemporary cinematic expression. In music, the symbolic depth and romantic themes of the pre-Raphaelites continue to influence bands and artists who explore themes of love, loss, and the supernatural. The haunting, emotional quality of their works resonates in the music of artists like Florence the Machine and Nightwish, whose lyrics and album artwork often echo the tragic, lyrical nature of pre-Raphaelite art. In conclusion, the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's impact on contemporary art and culture is profound and ongoing. Their integration of vibrant color, intricate detail, emotional intensity, and symbolic meaning continues to inspire and shape creative expression across a wide range of disciplines. By challenging traditional artistic norms and exploring the depths of human experience, the Pre-Raphaelites have left a legacy that remains relevant and influential in today's world of art, fashion, film, and music. Chapter 8, Conclusion. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, though short-lived as a formal group, left an enduring legacy that continues to influence and inspire contemporary art and culture. Their commitment to realism, symbolic imagery, and emotional depth radically challenged the artistic conventions of their time, establishing a new direction for the future of British art. By rejecting the academic standards of the Royal Academy, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to bring art closer to life, depicting vivid, naturalistic scenes imbued with profound emotional and moral significance. Their innovative approach not only altered the course of painting in the 19th century, but also set the stage for the development of subsequent movements, such as symbolism, arts and crafts, and even elements of modernism. The Pre-Raphaelites' emphasis on intricate detail, vibrant color, and symbolic meaning set them apart from their contemporaries. Their works are more than mere visual representations. They are deeply intellectual and emotional explorations of the human experience. Through their paintings, the Brotherhood addressed universal themes such as love, death, sin, redemption, and the complexity of gender roles. These themes, conveyed with both lyrical beauty and stark realism, allowed the Pre-Raphaelites to reach a broad audience and create art that spoke to the emotional and spiritual lives of their viewers. Moreover, the Brotherhood's integration of literature and poetry into their artwork, particularly through the works of Dante Gabriel Rossetti, served to deepen the narrative and symbolic layers within their paintings. By drawing inspiration from medieval and classical texts, they brought these literary worlds to life, weaving intricate stories through visual representation. Their ability to merge poetry with painting allowed them to create works of art that were multidimensional, offering the viewer a richer experience and inviting deeper intellectual engagement. The Pre-Raphaelite legacy, far from being confined to the past, continues to resonate in contemporary culture. Their approach to art, with its focus on emotional intensity, symbolism, and attention to detail, has influenced countless artists, filmmakers, fashion designers, and musicians. The evocative beauty and complex symbolism of their work remain relevant today, as modern creatives continue to draw inspiration from their vision. In conclusion, the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood's artistic revolution was not just a fleeting moment in art history, but a lasting legacy that reshaped the way we approach both visual art and the broader cultural conversation. Through their dedication to beauty, truth, and emotional expression, the Pre-Raphaelites created a body of work that continues to captivate, challenge, and inspire audiences, ensuring their place in the pantheon of art history. The Art of the Renaissance in Florence, a focus on the cradle of Renaissance art, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, The Birth of the Renaissance in Florence. The Renaissance, meaning rebirth, emerged in Florence during the late 14th and early 15th centuries, marking a profound shift in European art, culture, and intellectual thought. This period saw the transition from the rigid structures of medieval society to a new age of discovery, individualism, and artistic innovation. Florence, with its flourishing economy, influential families, and deep appreciation for classical antiquity, became the epicenter of this cultural revolution. One of the defining characteristics of the Renaissance was the revival of Greco-Roman ideals, particularly in art and philosophy. Scholars and artists turned to ancient texts and sculptures, drawing inspiration from their emphasis on balance, proportion, and realism. The rediscovery of these classical principles was largely driven by humanism, a philosophical movement that placed humans at the center of intellectual and artistic endeavors. Unlike the medieval focus on religious symbolism and rigid iconography, Renaissance artists sought to depict the world with greater accuracy, incorporating depth, movement, and emotion into their works. Florence's economic prosperity played a crucial role in this artistic revival. The city was a thriving center of trade and banking, dominated by powerful merchant families such as the Medici. Their immense wealth allowed them to become the foremost patrons of the arts, commissioning works from some of the greatest painters, sculptors, and architects of the era. Through their support, Florence became a hub of creative activity, attracting talented individuals who sought to experiment with new artistic techniques. A key innovation of this period was the development of linear perspective, pioneered by Filippo Brunelleschi. By introducing mathematical precision into art, perspective allowed painters to create the illusion of depth, making their compositions more lifelike. This technique revolutionized painting and would be embraced by future masters such as Masaccio and Leonardo da Vinci. Another significant shift was the growing role of individual artists. In the medieval period, artists were largely anonymous craftsmen working under guilds or religious institutions. The Renaissance, however, elevated them to the status of intellectuals and visionaries. Figures like Giotto, Donatello, and Botticelli became widely recognized for their unique contributions, paving the way for later artistic giants such as Michelangelo and Raphael. By the early 15th century, Florence had firmly established itself as the cradle of the Renaissance. The city's commitment to artistic excellence, intellectual freedom, and classical revival set the stage for a cultural movement that would reshape Europe for centuries to come. The birth of the Renaissance in Florence was not merely an artistic transformation, but a profound reawakening of human potential, forever changing the course of history. The Late Middle Ages and the transition to the Renaissance. The transition from the Late Middle Ages to the Renaissance was a period of profound social, economic, and cultural transformation. The medieval world, shaped by feudalism, religious authority, and rigid hierarchical structures, gradually gave way to a new era of intellectual curiosity, artistic innovation, and humanistic thought. This shift did not happen overnight, but was the result of several converging factors that set the stage for the Renaissance, particularly in Florence. The late Middle Ages, roughly spanning the 13th to 15th centuries, was a time of both hardship and progress. Europe faced a series of crises, including the Black Death, which devastated populations and disrupted traditional societal structures. The plague, which struck Florence in 1347-1351, led to a significant decline in labor forces, weakening the feudal system and accelerating economic and social change. As survivors sought to rebuild their lives, there was a growing emphasis on individual enterprise, trade, and craftsmanship, which played a critical role in shaping the emerging Renaissance economy. At the same time, the weakening of feudalism allowed for the rise of powerful city-states, particularly in Italy. Unlike many European regions still dominated by monarchies, Florence thrived as a republic, governed by wealthy merchant families rather than feudal lords. This environment fostered a sense of civic pride, competition, and ambition, encouraging investment in art, architecture, and intellectual pursuits. The Medici family, who would become the greatest patrons of the Renaissance, began to accumulate wealth and influence during this period, using their financial power to support artists, scholars, and architects. Culturally, the late Middle Ages witnessed a renewed interest in classical antiquity. Monasteries and scholars preserved ancient Roman and Greek texts, but it was the influx of knowledge from the Byzantine Empire, particularly after the fall of Constantinople in 1453, that fueled the Renaissance's intellectual revival. Florentine scholars eagerly studied these rediscovered texts, leading to the emergence of humanism, a philosophical movement that emphasized human potential, reason, and a return to classical ideals. Art and architecture also began to shift away from medieval Gothic styles, which were characterized by rigid forms and religious symbolism. Pioneering artists such as Giotto introduced greater realism and emotional depth in their work, moving toward a more naturalistic representation of the human figure. Similarly, architects like Filippo Brunelleschi rejected the elaborate verticality of Gothic cathedrals in favor of harmonious proportions inspired by Roman structures. By the early 15th century, Florence had become the epicenter of this cultural rebirth. The transition from the medieval world to the Renaissance was marked by a fundamental shift in thinking, one that placed humanity, creativity, and intellectual pursuit at the heart of artistic and scientific endeavors. This transformation would go on to define European culture for centuries to come. The role of Florence in the early Renaissance. Florence played an unparalleled role in the emergence of the Renaissance, earning its reputation as the cradle of this transformative cultural movement. The city's unique political, economic, and social conditions created the perfect environment for artistic and intellectual innovation. Unlike other European regions still governed by monarchs and feudal lords, Florence was a powerful republic dominated by wealthy merchant families, most notably the Medici. Their patronage of the arts and investment in humanistic learning helped shape the Renaissance, setting the stage for an explosion of creativity and new ideas. The economic prosperity of Florence was a crucial factor in its role as the epicenter of the Renaissance. The city flourished as a hub of trade, finance, and commerce, with its banking institutions, such as the Medici Bank, exerting influence across Europe. This financial success enabled the ruling elite to sponsor artists, architects, and scholars, leading to the commissioning of some of the most iconic works of the period. The Medici family, in particular, played a pivotal role in funding the careers of artists like Brunelleschi, Donatello, Botticelli, and Michelangelo, ensuring that Florence remained at the forefront of artistic achievement. Florence's political structure also contributed to its cultural dominance. Although nominally a republic, power was concentrated in the hands of influential families who sought to enhance their prestige through the arts. Unlike monarchies, which often dictated artistic production for state propaganda, Florence's decentralized government encouraged a competitive spirit among patrons. Wealthy merchants and guilds commissioned grand architectural projects, frescoes, and sculptures to demonstrate their civic pride and personal status, resulting in an unprecedented artistic boom. Humanism, a defining intellectual movement of the Renaissance, found fertile ground in Florence. Influenced by classical Greek and Roman texts, humanist scholars emphasized reason, individual potential, and the study of the humanities. The city's scholars and thinkers, such as Leonardo Bruni and Marsilio Ficino, helped revive ancient philosophical ideas, which in turn inspired artists to explore new themes of realism, perspective, and human emotion in their work. This intellectual environment not only shaped painting and sculpture, but also influenced literature, science, and political thought. Architecturally, Florence led the way in breaking from medieval Gothic traditions. Filippo Brunelleschi's work on the dome of Santa Maria del Fiore, the Florence Cathedral, symbolized the ingenuity and ambition of the era, demonstrating mastery of mathematical precision and engineering. His use of linear perspective would go on to revolutionize the visual arts, influencing painters such as Masaccio, who applied these principles to create depth and realism in his frescoes. By the mid-15th century, Florence had firmly established itself as the guiding force of the Renaissance. Its commitment to artistic excellence, intellectual exploration, and civic pride transformed the city into a beacon of innovation, shaping the cultural landscape of Europe for generations to come. The influence of classical antiquity on art. The Renaissance was deeply rooted in the revival of classical antiquity, drawing inspiration from the art, architecture, and philosophy of ancient Greece and Rome. This renewed appreciation for classical ideals transformed artistic expression, leading to a shift from the rigid and symbolic styles of the medieval period to a more naturalistic, harmonious, and human-centered approach. Artists and scholars looked to classical sculptures, texts, and architectural principles, seeking to emulate their balance, proportion, and emphasis on beauty. One of the most significant aspects of classical influence was the depiction of the human form. Unlike the stylized figures of medieval religious art, Renaissance artists aimed for anatomical accuracy and lifelike representation. This was achieved through the study of ancient sculptures, such as those of the Roman and Greek gods, which emphasized musculature, movement, and idealized proportions. Artists like Donatello and Michelangelo applied these principles to their sculptures, creating figures that exuded realism and dynamic energy. Michelangelo's David, for example, reflects the classical admiration for the human body, drawing clear inspiration from ancient statues while infusing it with Renaissance ideals of individualism and human potential. Perspective and proportion, essential elements of classical art, were also revived during the Renaissance. Ancient Roman architects, such as Vitruvius, had explored the principles of symmetry and mathematical harmony, which greatly influenced Renaissance architects and painters. Filippo Brunelleschi's rediscovery of linear perspective allowed artists to create depth and three-dimensionality in their works, a technique that was later mastered by painters like Masaccio, Raphael, and Leonardo da Vinci. This emphasis on spatial accuracy and perspective was a direct continuation of classical ideals of order and rationality. Mythological themes, long absent from medieval Christian art, also returned as Renaissance artists sought to celebrate human experience beyond religious narratives. Inspired by ancient literature, works such as Botticelli's The Birth of Venus reintroduced classical mythology into painting, portraying deities and legendary figures with grace and elegance. These mythological subjects allowed artists to explore themes of beauty, love, and nature, aligning with the humanist values of the Renaissance. The classical influence extended beyond sculpture and painting to architecture, where Renaissance builders revived Roman techniques and aesthetics. Architects like Leon Battista Alberti and Andrea Palladio looked to classical structures such as the Pantheon and Colosseum, incorporating columns, domes, and harmonious proportions into their designs. This revival led to the creation of some of the most enduring architectural masterpieces, including St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. By embracing the ideals of classical antiquity, Renaissance artists and architects reshaped European art, emphasizing realism, harmony, and human potential. This fusion of past and present not only defined the artistic achievements of the Renaissance, but also laid the foundation for future artistic movements, ensuring that classical influence remained a cornerstone of Western art for centuries to come. Patronage and the rise of wealthy families. The flourishing of the Renaissance in Florence was largely driven by the patronage of wealthy families who invested heavily in the arts, architecture, and intellectual pursuits. These powerful patrons, particularly the Medici, transformed the city into a cultural powerhouse by funding artists, commissioning grand architectural projects, and supporting humanist scholars. Their financial resources and social influence not only fueled artistic innovation, but also established a lasting legacy that shaped the course of the Renaissance. Florence's economic success, built on banking, trade, and commerce, allowed affluent families to accumulate immense wealth. The Medici family, who rose to prominence in the 15th century, became the most influential patrons of the Renaissance. As leading bankers, they controlled vast financial networks across Europe, giving them the means to support artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Botticelli, and Donatello. Their investments in public works, including churches, palaces, and sculptures, helped redefine the city's artistic and architectural landscape. Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Il Magnifico, played a particularly vital role, fostering a creative environment where artists and scholars could thrive. The patronage system extended beyond the Medici to other influential families and institutions. The Strozzi, Pazzi, and Rucellai families, as well as powerful guilds, competed to commission works that would elevate their prestige and demonstrate their civic pride. Wealthy patrons often funded the construction of chapels, altarpieces, and frescoes, ensuring that their names and family crests were immortalized in the artwork. This rivalry led to a remarkable surge in artistic production, pushing artists to refine their techniques and innovate new styles. Patronage was not limited to visual arts. It also played a significant role in the development of humanist thought and literature. Wealthy Florentines funded the translation and study of classical texts, leading to the revival of Greek and Roman philosophies. Cosimo de' Medici, for example, established the Platonic Academy, where scholars such as Marsilio Ficino and Pico della Mirandola explored humanist ideals and Neoplatonism. Their writings influenced Renaissance thought, emphasizing reason, individual potential, and the pursuit of knowledge. The impact of patronage extended to architecture, as Florence's elite financed the construction of some of the era's most iconic structures. Filippo Brunelleschi's dome for the Florence Cathedral, funded by the city's wealthy citizens, became a symbol of Renaissance ingenuity. Similarly, the Medici commissioned grand palaces such as the Palazzo Medici Riccardi, reflecting their power and refined taste. By investing in the arts, wealthy families secured their legacy while fueling the creative explosion of the Renaissance. Their patronage not only shaped the visual and intellectual culture of Florence, but also set a precedent for future artistic movements, ensuring that their influence endured for centuries. Key philosophical and intellectual shifts. The Renaissance was not only a period of artistic brilliance, but also an era of profound philosophical and intellectual transformation. The rigid scholasticism of the Middle Ages gave way to humanism, a movement that placed greater emphasis on individual potential, reason, and the revival of classical learning. These shifts in thought redefined the way people understood the world, inspiring advancements in art, science, and politics. At the heart of this intellectual revolution was humanism, which encouraged a return to the study of ancient Greek and Roman texts. Unlike medieval scholars, who focused primarily on theological debates, Renaissance thinkers sought to explore history, ethics, and human nature. Figures such as Petrarch, often called the father of humanism, emphasized the importance of classical literature as a guide for personal and civic virtue. His admiration for ancient Roman figures like Cicero and Virgil set the stage for a renewed appreciation of the humanities, including poetry, rhetoric, and philosophy. One of the key philosophical developments during this time was the shift from a theocentric, God-centered worldview to one that celebrated human potential and achievement. While religion remained deeply influential, Renaissance thinkers began to explore secular themes and the idea that individuals could shape their own destinies. This belief in human agency was reflected in the writings of Pico della Mirandola, whose famous work Oration on the Dignity of Man argued that humans were unique in their ability to choose their own path, bridging the divine and earthly realms. Neoplatonism, a revival of Platonic philosophy, also played a significant role in shaping Renaissance thought. Scholars such as Marsilio Ficino, supported by the Medici family, translated and interpreted the works of Plato, blending classical ideas with Christian theology. Neoplatonism emphasized the pursuit of beauty, wisdom, and the harmony between the spiritual and material worlds. This philosophy influenced Renaissance artists who sought to capture idealized beauty and balance in their work. The intellectual climate of the Renaissance also fostered advancements in political philosophy. Niccolò Machiavelli's The Prince marked a dramatic departure from medieval notions of divine rule, offering a pragmatic approach to governance based on realpolitik. His work challenged traditional moral frameworks, arguing that rulers should be strategic and adaptable rather than bound by religious ideals. These intellectual shifts not only shaped the Renaissance, but also laid the groundwork for the modern world. By emphasizing critical thinking, classical knowledge, and human potential, the era set in motion a cultural transformation that would influence art, science, and politics for centuries to come. Chapter 2: The Medici Family and Their Patronage. No family played a greater role in shaping the Renaissance in Florence than the Medici. Rising to power in the 15th century, the Medici family was a dynasty of bankers, politicians, and patrons whose influence extended beyond finance and into the very heart of the Cultural Revolution. Their unwavering support for the arts, architecture, and intellectual pursuits transformed Florence into the epicenter of the Renaissance, attracting some of the greatest artists and thinkers of the era. The Medici's wealth originated from their highly successful banking enterprise, which established financial connections across Europe. This economic power enabled them to exert political control over Florence, often acting as de facto rulers despite the city's republican structure. With their vast resources, they strategically invested in public and private art projects, not only to display their influence, but also to enrich the cultural fabric of Florence. One of the earliest and most significant patrons of the Renaissance was Cosimo de' Medici, known as Cosimo the Elder. He believed that art and humanist scholarship were essential to civic pride and intellectual advancement. He funded the construction of architectural masterpieces, such as the Medici Palace, designed by Michelozzo, and supported the creation of the San Marco Monastery, where the works of Fra Angelico flourished. His patronage extended to scholars and writers, ensuring that Florence became a hub for the study of classical texts. Lorenzo de' Medici, or Lorenzo the Magnificent, took this commitment even further. Under his leadership, Florence became a haven for artistic and intellectual brilliance. He personally supported artists such as Sandro Botticelli, Leonardo da Vinci, and Michelangelo, commissioning works that would become some of the most celebrated in history. His court became a center for Neoplatonic philosophy, attracting scholars like Marsilio Ficino, who explored the fusion of classical thought with Christian ideals. Lorenzo's investment in public works, including grand festivals and celebrations, solidified the Medici's image as the cultural stewards of Florence. The Medici's influence extended beyond individual commissions to shaping the city's artistic and architectural identity. They funded the completion of Filippo Brunelleschi's dome for the Florence Cathedral, a marvel of engineering that symbolized the ambition and ingenuity of the Renaissance. Their continued patronage supported generations of artists, ensuring that Florence remained at the forefront of artistic innovation. Even after Lorenzo's death, the Medici family continued to shape the arts, eventually producing Popes Leo X and Clement VII, who further extended their artistic influence to Rome. Through their vision and patronage, the Medici not only fueled the Renaissance, but also secured their place as one of the most influential families in European history. The power and influence of the Medici family. The Medici family was not only the most influential patron of the arts during the Renaissance, but also one of the most powerful political forces in Florence and beyond. Rising from humble origins, as merchants and bankers, they used their financial acumen to establish a vast banking empire that extended across Europe. Their wealth allowed them to exert control over Florence's government, transforming the city into a cultural and intellectual powerhouse, while maintaining a firm grip on its political affairs. The Medici's influence began with Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici, who founded the family's banking empire in the late 14th century. By offering financial services to European monarchs and the papacy, the Medici Bank became one of the most prosperous and respected institutions of its time. This financial dominance allowed the family to consolidate political power in Florence, a city governed by a republican system that was, in reality, susceptible to elite influence. Cosimo de' Medici, known as Cosimo the Elder, was the first of the family to control Florence's political landscape. Although he never officially held a ruling title, his wealth enabled him to manipulate government decisions from behind the scenes. By funding public works, supporting the arts, and maintaining strong alliances with other influential families, he secured the Medici's long-term dominance. His exile in 1433, due to political opposition, was short-lived, as Florence soon recognized his value and recalled him, solidifying his status as the city's de facto ruler. Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, further expanded the Medici's power and influence. A skilled diplomat and statesman, he maintained political stability in Florence while navigating complex relationships with other Italian states. His leadership helped prevent external threats from destabilizing the city, and his personal charm and intelligence earned him respect among European rulers. Despite facing conspiracies, including the infamous Pazzi conspiracy in 1478, Lorenzo's resilience ensured the Medici's continued rule. Beyond Florence, the Medici extended their influence to the papacy, producing powerful figures such as Pope Leo X and Pope Clement VII. Their papal connections allowed them to wield authority not just in Italy, but across Christendom. Through strategic marriages, alliances, and financial backing, the Medici secured their legacy as one of the most formidable families in European history. Though the Medici faced periods of exile and political turmoil, they always found a way to return to power. Their ability to blend financial expertise with political strategy ensured their control over Florence for generations, leaving behind an enduring legacy that shaped the Renaissance and European history. Cosimo de' Medici, the pioneer of artistic sponsorship. Cosimo de' Medici, known as Cosimo the Elder, was not only a powerful banker and politician, but also a visionary patron who played a pivotal role in the flourishing of the Renaissance in Florence. As the head of the Medici family, Cosimo recognized the power of art and intellectual pursuit as tools for both personal and political influence. He laid the groundwork for the family's long-lasting support of the arts, a legacy that would define the Renaissance and shape the cultural landscape of Europe for centuries. Cosimo's rise to power began through his management of the Medici Bank, which became one of the most successful financial institutions in Europe. With immense wealth and political influence, Cosimo sought to solidify his family's dominance in Florence, not just through economic power, but also by fostering an environment where art, culture, and scholarship could thrive. He understood that patronage of the arts could elevate his family's prestige and legacy, helping to secure both their political and social status. One of Cosimo's most important contributions was his sponsorship of the intellectual movement known as humanism. He supported the translation and study of classical Greek and Roman texts, which had fallen into obscurity during the Middle Ages. By funding scholars such as Marsilio Ficino, who translated Plato's works into Latin, Cosimo helped revive classical antiquities' philosophical traditions, which would become the foundation for Renaissance thought. His establishment of the Platonic Academy in Florence provided a platform for scholars to explore Neoplatonism and other humanist ideals. Cosimo also invested heavily in the visual arts, understanding that the creation of monumental public works would enhance Florence's image and its position as the intellectual and artistic capital of Europe. He funded the construction of the San Lorenzo Church, designed by Filippo Brunelleschi, and the completion of the Medici Palace, which became a symbol of both wealth and culture. Cosimo's patronage extended to renowned artists such as Donatello, who created sculptures for the Medici family, and Fra Angelico, whose frescoes adorned the walls of the San Marco Monastery. Perhaps one of Cosimo's most significant achievements was his recognition that art could be a tool for political propaganda. By commissioning works that celebrated Florence's civic virtues, such as the equestrian statue of Bartolomeo Colleoni, he cultivated a sense of civic pride among the people while elevating the Medici family as the city's foremost benefactors. His legacy as a patron of the arts not only transformed Florence, but also set the stage for the Medici's continued support of artists and scholars throughout the Renaissance. Through his pioneering sponsorship, Cosimo de' Medici became the architect of Florence's artistic golden age. Lorenzo the Magnificent, A Golden Age of Art. Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, was the most celebrated and influential of the Medici rulers. Under his leadership, Florence reached the pinnacle of its artistic and cultural achievements, marking a golden age that would leave a lasting imprint on the Renaissance. Lorenzo's reign not only cemented the Medici family's legacy, but also transformed Florence into the epicenter of Renaissance art, where the work of artists such as Botticelli, Leonardo da Vinci, and Michelangelo flourished. Lorenzo's approach to governance and patronage was revolutionary. While he was a skilled diplomat and statesman navigating the complex political landscape of Italy, it was his patronage of the arts that truly set him apart. He saw the arts as essential to enhancing Florence's prestige and reinforcing the Medici's position as the city's foremost rulers. His court became a haven for poets, philosophers, and artists, fostering an environment where intellectual and artistic innovation could thrive. One of the key features of Lorenzo's patronage was his support for both established masters and emerging talents. He nurtured the careers of legendary artists like Sandro Botticelli, commissioning works that would define the Renaissance, including the iconic The Birth of Venus. He also recognized the genius of a young Michelangelo, bringing him into the Medici circle at a young age and facilitating the creation of works that would later make him world-renowned. Lorenzo's support of Leonardo da Vinci led to a close working relationship, though not many works from their time together survived. Lorenzo's patronage extended beyond individual commissions to the cultivation of a broader intellectual and artistic culture. He founded the Medici Academy, where scholars could study Neoplatonism and classical philosophy, blending these ideas with Christian teachings. This intellectual environment influenced artists to incorporate deeper philosophical and humanistic themes into their work, elevating the Renaissance beyond mere technical skill to a celebration of human experience and potential. In addition to his support of the visual arts, Lorenzo invested in architecture, commissioning projects such as the rebuilding of the San Lorenzo Church and the construction of the Laurentian Library, which showcased the Medici's wealth and cultural sophistication. His public works reinforced Florence's image as a center of learning, culture, and civic pride. Lorenzo's ability to balance political leadership with his role as a patron of the arts transformed not just Florence but the entire Renaissance. Under his reign, Florence became a magnet for talent and a beacon of cultural achievement, leaving a legacy of artistic excellence that continues to inspire generations. The Medici's relationship with artists and thinkers. The Medici family's relationship with artists and thinkers was one of profound mutual benefit, shaping the Renaissance in ways that extended far beyond financial patronage. As one of the most powerful families in Florence, the Medici saw the arts and intellectual pursuits not only as a means of enhancing their own prestige, but as essential to the city's reputation as the heart of the Renaissance. The family's sponsorship of artists, philosophers, and writers helped elevate Florence's status as the cultural center of Europe, while simultaneously fostering a thriving environment of creativity, intellectual exchange, and innovation. Cosimo de' Medici, the family's patriarch, was one of the earliest supporters of this flourishing intellectual and artistic scene. He understood that classical knowledge and artistic expression were fundamental to the intellectual revival of his time. Cosimo's patronage of scholars, such as Marsilio Ficino, who translated ancient Greek texts, helped to revive interest in classical philosophy, laying the groundwork for the Renaissance humanist movement. Through his support of the arts and thinkers, Cosimo not only cultivated a new intellectual landscape, but also ensured that Florence became a hub for the study of philosophy, literature, and the visual arts. Lorenzo the Magnificent, Cosimo's grandson, took this relationship to new heights. His court was a gathering place for some of the most brilliant minds of the Renaissance. Lorenzo understood that the relationship between patron and artist went beyond mere financial transactions. It was a collaboration that allowed for the free exchange of ideas and creativity. Artists such as Botticelli, Leonardo da Vinci, and Michelangelo thrived under Lorenzo's guidance and patronage. His support allowed these masters to push the boundaries of their craft, resulting in masterpieces that would forever define the Renaissance. Lorenzo's intellectual curiosity and passion for learning also led to the establishment of the Medici Academy, which attracted philosophers and writers who sought to blend classical ideas with contemporary thought. This blending of philosophy and art created a fertile ground for the emergence of new artistic techniques and innovative expressions. The relationship between the Medici and thinkers like Ficino and Pico della Mirandola helped establish Florence as the epicenter of Renaissance thought, where ideas could be freely exchanged and developed. This dynamic between the Medici and the artists and thinkers they patronized created a unique environment where art and philosophy were not just supported but actively nurtured. The Medici understood the importance of fostering creativity and intellectual pursuit, and in doing so, they left a legacy that transformed Florence and the world into a beacon of artistic and intellectual achievement. The decline and revival of Medici patronage. The Medici family's patronage of the arts and intellectual pursuits was foundational to the success of the Renaissance. But like many powerful dynasties, their influence eventually faced decline. The ebb and flow of their power mirrored the political and economic challenges that Florence and Italy faced during the 16th and 17th centuries. Despite their waning political control, the Medici family managed to maintain a presence in the world of patronage, adapting to the changing times and continuing to support the arts in new ways. The decline of Medici power began in the late 15th century, following the death of Lorenzo de' Medici, whose reign marked the peak of the family's influence. Lorenzo's death in 1492, coupled with the political upheaval that followed, left the Medici vulnerable to external pressures. In the early 16th century, the family was temporarily exiled from Florence after the political and religious turmoil that surrounded figures like Girolamo Savonarola, whose anti-Renaissance views clashed with the Medici's patronage of the arts. During this period of exile, Florence experienced a decline in artistic commissions as political instability overshadowed the city's once vibrant cultural life. However, the Medici were not gone for long. In 1512, they returned to power with the help of Pope Julius II, and the family's rule in Florence was reaffirmed. While the political environment had shifted and Florence was no longer the undivided center of Renaissance art, the Medici continued their commitment to supporting artists, albeit with a slightly different focus. The Renaissance had already reached its zenith, and the Medici's patronage began to evolve. Instead of commissioning works that celebrated civic virtues or classical ideals, they began to focus more on supporting religious art and architecture, which reflected both the family's ongoing relationship with the church and the changing tastes of the time. In the late 16th century, under the rule of Grand Duke Francesco I de' Medici, the family's patronage took on a more private and scholarly character. Francesco fostered the development of the Museo Galileo and supported scientific discoveries, signaling a shift in Medici interests from purely visual arts to scientific innovation. While still active in art sponsorship, the Medici were increasingly drawn to the patronage of intellectual and scientific advancements, marking a broader cultural evolution that moved beyond the Renaissance and into the early modern era. By the 17th century, the Medici's political influence had diminished, and the family eventually lost direct control of Florence. However, their legacy of patronage lived on, and the artistic and intellectual contributions they fostered during the Renaissance continued to shape European culture. Though their rule was no longer what it once was, the Medici's lasting impact on art, culture, and science remains an indelible part of history. Chapter 3: The Role of Humanism in Renaissance Art. Humanism played a central role in shaping the art of the Renaissance. influencing not only the intellectual landscape of the period, but also the way artists approached their craft. Rooted in the rediscovery of classical Greek and Roman texts, humanism emphasized the importance of the individual, the study of nature, and a deep appreciation for the achievements of ancient civilizations. This philosophical movement, which placed humans and their potential at the center of intellectual inquiry, would forever transform the way art was created, viewed, and understood. At its core, humanism rejected the medieval focus on the afterlife and divine symbolism, instead placing emphasis on human experience and the natural world. Artists, inspired by humanist ideals, began to depict the human form with a new level of realism, paying close attention to anatomy, proportion, and perspective. Works like Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man and Michelangelo's David showcased an idealized human body that celebrated the beauty of human form and intellect, drawing from the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome. These works symbolized a shift away from the flat, stylized figures of the Middle Ages, moving toward a more naturalistic representation of the human body that captured movement, emotion, and depth. Humanism also encouraged artists to engage with classical themes, not only in their depictions of mythological figures, but in their exploration of historical subjects and philosophical ideals. Artists such as Raphael and Titian incorporated classical themes into their work, often blending them with Christian subjects to create compositions that reflected the merging of Renaissance humanism and religious thought. This synthesis was especially evident in works like Raphael's School of Athens, where he depicted prominent Greek philosophers alongside Renaissance figures, symbolizing the continuity of classical ideas through time. Moreover, humanism influenced the way artists approached their patrons. Instead of simply fulfilling religious commissions, Renaissance artists began to create works that reflected the intellectual and cultural values of their time. Art was no longer just a vehicle for religious devotion, but also a tool for the expression of human achievement, individuality, and intellectual exploration. As a result, the period saw a boom in portraiture, as artists began to celebrate the likeness and personal achievements of their wealthy patrons, further aligning art with the humanist celebration of the individual. In sum, humanism was integral to the evolution of Renaissance art. It encouraged artists to explore the human condition with greater depth, embrace the beauty of nature, and connect with classical traditions. The influence of humanism helped define the Renaissance as an era of intellectual and artistic rebirth, producing masterpieces that continue to resonate with modern audiences for their profound engagement with humanity's potential. Defining humanism and its impact on art. Humanism, a philosophical movement that emerged during the Renaissance, played a transformative role in the development of art and culture. At its core, humanism emphasized the value of the individual, the pursuit of knowledge, and a renewed interest in the classical antiquity of ancient Greece and Rome. It focused on human experience and the potential for intellectual and artistic achievements, seeking to bring humanity's capabilities to the forefront. Humanism moved away from the medieval focus on divine intervention and religious themes, instead celebrating the human form, intellect, and achievements as worthy of admiration in their own right. One of the key aspects of humanism in art was the shift from religious iconography to a more secular and naturalistic portrayal of the world. Artists began to move beyond the symbolic representations that were common in medieval art and instead sought to depict human beings, nature, and the world in a more lifelike and realistic manner. This shift had profound effects on the way artists approached subjects and their methods of creating art. They began to study anatomy, perspective, and light in order to create more accurate representations of the human body and the natural world. Leonardo da Vinci's meticulous anatomical sketches and Michelangelo's sculptures, such as David, are prime examples of how the Renaissance sought to capture human beings in their most natural and idealized form. Humanism also influenced the subject matter of art, with artists drawing inspiration from classical mythology, history, and philosophy. Artists like Raphael and Botticelli turned to ancient myths and philosophical ideals, blending them with Christian themes to create new visual languages that celebrated the human spirit. Raphael's School of Athens, a depiction of ancient philosophers, is a famous example where Renaissance artists paid tribute to classical thinkers like Plato and Aristotle, incorporating them into the intellectual framework of their time. In addition, humanism's impact on art was reflected in the rise of portraiture. Artists began to focus on the individual, depicting their subjects with greater realism and attention to personal details. This shift allowed for a more personal connection between the viewer and the artwork, as individuals saw themselves reflected in the realistic portrayal of their peers. Ultimately, humanism was a driving force behind the flourishing of Renaissance art. It promoted a new way of thinking about the world, encouraging artists to explore human potential, embrace classical traditions, and push the boundaries of artistic expression. This philosophical shift created an artistic revolution, resulting in some of the most iconic and influential works of art in history. Classical influence and the revival of Greco-Roman ideals. The Renaissance marked a profound revival of classical Greco-Roman ideals, driven largely by the humanist movement's renewed interest in ancient Greek and Roman culture. During the Middle Ages, much of the knowledge and artistic traditions of antiquity were either lost or overlooked. But with the rise of humanism, scholars and artists began rediscovering classical texts, sculptures, and architectural forms, which had a significant impact on the development of Renaissance art. Classical antiquity served as both inspiration and a standard for Renaissance artists, who sought to emulate the principles of beauty, harmony, and proportion that were central to ancient Greek and Roman art. The humanist belief in the potential of humanity was reflected in the classical ideal of the perfect human form, where symmetry, proportion, and anatomical precision were prized. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo dedicated themselves to studying the human body, inspired by the works of ancient sculptors such as Phidias and Praxiteles, whose sculptures, like the Venus de Milo and Discobolus, the discus thrower, represented an idealized view of human physicality. Additionally, Renaissance architecture embraced classical designs, with artists and architects like Filippo Brunelleschi and Andrea Palladio drawing directly from Roman structures. The use of columns, arches, domes, and symmetrical layouts became central to Renaissance architecture, as seen in the design of St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, which blends classical forms with innovative Renaissance techniques. The revival of the classical orders of architecture, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, reflected the Renaissance aspiration to bring the grandeur of antiquity back into contemporary structures. Another key influence was the incorporation of classical mythology and philosophy into art. Renaissance artists began to depict gods, heroes, and mythological scenes, which had been central to ancient art but largely absent during the Middle Ages. Botticelli's The Birth of Venus and Raphael's The Triumph of Galatea are prime examples of this revival, where figures from classical mythology were portrayed with grace and idealized beauty, bridging the gap between ancient traditions and Renaissance aesthetics. In sum, the revival of Greco-Roman ideals during the Renaissance was not just a revival of ancient styles, but a reimagining of classical culture's emphasis on human potential, intellectual achievement, and the beauty of nature. This classical influence permeated all forms of Renaissance art and architecture, shaping the era's masterpieces and laying the foundation for modern Western art and thought. Perspective, proportion, and the human form. The Renaissance witnessed a transformative evolution in the way artists depicted the human figure and space within their works. The concepts of perspective, proportion, and the human form became essential elements in the pursuit of creating more naturalistic and realistic art. By applying mathematical principles and drawing inspiration from classical antiquity, Renaissance artists began to move away from the flat, symbolic representations of the Middle Ages, and sought to represent the world in a way that was both accurate and harmonious. One of the most significant advancements was the development of linear perspective, a technique that allowed artists to create the illusion of depth and three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional surface. The use of vanishing points, horizon lines, and converging lines enabled artists to depict scenes with a sense of realism, making the viewer feel as though they were looking into a world beyond the painting itself. Filippo Brunelleschi is often credited with the discovery of linear perspective, and soon after, artists like Leon Battista Alberti and Masaccio began incorporating it into their works. Masaccio's fresco, The Trinity, with its precise use of perspective, stands as one of the earliest examples of this revolutionary technique, establishing a new visual language for the Renaissance. Proportion, particularly in the depiction of the human figure, was another area of significant development during the Renaissance. Inspired by the classical ideals of balance and harmony, artists began to study human anatomy in greater detail, striving to achieve accurate proportions in their depictions of the human body. The study of proportion was not just about measurement, but also about capturing the natural grace and movement of the human form. Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man exemplifies this approach, combining a mathematical understanding of the human body with the artistic desire to create a perfectly proportioned figure. Da Vinci's exploration of human anatomy was part of a larger trend in which artists such as Michelangelo and Raphael meticulously studied cadavers and the works of ancient sculptors to understand the physical structure of the human body. The focus on the human form during the Renaissance was deeply connected to the period's belief in humanism, which emphasized the value and potential of the individual. Artists sought to represent not just the external appearance of the human body, but also its inner beauty and strength. Michelangelo's sculptures, such as David and the Dying Slave, exemplify this pursuit, where the human body is rendered with exceptional detail, capturing not only its physicality, but also its emotional and spiritual essence. In essence, the Renaissance's advancements in perspective, proportion, and the depiction of the human form were groundbreaking. These innovations allowed artists to create works of art that were not only more lifelike, but also more profound, reflecting the Renaissance ideals of human achievement, intellect, and beauty. The intersection of science and art. During the Renaissance, the relationship between science and art became increasingly intertwined as artists sought to explore the natural world in more systematic and empirical ways. This period marked a time of great intellectual curiosity, where the pursuit of knowledge in both the sciences and the arts led to groundbreaking discoveries that shaped the development of Western thought and creativity. Renaissance artists and scientists were not distinct from one another, but often worked in tandem, seeking to understand the world through observation, experimentation, and analysis. One of the most notable intersections between science and art during the Renaissance was the study of human anatomy. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo turned to dissections to gain a deeper understanding of the human body. By observing cadavers, they were able to study muscles, bones, and other internal structures with unprecedented accuracy. This meticulous approach to anatomy resulted in incredibly detailed and realistic depictions of the human form in both painting and sculpture. Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, for example, represents not only the ideal proportions of the human body, but also his understanding of the anatomical structure through careful observation and measurement. These studies allowed artists to create more lifelike figures and to experiment with poses and movement in ways that were not previously possible. In addition to the human body, artists also began to explore the natural world, drawing on scientific principles to depict landscapes, plants, and animals. The Renaissance saw the development of a more precise approach to perspective, light, and shadow, all of which relied on an understanding of physics and geometry. The study of optics and the behavior of light led artists to master the technique of chiaroscuro, the contrast between light and dark, to create the illusion of depth and volume on a flat surface. Artists such as Caravaggio and Leonardo da Vinci used this technique to imbue their paintings with a sense of three-dimensionality, making figures appear more lifelike and dynamic. The use of mathematics in art also flourished during this time, particularly in the areas of proportion and geometry. Artists like Raphael and Albrecht Dürer applied mathematical principles to create harmonious compositions and accurate proportions. The study of geometry not only improved the precision of their works, but also influenced the development of perspective, as artists sought to recreate the illusion of space and depth on a two-dimensional plane. In summary, the intersection of science and art during the Renaissance was a vital aspect of the period's intellectual and cultural transformation. Through careful observation, experimentation, and the application of scientific principles, artists were able to elevate their craft and create works that were more realistic, dynamic, and complex than ever before. This merging of art and science not only advanced artistic techniques, but also helped shape the modern world's understanding of both disciplines. The spread of humanist ideas through artistic works. During the Renaissance, the rise of humanism fundamentally transformed the approach to art, not only in Italy, but across Europe. Humanism, with its focus on the value of individual experience, rationality, and the study of classical antiquity, became the lens through which artists viewed the world. As a result, Renaissance artworks became vehicles for spreading humanist ideals, allowing philosophical and intellectual concepts to reach wider audiences through visual representation. Humanist thinkers believed in the potential of human achievement, placing importance on the intellectual, physical, and emotional capacities of individuals. This worldview significantly influenced the creation of art, where the depiction of the human form, emotion, and personal narrative took center stage. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael broke from medieval traditions by focusing on realism, the expression of human emotions, and the idealized human form. These portrayals not only reflected humanist values, but also made these values accessible to a broader audience, as they were incorporated into religious, mythological, and historical subjects. In works like Da Vinci's The Last Supper, the artist applied humanist principles by emphasizing the emotional depth of the apostles and their expressions, highlighting the personal and spiritual conflict of the moment. This approach not only conveyed a profound narrative, but also reinforced the human capacity for both reason and emotion. Similarly, Michelangelo's sculptures, such as David, embodied the Renaissance's fascination with the human body as a symbol of both physical and intellectual potential. The physicality of his figures conveyed strength, dignity, and beauty, ideas deeply rooted in humanist thought. The spread of these humanist ideas was furthered by the development of printing technology, which allowed the works of key philosophers such as Petrarch, Erasmus, and Cicero to reach a much wider audience. These thinkers emphasized the importance of classical knowledge, individualism, and the pursuit of intellectual growth, ideas that resonated deeply with Renaissance artists. Their writings often discussed the importance of learning from the past while advancing humanity's understanding of the world. This intellectual movement was reflected in the art of the time, where scenes from Greek and Roman mythology, ancient philosophers, and historical figures were frequently depicted. Art also served as a way to elevate the individual, a key theme in humanism. Portraiture, which became increasingly popular during the Renaissance, provided an opportunity for artists to explore the individuality of their subjects. Works like Jan van Eyck's Arnolfini portrait and Raphael's portrait of Baldassare Castiglione placed a focus on the personality and status of the individuals depicted, making them icons of human achievement and virtue. In essence, Renaissance art was a direct reflection of the humanist ideals that shaped the period. Through realistic depictions of the human figure, the exploration of emotion and personal narrative, and the revival of classical antiquity, artists communicated ideas that resonated deeply with the values of humanism. These works not only transformed art, but also played a crucial role in spreading the intellectual currents of the time, ensuring that humanism's legacy would continue to influence Western thought and culture for centuries to come. Chapter 4: Giotto and the Dawn of Renaissance Painting. Giotto di Bondone is often regarded as one of the most significant figures in the transition from medieval to Renaissance art, as his work marked a profound departure from the stylized and symbolic representations of the Middle Ages. Known for his pioneering contributions to the visual realism that defined the Renaissance, Giotto laid the groundwork for later artists by introducing innovative techniques in composition, perspective, and the human form. His artistic evolution demonstrated a new understanding of space and emotion, and he is often considered the father of Renaissance painting. Giotto's work reflected a deep awareness of the natural world and the human experience, which were core values of Renaissance humanism. Prior to Giotto, medieval art was largely flat, symbolic, and focused primarily on spiritual concerns. Figures were depicted in rigid, two-dimensional forms that lacked emotional depth or a sense of space. In contrast, Giotto's figures were endowed with volume and three-dimensionality, a dramatic shift that gave his paintings a sense of realism and human presence. His use of light and shadow created depth in ways that had not been seen before, and his ability to represent the human figure with naturalistic proportions marked a significant break from the stylization that dominated earlier periods. One of Giotto's most famous works is the fresco cycle in the Scrovegni Chapel, also known as the Arena Chapel, in Padua, which is widely considered one of his masterpieces. In this series of frescoes, Giotto masterfully portrays scenes from the life of the Virgin Mary and Christ, capturing not only the physicality of the figures, but also their emotional states. The figures in the frescoes are positioned in realistic space, with their bodies showing weight and movement. This was revolutionary, as it introduced a more lifelike approach to storytelling that was grounded in human emotion and experience. Giotto's Lamentation scene, where mourners grieve over the body of Christ, is a powerful example of his ability to convey deep emotional engagement through facial expressions and body language. Giotto also took great strides in the development of narrative art, creating dynamic compositions that drew viewers into the story being told. His scenes were arranged in a way that guided the eye through a visual narrative, creating a sense of continuity and spatial awareness. His use of architectural elements and a more realistic understanding of space set the stage for the later development of linear perspective, a technique that would reach its peak in the works of artists like Brunelleschi and Leonardo da Vinci. In summary, Giotto's contributions to painting during the early Renaissance were transformative. He bridged the gap between the flat, symbolic art of the Middle Ages and the naturalistic, human-centered art of the Renaissance. Through his groundbreaking use of perspective, emotion, and the human form, Giotto set the foundation for the great artistic achievements that would follow, making him a key figure in the dawn of Renaissance painting. Giotto di Bondone, the bridge between Gothic and Renaissance art. Giotto di Bondone stands as a pivotal figure in the history of Western art, acting as a bridge between the Gothic style of the Middle Ages and the emerging Renaissance. His revolutionary approach to painting, particularly in his handling of space, form, and emotion, laid the groundwork for the naturalistic style that would dominate Renaissance art. Giotto's innovations in visual storytelling and his break from the formalism of Gothic art marked a turning point, helping to usher in a new era that would be characterized by a greater focus on human experience and the natural world. Before Giotto, Gothic art, while intricate and highly detailed, was still largely focused on symbolism and religious themes. Figures were often depicted in a rigid, elongated style with little attention to proportion or realistic human anatomy. The paintings were flat, with little or no attempt to represent depth or three-dimensionality. Giotto, however, sought to break from these conventions by infusing his works with a sense of realism that had been largely absent from art for centuries. His figures were more natural and expressive, with a focus on emotional depth and the portrayal of human experiences. One of Giotto's most groundbreaking achievements was his ability to convey three-dimensionality on a two-dimensional surface. In his frescoes, such as those in the Scrovegni Chapel, he employed a sense of space and depth that had not been seen in Gothic art. Giotto's figures are grounded in realistic proportions, and his use of light and shadow brought them to life, creating the illusion of volume and presence. This shift in perspective was a precursor to the full development of linear perspective, which would be perfected in the work of artists like Brunelleschi and Leonardo da Vinci. Giotto also revolutionized the way religious narratives were depicted. Instead of focusing solely on symbolic imagery, he infused his scenes with emotional depth, making the figures appear more human and relatable. His Lamentation fresco in the Scrovegni Chapel, which shows the grieving figures surrounding the body of Christ, is a prime example of this emotional realism. The mourner's expressions and body language convey a sense of sorrow and loss that resonates deeply with the viewer, giving the scene a level of intimacy and empathy that was unprecedented in Gothic art. Giotto's work represented a clear departure from the abstraction of the Gothic period, and was a defining step toward the humanism that would later characterize Renaissance art. His ability to combine the spiritual and the human in a realistic way bridged the gap between the medieval world and the Renaissance, and his influence on subsequent generations of artists was profound. Through his innovative techniques and deep emotional engagement, Giotto established himself as one of the most important figures in the development of Western art, helping to shape the trajectory of the Renaissance. Innovations in perspective and realism. The Renaissance was marked by significant advancements in the depiction of space, form, and human figures, with one of the most notable breakthroughs being the development of perspective and realism in painting. Artists sought to represent the world more accurately, capturing not only the physical, but also the emotional aspects of their subjects. These innovations were fundamental to the rise of Renaissance art, as they allowed for a more lifelike and relatable experience for viewers, pushing the boundaries of artistic expression and transforming the way the world was portrayed on canvas. Perspective, in particular, was a groundbreaking development that transformed the visual representation of space. The concept of linear perspective was pioneered by artists such as Filippo Brunelleschi, who demonstrated that parallel lines appear to converge as they recede into the distance. This insight allowed for the creation of a sense of depth and three-dimensionality on a two-dimensional surface, a technique that was perfected by artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and Michelangelo. Linear perspective allowed artists to create more realistic landscapes, architectural scenes, and figures, making the world appear as it truly was to the human eye. The use of a vanishing point, where all parallel lines converge, became a standard tool in Renaissance art, helping to create a harmonious relationship between the viewer and the depicted scene. Alongside perspective, the Renaissance saw a renewed focus on realism, particularly in the depiction of the human figure. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo made detailed studies of human anatomy, using dissections to understand muscle structure, bone formation, and the mechanics of movement. This in-depth understanding of the body allowed them to create figures that were proportionally accurate and dynamic. The development of chiaroscuro, the use of light and shadow, also contributed to realism. By carefully modeling light on the figure's surface, artists could create the illusion of volume, making their subjects appear more lifelike and three-dimensional. In addition to these technical innovations, the representation of human emotion and expression also became more realistic during the Renaissance. Artists sought to capture not just the outward appearance of their subjects, but also their inner experiences. In works such as Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, the subtle rendering of emotion through facial expression and body language became a hallmark of the era. The use of naturalistic expressions and poses conveyed a deeper, more personal connection between the viewer and the subject. Overall, the Renaissance was a period of remarkable innovation in both perspective and realism, which gave rise to artworks that were not only more lifelike, but also more emotionally resonant. These advancements shaped the trajectory of Western art for centuries to come, influencing generations of artists who continued to explore the possibilities of perspective, form, and human expression. The Arena Chapel frescoes. The Arena Chapel, or Scrovegni Chapel, located in Padua, Italy, is one of the most significant examples of Giotto di Bondone's transformative impact on the development of Renaissance art. Commissioned by the wealthy Scrovegni family in the early 14th century, the chapel is renowned for its stunning fresco cycle, which showcases Giotto's revolutionary approach to composition, perspective, and the human form. The frescoes, completed between 1303 and 1305, depict scenes from the lives of the Virgin Mary and Christ, with an emphasis on the passion and the life of Mary, offering a vivid narrative of key religious events. What sets the Arena Chapel frescoes apart from earlier medieval works is Giotto's ability to infuse his figures with realism and emotion. Rather than adhering to the flat, symbolic depictions typical of Gothic art, Giotto's figures are portrayed with volume, weight, and a sense of space, giving them a tangible presence. His use of light and shadow, as well as his mastery of anatomy, help to create figures that seem to occupy real space, making them appear more lifelike and human. Giotto's innovations in perspective also contributed to the sense of depth in the frescoes, allowing for a more naturalistic representation of the scenes, which was a significant departure from the traditional stylized art of the time. In terms of narrative, the frescoes in the Arena Chapel are arranged in a way that leads the viewer through a visual story, guiding the eye from one scene to the next. This narrative structure is particularly evident in the Life of Christ and Life of the Virgin cycles, where each fresco builds upon the one before it, creating a cohesive and dynamic visual flow. The emotional resonance of the scenes is enhanced by Giotto's ability to depict the inner lives of his characters. For example, in the Lamentation, where mourners grieve over Christ's body, the figures express profound sorrow through their facial expressions and body language. This emotional depth was a significant departure from earlier depictions, which often lack such human expression. The Arena Chapel frescoes also feature intricate architectural elements, which further reinforce the illusion of space and depth. Giotto's incorporation of realistic architectural backdrops in the scenes, such as the Annunciation and the Last Judgment, contributes to the overall sense of realism and perspective in the chapel. Overall, the frescoes of the Arena Chapel are not only a testament to Giotto's artistic genius, but also represent a pivotal moment in the history of Western art. By breaking from the conventions of Gothic art and embracing a more naturalistic approach, Giotto laid the foundation for the Renaissance's focus on humanism, realism, and the depiction of the world as it truly appeared. His work in the Arena Chapel remains a crucial example of the early Renaissance's ability to blend spiritual significance with the burgeoning interest in human experience and the natural world. The influence of Giotto on later Renaissance artists. Giotto di Bondone is often regarded as one of the most influential figures in the history of Western art, with his groundbreaking innovations in perspective, realism, and emotional expression shaping the course of Renaissance painting. His work, particularly his frescoes in the Arena Chapel, was a clear departure from the stylized and symbolic art of the Gothic period, laying the groundwork for the naturalism and humanism that would define Renaissance art. As a result, Giotto's influence on later artists during the Renaissance was profound and far-reaching, impacting key figures such as Masaccio, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael. One of Giotto's most significant contributions was his ability to imbue his figures with a sense of volume and three-dimensionality. His use of perspective and light created a more realistic portrayal of the human body, which became an essential aspect of Renaissance art. Masaccio, widely considered the first major painter of the early Renaissance, drew heavily on Giotto's techniques of modeling the human form with light and shadow. In Masaccio's The Holy Trinity, the use of linear perspective to create a sense of depth and space directly echoes Giotto's innovations, and this approach would later influence Renaissance artists throughout the century. Giotto also introduced a level of emotional depth in his works that was unprecedented at the time, as seen in the expressive figures of his Lamentation fresco. The emotional resonance of his characters, who convey grief, joy, and suffering through their facial expressions and body language, set the stage for the more humanistic approach to emotion that later Renaissance artists embraced. Leonardo da Vinci, for example, is renowned for his ability to depict the inner emotional states of his subjects, as seen in the enigmatic expression of the Mona Lisa. Leonardo's study of anatomy, which helped him accurately represent the human figure, was also rooted in the scientific approach to art pioneered by Giotto's focus on naturalism. Additionally, Giotto's impact on fresco painting was significant, as he helped to elevate the medium from its earlier, flat style to a more dynamic, illusionistic form. His ability to create the illusion of depth and space through frescoes inspired later Renaissance artists to explore the potential of fresco as a tool for creating immersive, lifelike scenes. Michelangelo, in his frescoes for the Sistine Chapel, utilized many of the same techniques, such as the careful modeling of figures and the use of perspective to create a sense of depth. Overall, Giotto's influence on later Renaissance artists cannot be overstated. By breaking away from the conventions of Gothic art and embracing a more naturalistic and emotionally rich style, Giotto set the stage for the artistic revolution of the Renaissance. His legacy is evident in the works of the masters who followed him, and his innovations in perspective, realism, and emotional expression continue to resonate in the art of the period. The evolution of religious art in Florence. Florence, often considered the birthplace of the Renaissance, played a pivotal role in the evolution of religious art from the medieval period into the early Renaissance. The city's rich history, political power, and cultural developments fostered a unique environment for the growth of art, particularly religious art, which was central to the visual culture of the time. Over the centuries, religious art in Florence underwent a dramatic transformation, evolving from the flat, symbolic depictions of the medieval period to the naturalistic and emotionally resonant works of the Renaissance. In the early years of the 14th century, Florence's religious art was heavily influenced by the Gothic style, characterized by its focus on symbolism, stylized figures, and intricate details. Artists like Cimabue and Giotto were instrumental in bridging the gap between the medieval and Renaissance approaches to art. Giotto, in particular, played a crucial role in the shift towards realism. His frescoes in the Arena Chapel were a significant departure from the flat, two-dimensional figures of earlier works. By employing techniques like perspective, modeling light and shadow, and depicting human emotion, Giotto's art brought religious subjects to life in a way that had not been seen before. His figures were more naturalistic, with a greater emphasis on human emotion and physical presence, which was a significant step forward in the evolution of religious art. As the Renaissance progressed in the 15th century, the influence of classical antiquity began to shape religious art in Florence. Artists such as Masaccio, Donatello, and Fra Angelico looked to Greco-Roman ideals of proportion, anatomy, and perspective, integrating these elements into their depictions of religious subjects. The use of linear perspective, first explored by Filippo Brunelleschi and later perfected by artists like Leonardo da Vinci, allowed for a more accurate representation of space and depth in religious scenes. This technical innovation brought a new level of realism to religious art, allowing artists to create more immersive and lifelike depictions of biblical narratives. The Medici family, who were key patrons of the arts in Florence, further encouraged the evolution of religious art during the Renaissance. As patrons of artists such as Botticelli, Michelangelo, and Raphael, the Medici played a crucial role in supporting works that blended religious themes with humanist ideals. Religious works like Botticelli's The Mystical Nativity or Michelangelo's Pietà showcased a deepening exploration of human emotion and divine grace, blending the sacred with the human experience. By the end of the Renaissance, religious art in Florence had undergone a dramatic transformation. What began as highly stylized, symbolic representations of the divine evolved into deeply human, emotionally charged works that sought to capture the spiritual and physical realms in a more integrated, realistic way. This evolution marked a significant shift in the way art was used to communicate religious themes, reflecting the broader cultural and intellectual changes of the Renaissance. Chapter 5, Filippo Brunelleschi and the Birth of Perspective. Filippo Brunelleschi, one of the most influential figures in the early Renaissance, revolutionized art with his groundbreaking development of linear perspective. Before his work, painters in Florence and beyond depicted space in a more symbolic and flattened manner, largely relying on traditional methods inherited from medieval art. Although artists like Giotto had already experimented with a sense of depth, it was Brunelleschi who fully developed a method that allowed artists to depict the world in a way that closely resembled how the human eye perceives it. This shift in perspective had a profound impact on art, architecture, and even science, influencing generations of artists and shaping the course of the Renaissance. Brunelleschi's most famous experiment in perspective took place in the early 1400s, where he used a simple yet brilliant technique to demonstrate the principles of linear perspective. He created a small panel of the Baptistery of Florence, using a mirror to reflect the image and show how the scene could be represented in a way that mimicked the vanishing point. The key innovation was the realization that parallel lines recede into the distance, converging at a single point on the horizon. This discovery allowed artists to accurately represent depth, making the two-dimensional canvas appear as though it had three-dimensional space. This technique became a cornerstone of Renaissance art, influencing artists like Masaccio, Leonardo da Vinci, and Raphael. Brunelleschi's experiments with perspective weren't limited to painting. He also applied the principles of perspective to his architectural designs, particularly in his work on the dome of Florence's Cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore. The dome itself, a masterpiece of Renaissance architecture, showcases Brunelleschi's understanding of geometric principles and spatial harmony. His innovations in both architecture and painting helped to establish the Renaissance ideal of combining science with art to create more realistic, harmonious, and proportionate representations of the world. His work on perspective also extended to his work in creating stage designs for plays. Brunelleschi's focus on perspective revolutionized the theatrical stage by giving it depth, moving away from the traditional flat designs. This would lay the foundation for the development of modern stage design and continue influencing art and architecture for centuries. In sum, Filippo Brunelleschi's contributions to the development of linear perspective were transformative. By understanding how to represent depth and space realistically, he allowed future artists to portray the world with unprecedented accuracy, bringing a sense of life and realism into their works. His innovations marked a pivotal moment in the history of art, pushing the boundaries of what was artistically and scientifically possible during the Renaissance. The architect who changed Renaissance art. Filippo Brunelleschi is widely regarded as one of the foremost architects of the Renaissance, but his influence extended far beyond the world of architecture, profoundly shaping the development of Renaissance art. As the architect of the iconic dome of Florence's Cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore, Brunelleschi broke new ground not only in the field of architecture, but also in the way artists approached perspective, space, and the representation of the physical world. His contributions were pivotal in the transition from the flat, symbolic renderings of the medieval era to the realistic, human-centered depictions that define Renaissance art. Before Brunelleschi's innovations, the representation of space in art and architecture was largely static and symbolic, often lacking depth or dimension. Artists and architects relied on medieval conventions where space was often compressed or ignored in favor of religious or spiritual symbolism. However, Brunelleschi's study of ancient Roman architecture, combined with his own empirical observations, led him to develop a system of linear perspective. This mathematical system allowed artists to create an illusion of three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional plane, making it possible to depict depth, distance, and proportion with unprecedented accuracy. His work in this area laid the foundation for some of the most enduring artistic techniques of the Renaissance. Brunelleschi's mastery of perspective was not confined to the world of painting alone. His work in architecture, especially with the construction of the dome of Florence's cathedral, is a testament to his understanding of spatial dynamics. The dome itself is a marvel of engineering, demonstrating Brunelleschi's innovative use of geometry and construction techniques. The ability to design and build such a complex structure reflected his deeper comprehension of spatial relationships, which he applied both in art and in his architectural endeavors. By incorporating these principles into his buildings, Brunelleschi created structures that were not only visually striking, but also aligned with the principles of harmony and proportion that were central to Renaissance ideals. Moreover, Brunelleschi's influence extended into other artistic fields, including stage design and sculpture. His experiments with perspective influenced the way artists perceived and portrayed space in their works, moving towards a more naturalistic and scientific approach. His legacy, in essence, reshaped the way art and architecture were conceived, providing future generations with the tools to create more lifelike, three-dimensional representations of the world around them. In sum, Filippo Brunelleschi's role in shaping Renaissance art and architecture cannot be overstated. His pioneering work in the development of perspective changed how artists and architects viewed and represented space, leading to more realistic and dynamic depictions of the human experience. Through his innovations, Brunelleschi set the stage for the flourishing of Renaissance art and architecture, influencing countless artists, architects, and scholars in the centuries that followed. Linear perspective and its revolutionary impact. The invention of linear perspective is one of the most significant developments in the history of art, and it forever altered the way artists represented space, depth, and the human figure. This technique, developed during the early Renaissance, provided artists with a mathematical method to depict three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional surface. The introduction of linear perspective allowed for more realistic and immersive works of art, marking a profound shift from the flat, symbolic representations of the medieval period to the lifelike depictions characteristic of the Renaissance. Linear perspective works by establishing a vanishing point on the horizon line, where parallel lines, such as the edges of roads, buildings, or other architectural features, appear to converge as they recede into the distance. This method mimics the way the human eye perceives depth and distance in the real world, allowing artists to create the illusion of space and volume in a way that had never been done before. Before the invention of perspective, artists relied on symbolic representations, where depth was either suggested in a rudimentary fashion or omitted altogether, and proportions were often distorted for religious or symbolic reasons. The person most commonly credited with the discovery of linear perspective is Filippo Brunelleschi, although it was his contemporary, Leon Battista Alberti, who first codified the rules of perspective in a written treatise. Brunelleschi's groundbreaking experiments in the early 1400s demonstrated the principles of perspective, and these principles were quickly adopted and refined by Renaissance artists. His famous demonstration using a small painting of the Florence baptistery, viewed through a mirror, showed how parallel lines converged to a single vanishing point. This simple yet revolutionary technique allowed for greater realism and precision in art. Artists like Masaccio, Donatello, and Leonardo da Vinci were among the first to fully embrace and refine linear perspective. Masaccio's fresco, the Holy Trinity, is a prime example of the early use of linear perspective, showcasing how depth and dimension can be achieved in a painting. Similarly, Leonardo's The Last Supper employed perspective to create a sense of depth and draw the viewer's attention to the central figure of Christ. These works, and many others, made the viewer feel as though they were looking into a space, rather than at a flat surface, revolutionizing the viewer's experience of art. Linear perspective not only enhanced the realism of art, but also contributed to a new understanding of space and the human experience. It encouraged artists to observe the world more closely, to study the physical properties of light, shadow, and geometry, and to incorporate these observations into their works. In this way, linear perspective was a catalyst for a broader intellectual shift during the Renaissance, one that bridged the gap between art, science, and philosophy. Its impact was far-reaching, influencing not only painting but also architecture, sculpture, and even theater. Ultimately, linear perspective remains a cornerstone of visual representation, shaping artistic techniques for centuries to come. The construction of the Florence Cathedral Dome. The construction of the dome of the Florence Cathedral, or the Duomo di Santa Maria del Fiore, stands as one of the most iconic achievements of Renaissance architecture and engineering. Designed by Filippo Brunelleschi, the dome not only transformed the Florence skyline, but also marked a turning point in the history of architecture, as it combined cutting-edge engineering with artistic ambition. Its completion in 1434, after decades of planning and construction, was a monumental feat that brought together art, science, and mathematics in a way that had never been seen before. The need for a dome over the vast, unfinished cathedral had been a challenge for centuries. The original design of the cathedral, dating back to the 13th century, called for a massive dome that would crown the structure and symbolize the greatness of Florence. However, engineers and architects struggled with how to construct such a large dome without the technological advances that would later be developed during the Renaissance. The problem was not only the scale of the dome, but also the innovative techniques needed to create a structure of this magnitude without the use of traditional wooden scaffolding that would not support such a heavy structure. In 1418, a public competition was held to determine who could design the dome. Brunelleschi's design stood out for its boldness and originality. Unlike other proposals, which relied on complicated external scaffolding or stone supports, Brunelleschi's design used a double shell construction, which allowed the dome to be built without the need for temporary scaffolding. He employed herringbone brickwork, which allowed the bricks to interlock securely without the need for mortar. This innovative technique ensured the dome's stability and strength, while also reducing its weight. Brunelleschi's genius lay not only in his design, but in his ability to execute it using engineering principles that were ahead of his time. One of the most remarkable aspects of the dome's construction was its scale. At nearly 143 feet, 43.6 meters in diameter, it remains the largest brick dome ever constructed. The challenge was not only in designing the dome, but also in building the machinery to lift the materials to such great heights. Brunelleschi invented a number of mechanical devices, including cranes and hoists, to transport the materials. These innovations in machinery helped to streamline the construction process, allowing workers to reach new heights in architectural achievement. When the dome was completed in 1434, it was not only a technical triumph, but also an artistic one. The intricate frescoes that adorned the interior, painted by Giorgio Vasari and Federico Zuccari, depicted scenes from the Last Judgment, further enhancing the spiritual and artistic significance of the dome. Its completion marked the pinnacle of Brunelleschi's career and the culmination of Renaissance architectural thought, demonstrating the merging of art, engineering, and science in a way that would continue to influence future generations of architects and artists. The Florence Cathedral dome remains a testament to the creativity and ingenuity of the Renaissance and an enduring symbol of the city's cultural and artistic legacy. Influence on later architects and artists. The construction of the Florence Cathedral dome not only revolutionized architecture in the 15th century, but also had a profound and lasting impact on subsequent generations of architects and artists. Filippo Brunelleschi's innovative approach to dome construction and engineering set new standards in both architectural design and construction techniques. His work on the dome became a model for Renaissance architects, influencing the way buildings were designed and constructed throughout Italy and beyond. Brunelleschi's mastery of linear perspective, along with his groundbreaking use of the double shell construction for the dome, established him as a key figure in the development of Renaissance architecture. The success of the Florence Cathedral dome proved that engineering ingenuity, paired with classical principles, could yield remarkable results. This shift in thinking inspired later architects to approach their designs with a greater understanding of both artistic and technical considerations. The dome's unprecedented size and engineering challenges encouraged architects to experiment with new materials and construction methods, marking a shift away from the medieval approach of using traditional, often more limiting building techniques. One of the most significant influences of Brunelleschi's dome was its effect on the design of other domes throughout Europe. Architects such as Donato Bramante, Michelangelo, and Andrea Palladio were all inspired by Brunelleschi's work. Bramante, for instance, incorporated the principles of the Florence Cathedral dome into his design for St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, a project that would go on to define Renaissance and Baroque architecture. Michelangelo, who later took over the construction of St. Peter's Basilica, admired Brunelleschi's dome for its boldness and engineering excellence, using it as a model for the dome he designed. The technique of using a double shell structure to support massive domes became a standard practice in the construction of other monumental structures in the following centuries. The influence of the dome also extended beyond architecture into the world of art. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and Michelangelo, who were closely involved in architectural projects, observed the design and construction techniques used by Brunelleschi. The precision and mathematical accuracy involved in the creation of the dome inspired their own artistic work. The dome's focus on symmetry, proportion, and the human experience directly correlated with the ideals of humanism, which emphasized a deeper understanding of the natural world and the human figure. Ultimately, the Florence Cathedral dome stands as one of the most influential architectural achievements of the Renaissance, serving as a blueprint for future architects and artists. Its lasting legacy can be seen in the design of countless domes and monumental structures, while its technical innovations continue to inspire engineers and architects today. The balance between science and aesthetic beauty. The Renaissance era, with its renewed focus on classical antiquity, was a period where the boundaries between art, science, and architecture began to blur, creating a harmonious balance that defined the period. This balance was particularly evident in the work of artists and architects like Filippo Brunelleschi, whose designs combined scientific principles with aesthetic beauty. In the case of the Florence Cathedral dome, Brunelleschi's innovative approach to architecture demonstrated the seamless integration of technical expertise with artistic vision. His dome was not only an engineering marvel, but also an elegant and visually striking feature that contributed to the grandeur of the cathedral and the city. Brunelleschi's use of mathematics and geometry in designing the dome was a prime example of the Renaissance belief that beauty could be derived from scientific principles. The precise calculation of proportions and the application of geometry in the construction of the dome allowed for the creation of a structure that was both functional and visually stunning. The dome's double shell construction, for instance, was not only an engineering innovation, but also an aesthetic decision that contributed to the lightness and elegance of the structure. The inner dome, with its smooth curvature, contrasted beautifully with the rough exterior, creating a visual harmony that elevated the cathedral's overall design. Similarly, the application of linear perspective in Renaissance painting marked a turning point in the intersection of science and art. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael incorporated the principles of perspective to create a sense of depth and realism in their paintings, making them appear more natural and lifelike. These artistic innovations were informed by the same mathematical concepts that governed the construction of buildings and the study of anatomy, showing that science was an essential tool for achieving beauty in art. The careful attention to proportion, symmetry, and balance in these works reflected the Renaissance ideal that beauty was not merely a product of the artist's intuition, but was rooted in the order and laws of nature. The influence of humanism also played a critical role in this balance, as it encouraged artists to study the natural world and its underlying principles. This intellectual movement sought to understand the human experience through a lens that combined reason with emotion, logic with creativity. By incorporating scientific principles such as anatomy and geometry into their work, Renaissance artists and architects were able to create compositions that were not only visually pleasing, but also intellectually stimulating. In this way, the Renaissance epitomized the idea that art and science were not separate endeavors, but were deeply intertwined, each enhancing and informing the other. Chapter 6: Donatello and the Reinvention of Sculpture. Donatello, one of the most influential sculptors of the Renaissance, played a crucial role in shaping the course of sculpture during this transformative period. His innovative approach to the human form, his mastery of perspective and depth, and his dedication to bringing classical ideals into a new dynamic context helped redefine the art of sculpture. His work not only reflected the ideals of the Renaissance, but also pushed the boundaries of what was possible in sculpture, establishing him as one of the most significant artists of the era. One of Donatello's major contributions to sculpture was his ability to bring figures to life with a sense of naturalism and psychological depth. Unlike the more stylized figures of the Middle Ages, Donatello's sculptures conveyed a sense of individuality and emotion. His mastery of the human form allowed him to capture the nuances of muscle tone, posture, and expression, making his works appear more realistic and lifelike. This emphasis on naturalism was rooted in the Renaissance belief in the importance of humanism, which encouraged artists to study and depict the human body in a more accurate and expressive way. Donatello's most famous work, the bronze statue of David, exemplifies his skill in conveying both beauty and complexity through sculpture. Unlike the heroic, larger-than-life figures of earlier medieval art, Donatello's David was a more intimate, youthful representation of the biblical figure. His use of contrapposto, a technique that involves placing the weight of the figure on one leg to create a naturalistic stance, gave the statue a sense of movement and fluidity. The soft expression on David's face, coupled with the delicacy of the figure's proportions, imbued the sculpture with a sense of realism and emotion that was groundbreaking for its time. Donatello's exploration of different materials also set him apart from other artists. He worked with marble, bronze, and wood, using each medium to its full potential. His bronze reliefs, such as those found on the bronze doors of the Baptistery of Florence, demonstrated his ability to create depth and emotion through intricate detailing and the careful manipulation of light and shadow. These works were a radical departure from the flat, two-dimensional figures of earlier periods, introducing a new sense of realism and movement to sculpture. Furthermore, Donatello's influence extended beyond his own sculptures. His innovative techniques in modeling and perspective laid the groundwork for later Renaissance sculptors, such as Michelangelo, who admired Donatello's mastery of the human figure. Donatello's ability to merge classical influences with his own inventive approach to form and expression had a lasting impact on the evolution of Renaissance sculpture and art as a whole. Through his work, Donatello helped elevate sculpture to a level of sophistication and significance that would define the Renaissance as a whole. Early works and the transition from Gothic to Renaissance. Donatello's early works mark a significant transition from the Gothic style, which dominated the late Middle Ages, to the emerging Renaissance ideals. His career spanned a period of profound change in both art and society, and his early works are reflective of this shift in artistic thought. While still influenced by the Gothic style in his formative years, Donatello began to move away from its emphasis on elongated, stylized forms and began exploring the more naturalistic representation of the human body that would become a hallmark of Renaissance art. One of Donatello's early works that exemplifies this transition is the St. George statue, created for the Guild of Armorers and Swordsmiths in Florence around 1415. In this sculpture, Donatello begins to break away from the Gothic tradition of flat, rigid figures. The figure of St. George is poised in a more relaxed, natural stance, demonstrating a sense of movement and potential action. His carefully modeled muscles and realistic proportions reflect a deeper understanding of human anatomy, a feature that would become a key aspect of Renaissance sculpture. The statue's base, featuring a relief of St. George slaying the dragon, also demonstrates a greater use of perspective, adding depth and dimension to the work, a precursor to the spatial innovations that would define later Renaissance art. Donatello's work on the Feast of Herod relief, which was part of the Baptistery of Siena, further illustrates his transition from the Gothic to the Renaissance. The relief depicts a dramatic moment from the Bible with a heightened sense of emotion and drama. Donatello's use of perspective and his attention to the human form in this piece were revolutionary. Unlike the flat, ornamental scenes typical of Gothic art, the figures in Feast of Herod are sculpted with depth, expression, and attention to proportion. This naturalistic approach was a stark departure from the stylized, almost abstract forms that had dominated medieval art, and it laid the foundation for the more realistic and human-centered approach that would define the Renaissance. In these early works, Donatello began to draw inspiration from classical antiquity, embracing the humanistic ideals of the time. This embrace of classical forms, combined with a deep interest in the natural world, marked Donatello as one of the first artists to successfully bridge the gap between the medieval world and the Renaissance. His early works laid the groundwork for the Renaissance ideals of realism, human emotion, and perspective, and they set the stage for his later masterpieces. Through his innovation and experimentation, Donatello played a central role in the transition from the Gothic to the Renaissance in sculpture. The revolutionary Bronze David. Donatello's Bronze David, created around 1440, stands as one of the most significant and revolutionary sculptures in the history of Western art. This work not only redefined the portrayal of the human figure, but also marked a critical shift in the way artists approached both subject matter and the use of materials. Unlike previous representations of biblical heroes, Donatello's David introduced a new sense of realism, individuality, and expressiveness that would have a lasting impact on Renaissance art. The most striking aspect of Donatello's David is its departure from traditional representations of the biblical hero. In earlier medieval depictions, David was typically shown as a heroic, muscular figure, often with a sense of idealized strength and nobility. Donatello's David, however, is a more youthful and vulnerable character. He is depicted as a young boy, almost effeminate in his delicate proportions, with a soft, contemplative expression. His pose, with one foot perched on the severed head of Goliath, is relaxed yet confident, a striking contrast to the rigid, heroic depictions of the past. This portrayal of David as a human figure with complex emotions and personal strength, reflected the growing interest in individualism and psychological depth that characterized Renaissance art. The use of bronze itself was also revolutionary. While marble was traditionally favored for sculptures of the time, Donatello's choice of bronze allowed for greater flexibility and detail, particularly in the figure's hair, facial features, and clothing. The figure's soft, flowing curls and the intricate texture of the armor demonstrate Donatello's mastery of the material. The fluidity and dynamic quality of the bronze allowed for a sense of movement, giving the sculpture a liveliness that was unprecedented in earlier works. The contrast between the bronze of David and the smoothness of the base, which incorporates both the realism of the figure and the symbolic elements of the story, creates a dramatic interplay between the figure and the space it inhabits. Furthermore, Donatello's David is notable for its celebration of humanism, a central tenet of the Renaissance. The statue portrays David not as a divine figure, but as a human being capable of personal triumph. This focus on the individual, his emotions, and his ability to overcome challenges was in direct alignment with the Renaissance's renewed interest in human potential and the human experience. Through David, Donatello not only revolutionized the portrayal of biblical figures, but also helped define the new ideals of Renaissance art, emphasizing naturalism, individualism, and the expressive potential of materials. This masterpiece remains one of the most iconic representations of the Renaissance, exemplifying the innovative spirit that characterized the era. Techniques and innovations in sculptural realism. Donatello's contribution to sculptural realism during the Renaissance cannot be overstated, as he was one of the foremost innovators of his time. His approach to the human figure, through his understanding of anatomy, emotion, and material, set a new standard for realism in sculpture that would influence generations of artists to follow. Donatello was deeply invested in the accurate portrayal of the human body and facial expressions, pushing the boundaries of what had been possible in sculpture up until that point. One of the key techniques Donatello perfected was the use of contrapposto, an ancient Greek pose in which a figure stands with most of its weight on one leg, creating a subtle shift in the body's balance. This technique allowed for a more natural, dynamic stance as opposed to the rigid, frontal poses often seen in medieval sculptures. Donatello's ability to convey movement and balance through contrapposto gave his figures a sense of life and realism that was unparalleled at the time. His depiction of David, for example, exemplifies this technique, with the figure standing in a relaxed yet confident pose, creating a striking contrast to the more static representations of biblical heroes. In addition to his mastery of anatomical accuracy, Donatello made great strides in the textural quality of his sculptures. Whether in marble, wood, or bronze, Donatello was able to mimic the textures of skin, fabric, and hair with remarkable precision. His ability to create lifelike textures made his figures appear tangible, almost as if they could step off their pedestals and enter the real world. This attention to detail in the treatment of surfaces allowed Donatello to convey a more intimate connection between the viewer and the figure, enhancing the emotional impact of his works. Donatello was also innovative in his use of space in sculpture. He played with the idea of relief, creating scenes that not only depicted figures in three-dimensional space, but also explored how figures interacted with their environment. In works like the Feast of Herod relief, he used a combination of deep and shallow relief to create the illusion of depth and perspective, a technique that would later influence painters and architects during the Renaissance. His ability to manipulate space allowed him to tell complex stories with a visual clarity that was revolutionary for the time. Lastly, Donatello's work was marked by his deep understanding of psychological expression. He was one of the first to integrate emotional depth into his sculptures, creating figures that conveyed not just physical realism, but also a range of human emotions. His sculptures were no longer mere representations. They became windows into the inner lives of the figures they portrayed, adding an entirely new dimension to the art of sculpture. Through his innovative techniques and his focus on realism, Donatello revolutionized sculpture and laid the foundation for the expressive potential of Renaissance art. Influence on later sculptors and artists. Donatello's groundbreaking contributions to sculpture had a profound impact on later artists and sculptors, shaping the course of Renaissance art and beyond. His pioneering techniques in realism, anatomical accuracy, and emotional expression became touchstones for artists seeking to break away from the stylized, rigid forms of the medieval period. Donatello's influence can be traced directly in the works of numerous Renaissance figures, as his innovations not only revolutionized the craft of sculpture, but also inspired new ways of thinking about the human form and the role of art in conveying human emotion. One of the most notable artists influenced by Donatello was Michelangelo, who considered the sculptor to be a key influence on his own development. Michelangelo's early works, such as his Pietà and the famous David, bear clear resemblances to Donatello's style in their detailed anatomical precision and emotional intensity. Donatello's use of contrapposto and his attention to the naturalistic rendering of the human body were foundational elements that Michelangelo would later expand upon, particularly in his marble sculptures. Michelangelo's David, for example, echoes Donatello's work not only in the pose, but also in the sense of psychological depth, as Michelangelo's David seems poised and contemplative, embodying the inner struggle and triumph of the biblical hero. Other sculptors of the Renaissance, such as Luca della Rabbia and Andrea del Verrocchio, were similarly influenced by Donatello's technical innovations and his ability to convey both physical realism and emotional expression. Verrocchio, in particular, demonstrated Donatello's influence in his works such as The Baptism of Christ, where the modeling of human forms is soft, dynamic, and full of life, traits Donatello had made central to Renaissance sculpture. Beyond the realm of sculpture, Donatello's contributions also resonated with Renaissance painters, particularly those who sought to master the human form and create compositions grounded in naturalism. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Sandro Botticelli were influenced by Donatello's anatomical studies and his exploration of movement and expression. In fact, the attention to proportion and human anatomy that Donatello refined in sculpture provided the foundational knowledge that painters like Leonardo would later incorporate into their work, resulting in a more lifelike and human-centered approach to painting. Ultimately, Donatello's innovations in sculpture were instrumental in the evolution of Renaissance art. His work served as both a technical and intellectual springboard for generations of artists, and his influence extended far beyond his time, informing the practices of later artists well into the Baroque and neoclassical periods. Through his mastery of form, texture, and emotion, Donatello not only transformed sculpture, but helped pave the way for the humanist ideals that defined Renaissance art. Donatello's religious and secular works. Donatello's artistic genius is evident not only in his mastery of form and technique, but also in the diverse range of subjects he chose to explore, both religious and secular. His works were groundbreaking in their ability to express deep emotional and psychological complexity, whether they depicted religious figures or mythological heroes. The duality of his subject matter allows for a broader understanding of his contribution to the Renaissance and his impact on both sacred and worldly art. In his religious works, Donatello brought an unprecedented sense of realism and emotional depth. One of his most famous religious sculptures, the St. George, commissioned for the Orsan Micella in Florence, demonstrates his ability to blend faith with realism. The statue depicts St. George not as a divine or ethereal figure, but as a youthful, armored knight with an intense human presence. The pose and expression convey a sense of inner strength, bringing the saint closer to the human experience than ever before. This innovation would set the standard for future depictions of religious figures during the Renaissance, as Donatello moved away from the stylized, otherworldly forms of medieval art toward figures that resonated with the viewer on a more personal level. Another iconic religious work is The Penitent Magdalene, a hauntingly realistic portrayal of Mary Magdalene, carved from wood. This sculpture presents her as an emaciated, weathered figure, which contrasts with the traditional, idealized depictions of saints in Renaissance art. Donatello's Magdalene reflects deep spiritual struggle, conveying a sense of penitence and humility through the exaggerated features of the figure, emphasizing her suffering and devotion. The sculpture's emotional rawness and focus on inner turmoil were groundbreaking for its time, offering a complex portrayal of sanctity that was far from the traditional representations of saintly figures. On the other hand, Donatello's secular works, such as the Bronze David, reveal a different side of his artistic range. The David is not just a biblical hero. It is a youthful, almost playful figure, embodying the ideals of strength and victory in a more human and less divine way. The sensuous bronze figure, with its relaxed contrapposto stance, demonstrates Donatello's understanding of the human form and his ability to combine classical influence with a deeply individualistic interpretation. This secular portrayal of David diverges from the religious symbolism typically associated with the hero and instead focuses on human achievement and beauty. In works like the equestrian statue of Gattamelata, Donatello also demonstrated his expertise in portraying secular subjects, particularly in the realm of portraiture and memorial art. The statue of the Venetian condottiero Gattamelata is one of the first equestrian monuments of the Renaissance, capturing the essence of military power and individual prowess with a level of realism and dignity that was rare for the time. Through both his religious and secular works, Donatello bridged the gap between spiritual devotion and human experience, elevating both realms through his revolutionary techniques. His ability to express psychological depth, human emotion, and anatomical accuracy transformed the art world, influencing countless artists in both sacred and secular traditions. Chapter 7, Masaccio and the Mastery of Light and Space. Masaccio, one of the most pivotal figures of early Renaissance art, is renowned for his revolutionary approach to light, space, and perspective in painting. His mastery of these elements, particularly his ability to create realistic depictions of three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional surface, played a crucial role in the transition from the medieval style of flat, symbolic representation to the more naturalistic approach that defined the Renaissance. His innovative techniques laid the groundwork for the dramatic transformations in painting that followed, influencing countless artists, including Fra Angelico, Leonardo da Vinci, and Michelangelo. Masaccio's most significant contribution to the art world was his use of light and shadow, which allowed him to create depth and volume in his figures. Prior to his work, figures in medieval art were often depicted with little regard for the play of light, resulting in flat and lifeless compositions. Masaccio, however, understood that light was crucial to the illusion of form and space, and he applied it with remarkable skill. His figures are modeled with a subtle yet effective use of chiaroscuro, light and dark contrasts, that not only gave them a sense of physicality, but also imbued them with a sense of realism. This mastery of light made his figures appear grounded in their environment, rather than floating in an ethereal space, an innovation that set him apart from his predecessors. The use of perspective was another area in which Masaccio made groundbreaking strides. His Holy Trinity fresco, painted in the Santa Maria Novella in Florence, is a prime example of his ability to create the illusion of three-dimensional space. The painting is often hailed as one of the first masterpieces to demonstrate true linear perspective, where the vanishing point and the geometrical arrangement of architectural elements work in harmony to create a convincing sense of depth. The figures in the fresco, particularly the central Christ, seem to inhabit a real architectural space, rather than being isolated in a flat, symbolic realm. This use of perspective not only enhanced the visual experience, but also had profound implications for the way artists approached space and composition in the Renaissance. Masaccio's ability to portray the human body with anatomical accuracy was also a significant advancement. He studied the human form closely and employed it to create figures that were not only realistically proportioned, but also emotionally expressive. His figures were grounded in the laws of nature, standing or sitting with weight, balance, and fluidity. This careful attention to human anatomy, combined with his innovative use of light and space, allowed Masaccio to convey both the physical presence and the inner emotional state of his subjects, whether in religious contexts or in secular depictions. Ultimately, Masaccio's work signaled a shift in Renaissance painting, one in which space, light, and the human figure were treated with greater realism and complexity. His influence on later artists cannot be overstated, as his groundbreaking techniques in perspective, light, and anatomy shaped the development of Renaissance art and helped establish the visual language that would define the period. Through Masaccio's innovations, the Renaissance moved decisively toward a more naturalistic and human-centered approach to painting, forever changing the trajectory of Western art. The Brancacci Chapel frescoes. The Brancacci Chapel, located in the Church of Santa Maria del Carmine in Florence, is home to one of the most important fresco cycles of the early Renaissance, the Brancacci Chapel frescoes by Masaccio and Masolino da Panicale. These frescoes, completed between 1424 and 1428, are a landmark in the development of Renaissance art, as they demonstrate a radical shift in the representation of space, light, and human emotion. The frescoes in the Brancacci Chapel primarily depict scenes from the life of St. Peter, and they were commissioned by the wealthy Brancacci family, who sought to celebrate their patronage of the church through these religious works. Masaccio's contribution to the fresco cycle is particularly significant, as it is in this chapel that he truly demonstrates his mastery of perspective and light. The frescoes in the chapel are notable not only for their innovative use of space and light, but also for their deep emotional resonance and dramatic realism. Masaccio's figures, with their strong sense of volume and weight, stand in stark contrast to the flat, symbolic figures of medieval art. The use of chiaroscuro, the interplay of light and shadow, gives the figures a three-dimensional quality that allows them to inhabit their environment realistically. One of the most famous scenes in the chapel is the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, in which Adam and Eve are cast out of paradise. This fresco is one of the earliest examples in Renaissance art to depict the human body with such raw emotion. The figures of Adam and Eve are shown in a moment of intense despair and vulnerability, their bodies twisting in agony and shame. The powerful emotions conveyed through their gestures and expressions, combined with Masaccio's skillful modeling of the human form, make this work an iconic representation of human suffering. The Tribute Money fresco, another masterpiece in the chapel, demonstrates Masaccio's revolutionary use of perspective. In this scene, Christ instructs Peter to find a coin in the mouth of a fish to pay the temple tax. The figures in the fresco are placed within a convincing architectural space, and the use of linear perspective helps to establish a sense of depth and volume that was unprecedented in earlier Renaissance art. The dramatic interaction between light and shadow, combined with the accurate depiction of perspective, creates a striking sense of realism. The Brancacci Chapel frescoes had a profound influence on later Renaissance artists, particularly those who studied Masaccio's innovative techniques. The works in the chapel set the standard for realistic human portrayal, perspective, and emotional expression in art. They also marked a pivotal moment in the evolution of Renaissance painting, as they exemplify the transition from the stylized, symbolic art of the medieval period to the more naturalistic, human-centered approach that would dominate the rest of the Renaissance. Through the Brancacci Chapel, Masaccio's legacy endured, shaping the future of Western art for generations to come. Use of perspective and chiaroscuro. Masaccio's innovations in perspective and chiaroscuro, the technique of using light and shadow to create depth, were revolutionary and played a critical role in the development of Renaissance art. These techniques allowed artists to create more lifelike and three-dimensional figures, which set the groundwork for the art that followed. Masaccio's mastery of these concepts is especially evident in his frescoes, such as those in the Brancacci Chapel, where these techniques are used to great effect. Perspective, specifically linear perspective, was a groundbreaking technique in Renaissance art. Linear perspective relies on the principle that parallel lines appear to converge as they recede into the distance, creating a sense of depth and space. Masaccio's tribute money, located in the Brancacci Chapel, is a prime example of this innovation. The architectural space depicted in the fresco is carefully constructed, with the orthogonal lines of the building and the figures placed in such a way that they seem to recede into the distance. This allows the viewer to experience a sense of depth that had not been achieved in earlier medieval art, where figures often appeared to float without a defined space. Masaccio was able to position the figures in relation to each other and the environment in a way that gave them weight and presence, enhancing the realism of the scene. The second key technique Masaccio employed was chiaroscuro, which involves using contrasts of light and dark to suggest volume and the three-dimensionality of figures. In the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, for example, the figures of Adam and Eve are modeled with striking light and shadow. Their bodies are rendered with a clear sense of volume, as if they are fully present within the space. The light sources in the scene are consistent, and the shadowing emphasizes the muscularity and weight of the figures, giving them an almost sculptural quality. This use of light and shadow not only made the figures appear more lifelike, but also enhanced the emotional power of the scene. The agony of Adam and Eve is intensified by the stark contrast between light and shadow on their bodies, making their despair palpable. Together, Masaccio's use of perspective and chiaroscuro helped to create a new, more naturalistic approach to painting that would influence countless artists of the Renaissance and beyond. His techniques allowed for more accurate depictions of the human form and its interaction with the environment, contributing significantly to the artistic developments of the period. Narrative realism and emotional depth in painting. One of the most striking features of Renaissance art, particularly in the works of artists like Masaccio, is the profound shift toward narrative realism and emotional depth. During this period, artists began to move away from the flat, symbolic depictions of earlier medieval art and sought to represent human figures and stories with greater emotional intensity and psychological complexity. This transformation marked a defining moment in the history of art as it moved towards a more naturalistic and human-centered approach. Masaccio's frescoes, especially in the Brancacci Chapel, serve as key examples of this shift. His treatment of biblical subjects, such as the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, exemplifies the use of narrative realism. Rather than merely illustrating a biblical story in a static or symbolic way, Masaccio imbued his figures with lifelike qualities, suggesting that they were real people experiencing real emotions. In the expulsion, for example, Adam and Eve are not merely shown as figures in a religious scene. They are portrayed in a moment of intense emotional distress. The dramatic positioning of their bodies, the tension in their muscles, and the anguish on their faces convey a powerful sense of the emotional weight of their expulsion from Eden. This was a significant departure from earlier depictions, where figures were often flat, idealized, and detached from the emotional realities of the narrative. Masaccio's figures were also deeply human, with a focus on the natural world and the psychological motivations of the characters. His attention to anatomical accuracy, perspective, and the realistic rendering of light and shadow made the figures seem like real, living beings. This sense of humanity was not just about physical realism. It also allowed the artist to delve deeper into the emotional states of his subjects. In the tribute money, the figures react to Christ's instructions with visible emotion, from the confusion of the tax collector to the serene trust of St. Peter. The psychological depth of these figures draws the viewer into the narrative and makes the scenes more relatable and engaging. Through this emphasis on emotional realism, Masaccio and other Renaissance artists sought to evoke a stronger connection between the viewer and the artwork. By portraying human figures with emotional depth and realism, these artists turned religious or historical narratives into poignant reflections on the human condition. The viewer could not only understand the stories being told, but also feel the emotions of the characters within them, creating a more immersive and empathetic artistic experience. Masaccio's influence on later Renaissance masters. Masaccio's innovative approach to painting laid the groundwork for many of the artistic developments that would define the High Renaissance. His mastery of perspective, naturalism, and emotional depth revolutionized the way artists approached their craft, influencing generations of painters who followed. His work was not only a turning point in the technical aspects of painting, but also in the conceptual approach to human figures and narratives. Masaccio's influence can be traced in the works of later Renaissance masters, such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, who each drew upon his innovations to further develop and refine the language of art. One of Masaccio's most enduring contributions was his use of linear perspective and chiaroscuro to create the illusion of depth and volume. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, who famously wrote about the importance of perspective, were deeply influenced by Masaccio's ability to make the two-dimensional surface of a painting appear as though it could contain real space. In works like The Last Supper, Leonardo took Masaccio's techniques to the next level, creating an even more advanced understanding of perspective, space, and light. Like Masaccio, Leonardo used perspective not just to create depth, but to draw the viewer's eye to the focal point of the composition. Michelangelo also looked to Masaccio for inspiration, particularly in his early works. Michelangelo's figures, especially in his frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, show a clear debt to Masaccio's use of anatomical precision and emotional intensity. Masaccio's figures, with their muscularity and lifelike movement, served as a model for Michelangelo's idealized but deeply expressive human forms. The muscular, powerful figures in the Sistine Chapel, from the famous creation of Adam to the prophets and sibyls, reflect Masaccio's influence on the depiction of the human body as a vessel for psychological and emotional expression. Furthermore, Raphael's The School of Athens, one of the most iconic works of the Renaissance, also demonstrates Masaccio's lasting impact. Raphael's use of perspective, as well as his ability to create a convincing three-dimensional space, owes much to Masaccio's innovations. The way Raphael arranges his figures in the vast architectural space reflects Masaccio's principles of depth and harmony, with figures placed in a logical order, each given space to breathe and interact within the environment. Through these great artists, Masaccio's techniques became foundational to the evolution of Renaissance painting. His focus on humanism, emotional realism, and technical innovation became cornerstones of the High Renaissance style, influencing not only the artists of his time, but also generations of painters who looked to his work as a model of artistic mastery. The evolution of religious painting after Masaccio. Following Masaccio's groundbreaking contributions to religious art, the portrayal of sacred subjects in painting underwent a significant transformation, evolving alongside the artistic and philosophical developments of the Renaissance. His mastery of perspective and realistic depictions of human figures paved the way for future artists to explore religious themes in increasingly complex and human-centered ways. As Renaissance artists continued to explore the spiritual world, they sought to convey not just religious stories, but the emotions and psychological depth of the figures involved, reflecting a more personal, intimate relationship with the divine. One of the key shifts in religious painting after Masaccio was the increasing emphasis on humanism and the depiction of biblical figures with greater emotional depth and realism. Artists like Fra Angelico, Leonardo da Vinci, and Raphael began to depict holy figures such as Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints not only as divine beings, but also as humanized, relatable characters. This approach was evident in works like Leonardo's The Last Supper, where Christ is shown in a moment of profound emotional turmoil, and Fra Angelico's serene and contemplative Annunciation, where the Virgin Mary is presented with an almost tender human grace. The use of light and space continued to be a critical element in religious painting. While Masaccio's use of chiaroscuro and perspective was revolutionary, later artists such as Michelangelo and Titian pushed these techniques even further. Michelangelo's frescoes in the Sistine Chapel, particularly the Last Judgment, displayed an unparalleled mastery of scale and light to create dramatic contrasts between the celestial and earthly realms. Similarly, Titian's use of color and light in his religious works, such as The Assumption of the Virgin, introduced a heightened sense of drama and a more vivid emotional connection to the divine. As religious painting evolved, the subject matter also expanded. The growing interest in the human experience led to the incorporation of more varied biblical stories, including scenes of daily life during Christ's time, as seen in works like Raphael's The Transfiguration. This marked a shift from the earlier, more static depictions of religious iconography to dynamic compositions that placed biblical events in a relatable, almost contemporary context. Artists also began to introduce more symbolism into their works, with religious symbols carrying deeper layers of meaning, further blurring the line between the divine and the human. By the end of the 16th century, religious painting had evolved into a more emotionally expressive and complex genre. Artists increasingly emphasized the spiritual journey of the individual, capturing not only the grandeur of divine figures, but also the subtle human emotions and spiritual struggles that lay beneath the surface of religious narratives. In this way, the legacy of Masaccio, combined with the humanist ideals of the Renaissance, played a crucial role in the development of religious painting, influencing artists for generations to come. Chapter 8, The Golden Age of Florence, Botticelli and Beyond. The Golden Age of Florence, which flourished during the late 15th century, saw a remarkable period of artistic, cultural, and intellectual growth. This era, known as the height of the Italian Renaissance, was marked by the influence of the powerful Medici family, a rich intellectual environment, and a profound shift toward humanism and naturalism in the visual arts. Among the many artists who rose to prominence during this time, Sandro Botticelli stands out as one of the most celebrated figures, whose works became emblematic of the period's aesthetic achievements. His masterpieces, such as The Birth of Venus and Primavera, exemplify the era's devotion to beauty, mythology, and humanist ideals. Botticelli's work was distinguished by his ability to merge the classical ideals of antiquity with the Christian themes that dominated much of Renaissance art. His skillful use of line and color, combined with a deep understanding of human form, made his paintings not only visually stunning, but also rich in symbolic meaning. In works like The Birth of Venus, Botticelli explored themes of love, beauty, and divine creation, drawing on ancient Greek and Roman mythology to create a visual language that transcended the religious context of the time. This integration of classical mythology with Christian iconography became a defining characteristic of Renaissance art, a trend that Botticelli helped to pioneer. The late 15th century was also a time of great innovation, with artists increasingly exploring new techniques and expanding the boundaries of artistic expression. Botticelli's contemporaries, such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, were pushing the limits of artistic tradition in ways that would influence the development of Western art for centuries to come. Leonardo's exploration of sfumato and his anatomical studies, Michelangelo's monumental sculptures and frescoes, and Raphael's mastery of space and composition all contributed to the broader cultural and artistic revolution that was unfolding in Florence. While Botticelli's work was emblematic of the Golden Age, the artists who followed in his footsteps carried the Renaissance into its next phase. Leonardo da Vinci, with his scientific approach to art, revolutionized the study of anatomy and perspective, bringing a level of realism and psychological depth to his figures that was previously unseen. Similarly, Michelangelo's work in sculpture, most notably his David, epitomized the Renaissance ideal of human beauty, while his Sistine Chapel frescoes transformed the way artists approach space and narrative in religious art. By the end of the 15th century, the legacy of Botticelli and his contemporaries had firmly established Florence as the cradle of Renaissance art, influencing not only the artists of Italy, but also shaping the course of European art history. The Golden Age of Florence, fueled by intellectual and cultural exchange, left an indelible mark on the history of art, paving the way for the Baroque period and beyond. Sandro Botticelli's mythological and religious art. Sandro Botticelli, one of the most celebrated painters of the Italian Renaissance, is renowned for his skillful blending of mythological and religious themes. His work reflects a deep engagement with both the classical ideals of beauty and the Christian narratives that dominated the culture of his time. Botticelli's ability to merge these two distinct realms allowed him to create masterpieces that have resonated through centuries, combining spiritual devotion with a passion for humanism and mythology. Botticelli's most iconic mythological works, such as The Birth of Venus and Primavera, are prime examples of his ability to seamlessly intertwine classical themes with Renaissance sensibilities. In The Birth of Venus, Botticelli draws on the ancient Greek myth of Venus's emergence from the sea, symbolizing beauty, love, and divine creation. The painting captures a sense of ethereal beauty with its graceful figures and harmonious composition, reflecting the Renaissance ideals of naturalism and the human form. The delicate depiction of Venus, standing on a shell and surrounded by figures of myth, is a visual embodiment of both pagan mythology and Renaissance humanism. Similarly, in Primavera, Botticelli brings to life a scene from classical mythology that celebrates the arrival of spring and the rejuvenation of nature. The work is teeming with symbolism, as the figures of Venus, Mercury, and other mythological characters are carefully arranged to convey themes of fertility, love, and the passage of time. Through his expert use of color and attention to detail, Botticelli transforms these mythological narratives into an exploration of the human experience, reinforcing the Renaissance belief in the beauty of the natural world and the potential of human potential. In addition to his mythological works, Botticelli also produced a number of religious paintings that demonstrate his profound understanding of Christian iconography and his ability to convey deep spiritual themes. One of his most famous religious works is the mystical Nativity, which depicts the birth of Christ in a highly emotional and dramatic manner. Unlike many other Renaissance nativity scenes, Botticelli's interpretation is full of energy and movement, with demons and angels engaged in a battle, emphasizing the tension between good and evil. This painting is a powerful example of how Botticelli infused religious themes with emotional intensity and a sense of narrative realism. Botticelli's mythological and religious works exemplify the Renaissance fusion of classical knowledge with Christian beliefs, marking him as a pivotal figure in the evolution of Renaissance art. His ability to create visually stunning works that convey complex spiritual and intellectual themes ensured his lasting influence on the history of Western art. The Birth of Venus and Primavera, a study in allegory. Sandro Botticelli's The Birth of Venus and Primavera are two of the most celebrated paintings in the history of art, and both are deeply rooted in allegorical meaning. These works, while grounded in classical mythology, also reflect the intellectual and cultural shifts that defined the Italian Renaissance, blending humanist ideals with rich symbolism. Through these masterpieces, Botticelli not only demonstrates his mastery of form and composition, but also creates layered narratives that invite viewers to explore themes of love, beauty, and the natural world. The Birth of Venus, painted around 1484 to 1486, depicts the mythological moment when the goddess Venus is born from the sea, emerging fully formed on a shell. The allegory within the painting is multifaceted. Venus represents both divine and earthly beauty, symbolizing love and fertility, and her arrival on the shore signifies the birth of a new era of harmony and creativity. The shell, often associated with Venus in classical mythology, further reinforces the connection between the goddess and the sea, a symbol of life and renewal. The figures surrounding her, the wind gods Zephyr and Aura, and the nymph Flora, add layers of meaning, each contributing to the sense of natural cycles and transformation. While the image of Venus is undeniably sensual, Botticelli's treatment of her form exudes purity, emphasizing beauty as a divine gift that elevates humanity. In Primavera, painted around the same time, Botticelli weaves together a complex narrative filled with allegorical meanings. The central figure, Venus, stands surrounded by mythological characters that represent various aspects of spring, fertility, and the cycle of life. The painting's title, which means spring, aptly reflects its themes of renewal and growth. The figure of Venus, again symbolizing love, is positioned at the heart of the composition, illustrating the Renaissance belief in the transformative power of love. To her left is Mercury, the messenger god, who is typically associated with knowledge and communication, further highlighting the intellectual underpinnings of the period. The three Graces, who embody beauty, charm, and joy, dance to the right, flanked by Flora, who scatters flowers, representing nature's bounty. The scene is a celebration of the interconnection between love, nature, and human experience. Both paintings reflect Botticelli's profound engagement with the classical ideals of beauty, as well as his desire to convey deeper meanings through allegory. While rooted in mythology, The Birth of Venus and Primavera are not mere representations of ancient stories. They are a reflection of Renaissance humanism, which sought to harmonize ancient wisdom with contemporary Christian and philosophical thought. These works remain timeless not only for their aesthetic beauty, but also for their rich, layered allegories that continue to captivate audiences. The Medici's influence on Botticelli's works. Sandro Botticelli's relationship with the powerful Medici family played a pivotal role in shaping his career and artistic vision. As one of the foremost patrons of the Renaissance, the Medici family provided Botticelli with financial support and creative freedom, enabling him to produce some of the most iconic works of the period. The Medici's influence on Botticelli is evident not only in the themes and subjects of his paintings, but also in the style and techniques he employed. Botticelli's connection to the Medici family began with his early association with Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, one of the most prominent and enlightened figures of the Renaissance. Lorenzo was a patron of the arts and a lover of classical antiquity, which significantly shaped the cultural climate of Florence. Botticelli's involvement with the Medici court, particularly through his ties to Lorenzo, encouraged him to explore themes from classical mythology and humanism, ideas that the Medici family highly valued. This intellectual environment influenced Botticelli's shift from religious subjects to mythological narratives, as seen in his masterpieces, The Birth of Venus and Primavera. These works, deeply infused with classical themes, align with the Medici's interest in reviving ancient Greco-Roman culture and philosophy. The Medici family's patronage allowed Botticelli to experiment with new artistic ideas and techniques. For instance, Lorenzo de' Medici is thought to have commissioned The Birth of Venus, with the painting's celebration of beauty and love mirroring the Medici's own values. The Medici were known for promoting the connection between beauty, nature, and intellectual pursuits, and Botticelli's work reflected these ideals. His use of graceful, flowing lines, and the delicate depiction of the human form in both The Birth of Venus and Primavera is consistent with the Medici's admiration for the refined and harmonious aesthetics of classical antiquity. Additionally, the Medici family's influence is evident in Botticelli's depiction of their political and cultural ideologies. The inclusion of figures like Venus, Mercury, and the Graces in Primavera can be seen as a nod to the Medici's aspirations to represent themselves as patrons of peace, beauty, and enlightenment. Botticelli's works were not just artistic endeavors, but also political statements that underscored the Medici family's role as the leading power in Florence. In summary, the Medici family's patronage was crucial to Botticelli's success and the development of his artistic style. Their support provided him with the resources and opportunities to explore new subjects and innovative techniques, which allowed his works to capture the cultural and intellectual ideals of the Renaissance. Through their influence, Botticelli was able to create works that not only advanced his career, but also contributed to the legacy of the Medici as patrons of the arts. The decline of Botticelli's career during Savonarola's rule. The decline of Sandro Botticelli's career in the late 15th century is closely tied to the tumultuous period in Florence marked by the influence of the Dominican friar Girolamo Savonarola. Savonarola, a fervent preacher, gained significant power in Florence during the 1490s, challenging the cultural and political climate that had supported the flourishing of the arts. His sermons, decrying secularism and indulgence, had a profound impact on the city's intellectual and artistic life, leading to a period of tension and repression for artists like Botticelli. Botticelli, who had previously been at the height of his fame under the Medici family's patronage, found himself in a difficult position as Savonarola's influence spread throughout Florence. Savonarola's rhetoric, which focused on the sinfulness of secularism and the immorality of the human condition, criticized the very subjects that Botticelli had become famous for. The friar condemned the mythological and sensual themes that were characteristic of Botticelli's works, such as The Birth of Venus and Primavera, calling them indecent and immoral. This ideological clash between Savonarola's religious convictions and Botticelli's humanist approach to art marked the beginning of a downturn in the artist's career. As a result of Savonarola's rise to power, Botticelli became disillusioned with his own works and the prevailing cultural climate. According to some accounts, Botticelli, who had been a devoted follower of the Medici, was deeply affected by Savonarola's call for the Bonfire of the Vanities in 1497. During this infamous event, secular artworks, books, and items associated with paganism and immorality were burned in a public spectacle. Botticelli is believed to have participated in the destruction of his own paintings, perhaps feeling guilt over the themes of sensuality and paganism that had once defined his style. After this period, Botticelli's artistic output dwindled. He retreated from the spotlight, producing fewer commissions and finding it increasingly difficult to secure patrons. The Medici family's influence in Florence also waned during Savonarola's rule, further diminishing Botticelli's opportunities for artistic patronage. The political and religious climate, which had once nurtured Botticelli's talent and vision, became a hostile environment for his work. Despite the decline of his career during Savonarola's rule, Botticelli's legacy remained intact in the long run. His work, especially from his earlier years, continued to be celebrated in subsequent generations. However, the period of religious and political upheaval that swept through Florence undoubtedly curtailed the full potential of his artistic career. The decline of Botticelli's output during Savonarola's rule stands as a poignant reminder of how art, politics, and religion intersected during the Renaissance. The transition to High Renaissance styles. The transition from the early Renaissance to the High Renaissance represents one of the most significant periods in the history of art, marked by a profound evolution in both style and technique. During this time, the focus shifted from the more conservative symbolic depictions of religious subjects to the idealized naturalism and balanced composition that would come to define high Renaissance art. Artists who had laid the groundwork for these changes, such as Giotto, Brunelleschi, and Masaccio, gave way to masters like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, whose work would embody the full potential of Renaissance ideals. In the early Renaissance, artists focused on rediscovering classical antiquity's emphasis on proportion, perspective, and human anatomy. The development of linear perspective, particularly by Brunelleschi and later by artists like Masaccio, helped establish a sense of space and realism in painting. At the same time, the representation of the human form began to move away from the flat, stylized figures of the Middle Ages toward more naturalistic depictions. These early steps toward realism set the stage for the High Renaissance, where artists pushed these techniques to their limits. The High Renaissance period, which roughly spans from the late 15th century to the early 16th century, was characterized by an even greater emphasis on harmony, balance, and proportion. Artists began to experiment with more complex compositions, incorporating a deep understanding of human anatomy and light. This was seen in Leonardo da Vinci's anatomical studies and his use of sfumato, a technique that softened the transitions between colors and tones, adding depth and realism to his portraits like the Mona Lisa. Raphael, known for his frescoes in the Vatican, combined the clarity of classical forms with the depth of emotion, creating balanced compositions that highlighted the beauty of the human figure. Michelangelo, perhaps the most iconic artist of the period, revolutionized sculpture and painting, epitomized by his creation of the David and his frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, which incorporated both dramatic human anatomy and theological narrative. The transition to high Renaissance art was also influenced by the broader intellectual climate of the time. Humanism, which emphasized the study of classical texts and the potential of human achievement, played a key role in this shift. Artists became increasingly concerned with the idea of perfecting the human form and capturing not just its physical appearance, but also its inner emotional and spiritual qualities. The advancement of techniques like oil painting, which allowed for richer colors and finer details, further contributed to the visual sophistication of high Renaissance works. This period also saw the consolidation of art as a highly respected profession, with artists being treated as intellectuals and cultural leaders. The great patrons of this era, such as Pope Julius II, the Medici family, and other wealthy families across Italy, provided both financial and moral support for artists, encouraging the creation of monumental works of art that remain some of the most iconic in history. As the Renaissance evolved into the High Renaissance, art underwent a transformation that reflected not only the advancements in technique and style, but also the deepening philosophical and cultural ideals of the time. Chapter 9, Leonardo da Vinci, the Ultimate Renaissance Man. Leonardo da Vinci is widely regarded as the ultimate embodiment of the Renaissance ideal, a polymath whose genius spanned multiple disciplines, from painting and sculpture to anatomy, engineering, and architecture. Born in 1452 in Vinci, Italy, Leonardo's vast intellectual curiosity and insatiable desire to understand the world set him apart from many of his contemporaries. His life and work demonstrate the ideal of Renaissance humanism, where the quest for knowledge, beauty, and innovation was seen as a unified pursuit. Leonardo's contributions to art are legendary, with works like the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper standing as towering achievements in the history of Western art. His paintings were revolutionary for their use of perspective, light, and shadow, which brought a new level of realism and depth to portraiture and religious scenes. The Mona Lisa, with its enigmatic smile and soft use of sfumato, exemplifies Leonardo's ability to capture the complexity of human emotion and his mastery of subtle detail. Likewise, in The Last Supper, Leonardo employed revolutionary techniques, such as the use of linear perspective, to create a dramatic composition that focused on the emotional intensity of Christ's final meal with his disciples. Beyond his work as a painter, Leonardo's notebooks offer a fascinating glimpse into his inventive mind. Filled with sketches, anatomical studies, and mechanical diagrams, these notebooks demonstrate his far-reaching curiosity about the natural world. He meticulously studied the human body, producing drawings that are still admired for their accuracy and detail. His inventions, many of which were centuries ahead of their time, ranged from designs for flying machines to early concepts for a submarine, a machine for testing the strength of materials, and innovative approaches to engineering and hydraulics. Leonardo's understanding of anatomy played a critical role in his artistic endeavors. His studies of the human form, combined with his skill in representing muscle structure and movement, allowed him to create figures that were more lifelike and expressive than those of earlier artists. His scientific approach to art was groundbreaking, as he believed that to truly capture the beauty of the human body, an artist must first understand its underlying mechanics. What truly set Leonardo apart was his integration of art and science. He viewed his artistic endeavors as a way to explore the natural world and sought to depict it in a way that was both scientifically accurate and aesthetically beautiful. His works were not just masterpieces of visual art. They were attempts to understand the underlying principles that governed both nature and human existence. In this sense, Leonardo da Vinci epitomized the Renaissance ideal of the well-rounded, multidisciplinary scholar, whose work transcended traditional boundaries and shaped the course of art and science for generations to come. Leonardo's Florentine beginnings and early training. Leonardo da Vinci's journey into the world of art began in Florence, a city that was both a cultural hub and a breeding ground for artistic innovation during the Renaissance. Born in 1452 in the small town of Vinci, Leonardo was sent to Florence in his youth, where he would begin his formal artistic education. At the age of 14, he was apprenticed to the renowned painter and sculptor Andrea del Verrocchio, one of the leading artists of the time. This apprenticeship marked the start of what would become an extraordinary career that blended the worlds of art, science, and invention. Verrocchio's workshop was a vibrant center for learning, attracting young talents eager to refine their skills. It was here that Leonardo was exposed to a wide array of techniques, including painting, sculpture, and metalwork. He was not only trained in the fine art of painting, but also in the sciences, as Verrocchio was known for his interest in anatomy and engineering. This early exposure to diverse fields sparked Leonardo's lifelong fascination with the natural world and its underlying principles. Leonardo's early works reflect the influence of his master, Verrocchio, as well as the broader Florentine artistic environment. One of Leonardo's earliest known works, The Baptism of Christ, was a collaboration with Verrocchio. Leonardo painted the figure of the young angel in the background, demonstrating his mastery of light and shadow and his keen eye for detail. It is said that Verrocchio, impressed by Leonardo's work, was so overwhelmed by the young artist's talent that he reportedly stopped painting altogether, conceding that Leonardo had surpassed him. Florence, during this period, was an intellectually charged city where humanism and classical ideals were being revived. The works of artists such as Donatello, Masaccio, and Botticelli, as well as the influence of thinkers like Petrarch and Plato, played a significant role in shaping Leonardo's worldview. The Renaissance emphasis on humanism, which sought to celebrate the individual and the natural world, resonated deeply with Leonardo, who was captivated by the human form and the study of anatomy. As Leonardo grew in skill and reputation, he began to break away from the traditional techniques taught in his early training. His early works in Florence, while influenced by the Florentine tradition, began to show the seeds of his distinctive style, marked by a keen observation of nature, an innovative approach to perspective, and a deep curiosity about the human body. These formative years in Florence laid the foundation for his future accomplishments and solidified his place as one of the most extraordinary minds of the Renaissance. The science of art, anatomy, perspective, and innovation. Leonardo da Vinci's genius lay not only in his artistic skill, but in his ability to merge art and science in groundbreaking ways. His approach to art was deeply rooted in his fascination with anatomy, perspective, and innovative techniques that defied the conventions of his time. As an artist, Leonardo believed that true mastery came from understanding the underlying principles of nature, which led him to delve into the study of human anatomy, the mechanics of movement, and the geometry of space. Leonardo's obsession with anatomy began with a quest to understand the human body's structure and function. He performed dissections on both human cadavers and animals, making meticulous sketches of muscles, bones, and organs. These anatomical studies helped him develop a profound understanding of the human form, which allowed him to depict the body with remarkable precision and lifelike detail in his paintings. His studies went beyond just physical form. Leonardo sought to capture the inner workings of the body, from the flow of blood in veins to the mechanics of joints. These studies were not only beneficial for his artistic practice, but also contributed to the field of medicine and anatomy. Alongside his anatomical studies, Leonardo's exploration of perspective played a pivotal role in revolutionizing art. While the use of perspective was not new, Leonardo's treatment of it in his works was groundbreaking. He mastered the technique of linear perspective, creating the illusion of depth on a flat surface. By carefully calculating the vanishing point and horizon line, he was able to give his paintings a sense of three-dimensional space, which was previously unseen in Western art. His innovative use of light and shadow, known as chiaroscuro, further enhanced this sense of realism, giving depth to figures and objects and making them appear as though they existed within a natural world. Leonardo's scientific approach to art also extended to his inventions and innovations. He used geometry and mathematical principles to solve artistic problems, such as creating accurate proportions and the harmonious relationship between figures. His notebooks are filled with sketches and observations that show how he applied scientific methods to his artistic pursuits. For example, his study of water flow and mechanics influenced his ability to render natural elements like flowing rivers and winds with remarkable accuracy in his paintings. In essence, Leonardo's pursuit of knowledge and innovation transcended traditional boundaries between art and science. His work demonstrated that mastery of both disciplines was essential to creating art that could capture the full complexity of the world. His holistic approach to art as a science, blending observation, analysis, and technique, set him apart as one of the Renaissance's most influential figures and solidified his legacy as the ultimate Renaissance man. Notable works: The Annunciation and the Adoration of the Magi. Among Leonardo da Vinci's early works, The Annunciation and the Adoration of the Magi stand out as significant examples of his developing artistic style and his unique approach to narrative painting. Both works, though unfinished, offer a window into Leonardo's mastery of composition, use of light and perspective, and his deep understanding of human emotion. These paintings also reveal his early engagement with religious themes, which would continue to dominate his career. The Annunciation was painted around 1475, and it depicts the biblical moment when the angel Gabriel announces to the Virgin Mary that she will bear the Son of God. Leonardo's approach to this scene diverges from the conventional representations of the time by introducing a dynamic composition and intricate details. The figures are positioned in a naturalistic way, with Gabriel in midair, gesturing toward Mary in a manner that suggests motion and divine interaction. The setting itself is detailed and atmospheric, with the use of perspective creating depth. In addition to the naturalistic portrayal of the human figures, Leonardo's use of light and shadow, chiaroscuro, begins to emerge as a defining characteristic of his style, highlighting the forms and creating a sense of three-dimensionality. The Adoration of the Magi, painted around 1481, is another early work that showcases Leonardo's evolving technique and narrative complexity. The painting captures the moment when the three kings, or magi, present gifts to the infant Jesus in the stable. Although this work was left unfinished, it provides insight into Leonardo's creative process. In this piece, Leonardo uses perspective and composition to direct the viewer's eye toward the central figures, with the Magi positioned in a complex swirling arrangement. This dynamic composition, with multiple figures in various poses, reflects his deep understanding of human movement and interaction. The setting of the scene is also notable for its attention to detail, with the background filled with architectural structures and rocky landscapes, all painted with a sense of depth and realism. In both the Annunciation and the Adoration of the Magi, Leonardo demonstrates an early mastery of creating a sense of space and light, as well as an ability to infuse his figures with a sense of emotional depth. The unfinished nature of the Adoration of the Magi leaves us with a glimpse into his process, showing how he was experimenting with perspective, dramatic compositions, and the expression of religious themes. These works mark the beginning of his journey toward the refinement of his techniques, which would later be seen in masterpieces like The Last Supper and Mona Lisa. Together, they reveal Leonardo's emerging genius and his ability to transcend traditional artistic conventions. The Mona Lisa and The Last Supper. Two of Leonardo da Vinci's most iconic works, The Mona Lisa and The Last Supper, are not only masterpieces of Renaissance art, but also profound representations of his artistic genius. Each painting reflects his innovative use of composition, light, and human emotion, solidifying Leonardo's status as one of the greatest artists in history. The Mona Lisa, painted between 1503 and 1506, is perhaps the most famous painting in the world. This portrait of a woman, widely believed to be Lisa Gherardini, the wife of a Florentine merchant, is celebrated for its subtle use of light, shadow, and the enigmatic smile of the subject. What distinguishes this painting is Leonardo's masterful technique of sfumato, a method of blending colors and tones to create soft transitions between light and shadow, which gives the figure a lifelike, almost ethereal quality. Her smile, often described as ambiguous, has intrigued viewers for centuries. The painting's composition, with the figure placed in a serene yet slightly distant landscape, conveys a sense of mystery, with the background fading into soft, atmospheric tones that add depth to the scene. The pose of the figure is natural, and the rendering of her hands and face demonstrates Leonardo's keen understanding of anatomy and his ability to capture human emotion. In contrast, The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, is a monumental fresco that captures the dramatic moment when Jesus announces that one of his disciples will betray him. The composition of the painting is revolutionary in its use of perspective and narrative structure. Leonardo's innovative use of linear perspective draws the viewer's eye directly to the central figure of Christ, creating a strong focal point. The arrangement of the 12 apostles around Jesus is meticulously calculated, with each individual's reaction to the news of the betrayal portrayed in a way that enhances the emotional intensity of the scene. The use of light and shadow in The Last Supper not only brings out the expressions and gestures of each figure, but also creates a sense of space and depth within the room, adding realism to the dramatic scene. Leonardo's understanding of human psychology is evident in the way he captures the individual personalities and emotions of the apostles, with each one reacting in a unique manner. Both the Mona Lisa and The Last Supper demonstrate Leonardo's mastery of composition, perspective, and emotional depth, hallmarks that would influence generations of artists. These works also reflect his ability to blend science and art, with his studies of anatomy, light, and space contributing to the lifelike quality of his figures. In each of these masterpieces, Leonardo elevates the human experience, capturing moments of profound significance and emotion, which continue to captivate audiences today. Leonardo's legacy and influence on future generations. Leonardo da Vinci's legacy is not confined to his own time, but has echoed through centuries, influencing countless generations of artists, scientists, and thinkers. His contributions to both the arts and sciences were revolutionary, and his work continues to shape our understanding of the natural world and the human experience. One of the key elements of Leonardo's influence is his blending of art and science. His meticulous studies of human anatomy, motion, and the natural world were groundbreaking. These studies, often accompanied by detailed sketches and notes, laid the groundwork for future advancements in both medicine and artistic realism. His anatomical drawings, for example, were centuries ahead of their time and provided an invaluable resource for later scientists and artists, shaping the way the human body was depicted in art. Leonardo's obsession with understanding the mechanics of movement, both in humans and animals, contributed to a greater sense of dynamism and realism in the depiction of figures. His detailed observations in these fields bridged the gap between art and science, inspiring future generations to think across disciplines. In terms of artistic legacy, Leonardo's innovative use of perspective, light, and shadow set new standards for realism in painting. His development of sfumato, the technique of blending colors and tones to create soft transitions and atmospheric effects, was a major departure from the more rigid, linear style of earlier artists. This technique not only made his works more lifelike, but also influenced artists like Raphael, Titian, and later Baroque painters. Leonardo's ability to convey emotional depth through his portrayal of the human figure also had a lasting impact on the emotional expressiveness of Renaissance art. Moreover, Leonardo's concept of the Renaissance man, a person who excels in multiple fields, continues to be an ideal in both the art world and beyond. His broad range of interests, from engineering and architecture to botany and flight, set a model for intellectual curiosity and versatility that would inspire future polymaths, including figures like Michelangelo and Galileo. Even in the modern era, Leonardo's influence remains palpable. His work continues to be studied, revered, and emulated, not only in art, but also in fields such as technology and innovation, where his creative and forward-thinking mindset still resonates. Leonardo's genius transcends time, and his ability to merge creativity with intellect has left an indelible mark on history. Chapter 10. Michelangelo and the Power of the Human Form. Michelangelo Buonarroti is widely regarded as one of the greatest artists in history, celebrated for his unparalleled mastery of the human form. His works, whether in painting, sculpture, or architecture, not only defined the High Renaissance, but also set the stage for the evolution of Western art in the centuries that followed. What makes Michelangelo's art so distinctive is his profound understanding and depiction of the human body, which he elevated to an ideal of beauty, strength, and spiritual transcendence. Michelangelo's sculpture, in particular, revolutionized the art of the Renaissance. His depiction of the human body was a celebration of physical and emotional power. His figures are imbued with an almost palpable energy, frozen in dramatic poses that evoke strength and tension. The most famous example of this is his statue of David, a masterpiece that captures the biblical hero in a moment of intense concentration before facing Goliath. The statue's muscular, lifelike form is a testament to Michelangelo's meticulous study of anatomy. His deep understanding of the human body allowed him to carve stone with such precision that his sculptures seem almost to breathe, blurring the line between art and nature. Michelangelo's approach to the human form was not just about anatomical accuracy, but also about expressing the emotional and spiritual aspects of his subjects. His figures often possess a deep inner life, conveyed through their posture, expression, and gesture. In his Pietà, for example, the tender yet tragic portrayal of the Virgin Mary holding the body of Christ reveals a profound emotional depth, showing the vulnerability and sorrow of the human experience. His work on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel further demonstrates his ability to merge physical form with spiritual meaning. The creation of Adam, one of the most iconic images in Western art, shows the moment when God reaches out to give life to Adam, with both figures depicted in perfect harmony and muscular precision. This composition illustrates Michelangelo's belief in the divine connection between humanity and the divine, with the human body serving as a conduit for spiritual transcendence. Michelangelo's influence on future generations of artists cannot be overstated. His idealized depiction of the human body would inspire countless artists, from his contemporaries like Raphael to later Baroque and neoclassical painters and sculptors. His contributions to the understanding of anatomy, emotion, and beauty in the human form continue to resonate in art today. Michelangelo's work remains a symbol of artistic excellence, illustrating the timeless power of the human figure. Early sculptures and training in Florence. Michelangelo Buonarroti's journey as an artist began in Florence, a city that would shape his early works and solidify his reputation as one of the Renaissance's greatest sculptors. Born in 1475, Michelangelo's early training was marked by a blend of formal education and practical experience. His first artistic instruction came under the guidance of Domenico Ghirlandaio, one of the leading painters of the time, where Michelangelo learned the basics of drawing and fresco painting. However, it was his exposure to the marble workshops of Florence that truly ignited his passion for sculpture, leading him to study the works of classical antiquity and develop a profound understanding of the human form. In 1490, Michelangelo entered the Medici Sculpture Garden in Florence, an environment that would play a pivotal role in his artistic development. The Medici family, known for their patronage of the arts, provided Michelangelo with access to their vast collection of classical sculptures. This exposure to ancient Greek and Roman works deeply influenced Michelangelo's approach to sculpture, prompting him to study the human figure in detail. His early works, such as the Battle of the Centaurs and the Madonna of the Stairs, show a clear commitment to anatomical precision and a deep reverence for the classical tradition. One of his first major breakthroughs came in 1496 with the creation of his Pietà, a marble sculpture depicting the Virgin Mary holding the dead body of Christ. This masterpiece, carved when Michelangelo was only in his early 20s, revealed his ability to convey both emotional depth and technical mastery. The Pietà demonstrates his skill in creating a highly realistic and expressive human form, with the figure's delicate folds of drapery and the contrast between smooth skin and the lifelike anatomical details of Christ's body. Michelangelo's early works, including the Pietà and his subsequent commissions, established his reputation as a gifted sculptor. His time in Florence provided the foundation for his later achievements, where his artistic vision matured. The study of classical sculpture, combined with his innate understanding of human anatomy, gave Michelangelo the tools to create works of extraordinary technical skill and emotional resonance. His early sculptures set the stage for the monumental works that would define his career and cement his place as one of the greatest artists in history. The David, a masterpiece of strength and idealism. Michelangelo's David stands as one of the most iconic sculptures of the Renaissance, embodying both the strength and the idealism that define the era's artistic achievements. Created between 1501 and 1504, the statue represents the biblical hero David, who famously defeated the giant Goliath with a single stone. However, Michelangelo's interpretation of this subject transcends the narrative of the battle, focusing instead on David's physical and psychological state just before the fight, capturing his tension, focus, and raw human potential. Standing over 14 feet tall, the David is carved from a single block of marble, a material that Michelangelo had previously worked with in his youth. The figure's proportions are both realistic and idealized, reflecting the Renaissance's fascination with humanism and the study of anatomy. Michelangelo's understanding of the human body is evident in the finely detailed musculature of the statue, which showcases the artist's mastery over both the technical and artistic aspects of sculpture. Every muscle, vein, and sinew seems to strain with energy, yet the pose remains composed, demonstrating the artist's ability to depict both physical power and mental control. What sets Michelangelo's David apart from previous depictions of the same figure is its intense realism. Whereas earlier representations of David often portrayed him as a youthful, somewhat passive figure, Michelangelo's interpretation is one of contemplation and resolve. The tension in David's body, his raised left hand clutching the sling, his gaze fixed intently on the distant Goliath, expresses a deep internal focus, a powerful blend of intellect and physical prowess. The contrapposto stance, with weight shifted to one leg, brings a naturalism to the figure, making David appear alive, caught in the moment of preparation. The David also reflects the Renaissance ideals of beauty and harmony, combining anatomical accuracy with a sense of divine purpose. Michelangelo's rendering of David's body is based on the classical concept of the human form as the ultimate expression of beauty and strength. In this sense, the sculpture not only represents the biblical hero, but also embodies the Renaissance belief in the potential of humanity to achieve greatness through intellect, art, and individual effort. Placed originally in front of Florence's Palazzo della Signoria, the David became a symbol of the city's civic pride and resilience. Michelangelo's masterpiece not only marks a turning point in the history of Renaissance sculpture, but also serves as a lasting testament to the power of the human form, both physically and philosophically. The Sistine Chapel and Florentine influences. The Sistine Chapel, one of the most celebrated artistic landmarks in the world, is inextricably linked to the Renaissance's Florentine influence, particularly through the genius of Michelangelo. Commissioned by Pope Julius II in 1508, the Sistine Chapel's ceiling is a monumental work that would forever change the course of art history. Although Michelangelo was already a renowned sculptor, his frescoes in the Sistine Chapel revealed his mastery in painting and solidified his status as one of the greatest artists of the Renaissance. Florence, the birthplace of the Renaissance, played a significant role in shaping Michelangelo's artistic vision. The city's humanist ideals, which celebrated the potential of humanity, the study of classical antiquity, and the pursuit of beauty, heavily influenced Michelangelo's approach to art. In Florence, he was exposed to the works of great Renaissance artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and Botticelli, whose depictions of the human form and mastery of perspective left a lasting impression on him. Michelangelo's experience in Florence allowed him to refine his understanding of anatomy, which would become crucial in his approach to painting the Sistine Chapel. The ceiling of the Sistine Chapel is a vast and intricate narrative, containing scenes from the Book of Genesis, including the famous creation of Adam. Michelangelo employed his knowledge of anatomy, perspective, and light to create compositions that were both visually dynamic and profoundly theological. The figures are depicted in bold, sculptural forms with a focus on muscularity and divine grace. These characteristics, influenced by the Florentine tradition, emphasize the Renaissance celebration of the human body as an expression of beauty and strength, while also serving as a vehicle for divine power and purpose. Florence's influence on Michelangelo can also be seen in the intricate use of space in the Sistine Chapel ceiling. Drawing on the Renaissance understanding of perspective, Michelangelo created an illusion of depth and volume within the confines of the chapel's architecture. The figures appear to emerge from the ceiling, giving the impression of three-dimensionality, which was revolutionary for its time. This sophisticated use of space reflects the Florentine artist's commitment to creating works that felt both realistic and spiritual. In essence, the Sistine Chapel ceiling is a perfect fusion of Florentine Renaissance principles: humanism, classical influences, and an idealization of the human form, all of which Michelangelo transformed into a deeply spiritual and universally celebrated masterpiece. The chapel stands as a testament to the artistic heights that could be achieved when Florentine innovation, coupled with religious devotion, shaped the vision of one of the greatest masters in history. Michelangelo's architectural contributions. In addition to his unparalleled achievements in sculpture and painting, Michelangelo made significant contributions to the field of architecture, a realm in which his innovative ideas reshaped the architectural landscape of the Renaissance. His architectural career began somewhat unexpectedly, as he was more renowned for his work in marble, but over time, Michelangelo became one of the most influential architects of his era, combining classical principles with his distinctive personal style. One of Michelangelo's most notable architectural achievements was his work on St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City. In 1546, he was appointed the chief architect of the basilica, and while the building had been under construction for decades, Michelangelo's vision brought it closer to completion. His design for the basilica's dome, which he inherited from the previous architect Donato Bramante, would go on to become one of the most iconic elements of Renaissance architecture. Michelangelo's dome, though it remained unfinished during his lifetime, was based on a daring plan that involved an intricate system of ribs and a defining circular shape. The dome's grandeur was revolutionary, combining both technical innovation and aesthetic grace, and it remains a symbol of Renaissance architectural mastery. In addition to his work on St. Peter's, Michelangelo's design of the Laurentian Library in Florence further exemplifies his architectural ingenuity. The library's vestibule, with its complex staircase and stunning use of space, reveals Michelangelo's understanding of both the classical tradition and modern needs. The space is framed by an intricate interplay of columns, arches, and steps that create a sense of motion and energy within an otherwise static structure. His architectural elements here reflect his ability to blend functionality with dramatic effect, as well as his tendency to break from traditional forms to achieve something entirely new and dynamic. Michelangelo's work at the Palazzo Farnese in Rome also demonstrates his capacity to innovate within classical styles. His modifications to the building's design, which include the bold use of pilasters and the rethinking of proportions, became significant markers of Renaissance and later Baroque architecture. These adaptations brought new life to the classical vocabulary, demonstrating his deep understanding of structure while maintaining a unique sense of creativity and expression. Michelangelo's architectural contributions were not only monumental in scale, but also deeply influential. His ability to reconcile classical harmony with dynamic complexity inspired generations of architects, leaving a lasting legacy in the world of architecture that reached far beyond the Renaissance. The lasting legacy of his Florentine works. Michelangelo's time in Florence, both as a young artist and throughout his later years, profoundly shaped not only his own career, but also the course of Renaissance art and architecture. His works in the city, particularly his sculptures, have become cornerstones of Western artistic achievement, and their impact continues to resonate in both the art world and beyond. One of the most iconic elements of Michelangelo's Florentine legacy is his sculpture of David. Commissioned for the Cathedral of Florence, the statue is considered a masterpiece of Renaissance art, embodying the humanist ideals of beauty, strength, and divine potential. Michelangelo's treatment of the human form, his mastery of anatomical accuracy, and his ability to capture both tension and serenity in a single pose made David a symbol not only of biblical heroism, but also of Florence's own Republican values. The statue's influence extends far beyond Florence, shaping not just the trajectory of Renaissance sculpture, but also the ways in which future generations would approach the depiction of the human body in art. Another crucial work that cemented Michelangelo's Florentine legacy is his unfinished marble series known as the Prisoners or Slaves, created for the tomb of Pope Julius II. These figures, which appear to be struggling to free themselves from the stone, are celebrated for their raw emotional power and their display of Michelangelo's unparalleled skill in depicting human form. Although never completed, the slaves express a profound sense of internal conflict and personal struggle, themes that would resonate deeply throughout art history. Michelangelo's work on the Medici Chapel, also in Florence, further exemplifies his mastery of space and form. The tombs of Lorenzo and Giuliano de' Medici, which house sculptures by Michelangelo, showcase his ability to use architecture as a narrative device, telling the story of the Medici family's power and legacy. His figures, such as night and day, imbue the tombs with a sense of timelessness, capturing the duality of life and death, the passage of time, and the weight of history. In addition to his sculptures, Michelangelo's influence on Florentine architecture remains a lasting testament to his vision. His work on the Laurentian Library, with its dramatic staircase and use of space, marks a revolutionary moment in architectural design, introducing new ways of thinking about movement, light, and form in public buildings. Overall, Michelangelo's Florentine works left an indelible mark on the Renaissance and continue to inspire artists, architects, and scholars to this day. His ability to merge technical mastery with emotional depth, coupled with his innovative approaches to both sculpture and architecture, ensures his legacy remains integral to the evolution of art and culture. Chapter 11: Raphael and the Refinement of Renaissance Art. Raphael, one of the most celebrated figures of the High Renaissance, is renowned for his ability to synthesize the artistic innovations of his predecessors and refine them into a style marked by harmony, clarity, and balance. His contributions to the world of art help define the ideals of Renaissance aesthetics and continue to influence artists to this day. Born in 1483 in Urbino, Raphael received his early training in the workshop of his father, Giovanni Santi, a court painter. However, it was under the guidance of artists like Pietro Perugino and his time spent in Florence that Raphael began to develop his own distinctive style. Influenced by the works of Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, Raphael was able to blend their innovations with his natural sense of grace and elegance. His work is often characterized by its serene composition, the use of perspective, and the clarity of his figures. One of Raphael's most important contributions to Renaissance art was his development of the Madonna theme. His depictions of the Virgin Mary, such as in the Sistine Madonna and Madonna del Prado, were filled with warmth, tenderness, and a sense of maternal grace that was previously unseen in religious art. Raphael's Madonnas became the epitome of idealized beauty, with soft, flowing lines and a gentle, nurturing presence that resonated deeply with the public. His ability to convey divine beauty with human emotion set his work apart from others of his time. In addition to his religious works, Raphael made significant strides in portraiture, with works like the Portrait of Baldassare Castiglione and the Portrait of Pope Julius II, where his ability to capture the character and inner life of his subjects set a new standard for Renaissance portraiture. His skill in conveying personality, combined with his mastery of light, space, and detail, made his portraits both realistic and timeless. Perhaps one of Raphael's most renowned accomplishments is his work in the Vatican, particularly the Raphael Rooms, which are considered among the finest examples of Renaissance frescoes. The School of Athens, in particular, stands as a testament to Raphael's understanding of perspective, humanist ideals, and his ability to blend figures from different periods of history into a cohesive and dynamic composition. Raphael's approach to art was characterized by a devotion to beauty, harmony, and balance. His ability to marry technical skill with emotional depth made his work the perfect embodiment of Renaissance ideals. His influence extended far beyond his lifetime, shaping the development of Baroque and classical art and ensuring his place as one of the great masters of Western art. Raphael's Florentine period and artistic growth. Raphael's time in Florence, between 1504 and 1508, was pivotal in shaping his artistic style and establishing him as a leading figure of the High Renaissance. This period marked a significant phase of artistic growth as he encountered the works of Florence's most influential artists, including Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, whose techniques profoundly impacted his development. When Raphael first arrived in Florence, he had already garnered attention in his native Umbria for his charming Madonnas and altarpieces. However, it was during his Florentine years that he truly began to refine his style. The influence of Leonardo's subtle use of sfumato, blending colors and tones to create a soft, smoky effect, can be seen in Raphael's figures, particularly in his portrayal of light and shadow. This technique brought a new depth and realism to his work, adding a more naturalistic quality to his figures. Equally influential during this time was Michelangelo, whose bold use of the human form and powerful musculature inspired Raphael's depictions of the body. Raphael's studies of Michelangelo's work, particularly the sculptures of the Medici Chapel, helped him develop a greater understanding of anatomy and the human figure. This influence is evident in works like The Triumph of Galatea, where Raphael combined classical elegance with a dynamic rendering of the human body. The Florentine period also saw Raphael embrace the principles of perspective, as demonstrated in works like the Ansidei Madonna and the Madonna of the Goldfinch. In these paintings, he incorporated mathematical precision and geometric harmony, using linear perspective to create a sense of space and depth. This was a significant evolution in Raphael's art, as he began to integrate more sophisticated technical elements into his compositions while maintaining his signature clarity and grace. During this time, Raphael also made a breakthrough in his handling of space and composition. He developed a keen sense of balance in his arrangements, where figures were placed in harmonious relationships with one another and their surroundings. The sense of serenity and order in his paintings became central to his artistic identity and would come to define much of his later work. By the end of his Florentine period, Raphael had absorbed the lessons of his great contemporaries and synthesized them into a distinctive style of his own. His time in Florence laid the foundation for his later masterpieces in Rome, where he would achieve his greatest triumphs. It was in Florence that Raphael's artistic growth truly flourished, and he began to emerge as one of the most important figures in Renaissance art. Influence from Leonardo and Michelangelo. Raphael's early career was deeply shaped by the two towering figures of the Renaissance, Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo Buonarroti. The influence of these artists, both in terms of technique and thematic exploration, played a crucial role in Raphael's artistic evolution, particularly during his Florentine years, when he was exposed to the innovations of these masters. From Leonardo, Raphael absorbed the delicate, almost ethereal quality of light and shadow. Leonardo's signature technique of sfumato, which involved the subtle blending of colors to create soft transitions between light and dark, became an important tool for Raphael. This technique allowed Raphael to depict the human form with a more lifelike, natural appearance, giving his figures a sense of volume and depth. The softness of Raphael's faces, especially in his earlier Madonnas, echoes Leonardo's approach to portraying emotion and realism through the manipulation of light. Additionally, Raphael was deeply influenced by Leonardo's mastery of composition and the use of perspective. Leonardo's ability to organize figures within a space while maintaining a sense of harmony and proportion had a profound impact on Raphael's own compositions. This influence can be seen in Raphael's careful arrangement of figures in works like the Madonna of the Goldfinch, where the interaction between the subjects is gracefully structured within the space. Raphael's ability to create a sense of three-dimensionality and to place figures within a believable environment owes much to Leonardo's pioneering work in perspective. Michelangelo's influence on Raphael, however, was more directly related to the physicality and strength of the human body. Michelangelo's powerful depictions of the human form, especially in his sculptures and the figures in the Sistine Chapel, were a source of great inspiration for Raphael. While Raphael's style was often more graceful and elegant compared to Michelangelo's muscular, dramatic figures, he adopted Michelangelo's understanding of anatomy and the depiction of the body in motion. Works like The Triumph of Galatea showcase Raphael's ability to capture dynamic, powerful figures while maintaining a sense of harmony and beauty. The interaction between the calm elegance of Raphael's style and the bold, emotional intensity of Leonardo and Michelangelo's works represents a fusion of the intellectual and emotional currents of the High Renaissance. While Leonardo provided Raphael with the tools for creating lifelike figures and compositions, Michelangelo's influence pushed him toward a more dynamic and robust depiction of the human figure. Together, these influences helped Raphael establish a distinctive style that would come to define his legacy as one of the greatest painters of the Renaissance. The development of his Madonnas and portraiture. Raphael's Madonnas and portraiture represent some of his most revered contributions to Renaissance art, showcasing his mastery of form, emotion, and grace. His early works, especially his depictions of the Madonna, evolved significantly over his career, marking a journey from traditional, more formal religious compositions to more intimate, humanistic portrayals of the Virgin Mary and the divine. In his early Madonnas, Raphael adhered to the traditional iconography of the time, drawing upon the established compositions seen in the works of earlier artists like Leonardo and Perugino. These early depictions often followed a strict formal structure, with the Virgin Mary positioned serenely in the foreground, surrounded by halos and symbols of divinity. However, as Raphael's style developed, he began to imbue these sacred subjects with more naturalism and emotional depth. One of the turning points in Raphael's portrayal of the Madonna came with his use of more complex, dynamic compositions that emphasized the interaction between the Virgin, child, and the surrounding environment. His Madonnas became more human, with softer, more expressive faces, and a greater sense of intimacy between the figures. The Madonna of the Goldfinch, painted during his time in Florence, is a prime example of this shift. The figures of Mary, the Christ child, and John the Baptist are positioned in a natural, relaxed manner, creating a harmonious and believable scene. Raphael used light and color to enhance the emotional undertone of the piece, with a gentle interplay of soft tones reflecting the innocence and serenity of the Virgin and Child. This work, along with others such as the Madonna della Seggiola, displayed Raphael's growing ability to merge idealized beauty with a deep sense of tenderness, moving away from the static figures of earlier Renaissance works toward a more dynamic, lifelike expression. Raphael's portraiture also evolved alongside his Madonnas, blending realistic detail with idealized elegance. His early portraits, like the Portrait of a Lady with a Unicorn, already show his talent for capturing character through delicate features and nuanced expressions. However, it was in his later portraits, such as those of Pope Julius II and his own self-portrait, that Raphael truly excelled. These works demonstrate his ability to capture not only the physical likeness of his subjects, but also their inner life and personality, a hallmark of High Renaissance portraiture. Through his Madonnas and portraits, Raphael transformed the Renaissance ideal of beauty into something deeply human and emotionally resonant, establishing his legacy as one of the period's most innovative and influential artists. The School of Athens and Humanist Ideals. Raphael's The School of Athens, painted between 1509 and 1511 for the Vatican's Stanza della Segnatura, is one of the most iconic representations of the Renaissance's marriage of art and philosophy, showcasing the intellectual vigor of the time. The fresco is a visual manifestation of the humanist ideals that pervaded the period, emphasizing reason, intellectual debate, and the pursuit of knowledge. The work, often celebrated for its monumental scale and intricate composition, encapsulates the intellectual climate of the Renaissance, where scholars, artists, and thinkers sought to revive the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome. In the School of Athens, Raphael assembled a pantheon of classical philosophers, scientists, and mathematicians, including figures such as Plato, Aristotle, Pythagoras, Euclid, and Socrates. Each figure is depicted in dynamic conversation, engaging with one another through gestures, expressions, and physical proximity, illustrating the Renaissance belief in the power of intellectual exchange. This sense of intellectual harmony and dialogue aligns with the humanist belief that humanity's progress and understanding of the world are achieved through education, reason, and discourse, rather than solely through divine intervention or religious dogma. The central figures of the fresco, Plato and Aristotle, serve as symbolic anchors for the painting's overarching theme. Plato, depicted as an elderly man holding his book Timaeus, points upwards to the heavens, representing his belief in transcendent, ideal forms. In contrast, Aristotle, shown as a younger man holding his Nicomachean Ethics, gestures horizontally, emphasizing the empirical, observable world and the importance of human experience in the search for truth. This duality reflects the Renaissance synthesis of both Platonic and Aristotelian thought, with the painting conveying the idea that intellectual progress relies on a balance between idealism and empirical observation. Raphael's mastery in composing this vast array of figures reflects his understanding of perspective and space, developed during his time in Florence under the influence of both Leonardo and Michelangelo. The architectural setting of the School of Athens, a grand, vaulted space that seems to expand beyond the boundaries of the painting, further reinforces the humanist ideals of boundless knowledge and the infinite potential of human intellect. The fresco is not only a celebration of classical philosophy, but also an embodiment of the humanist vision of a society where learning and artistic creation flourish together, shaping the future of both intellectual and artistic endeavors. Raphael's The School of Athens remains a timeless testament to the intellectual and cultural renaissance that defined the early modern period. Raphael's impact on later Renaissance artists. Raphael's influence on the course of Renaissance art was profound and enduring, shaping the direction of artistic practice long after his death. His work epitomized the ideals of the High Renaissance, with its perfect synthesis of grace, clarity, and harmony. As both a master of composition and a skilled draftsman, Raphael left an indelible mark on future generations of artists, and his contributions shaped the development of Western art well into the Baroque period. One of Raphael's most significant impacts was his approach to the depiction of the human form. His meticulous attention to anatomy, balanced proportions, and graceful poses set a new standard for figure painting that influenced artists such as Michelangelo and Titian. Through his studies of the human body and his mastery of chiaroscuro, techniques used to model form with light and shadow, Raphael refined the portrayal of physical realism while maintaining an ethereal, idealized quality that became a hallmark of Renaissance painting. This delicate balance between realism and idealization would become a guiding principle for generations of artists who followed in his wake. Raphael's use of space and perspective also had a lasting effect on later artists. His compositions, such as those seen in the School of Athens and his Madonnas, demonstrate an unparalleled sense of depth and the harmonious use of space. His ability to organize figures within a coherent architectural framework became a model for other Renaissance painters, encouraging a sense of balance and order in their work. Artists like Pietro Perugino, Giulio Romano, and even the younger Correggio studied his techniques and adapted his style to suit their own visions. Moreover, Raphael's ability to fuse the intellectual rigor of classical antiquity with the emotional and spiritual elements of religious art was revolutionary. His Madonnas, for example, combined the humanist ideals of beauty, grace, and serenity with the Christian emphasis on divine love and maternal tenderness. His ability to transcend the traditional religious imagery of the time, and inject a new level of human emotion into sacred subjects became a critical influence on future artists, particularly in the Baroque period. As a teacher, Raphael's studio became a hub for artistic innovation. His apprentices, including Giulio Romano and Gianfrancesco Penni, helped carry his techniques and stylistic approaches into the works of other prominent artists. Raphael's legacy as an artist and teacher thus extended far beyond his own lifetime, ensuring that his influence would be felt for centuries to come, particularly in the realm of religious and figurative painting. His work continues to be celebrated for its beauty, technical mastery, and timeless impact on the development of Western art. Chapter 12, The Decline of the Florentine Renaissance. The Florentine Renaissance, which had flourished during the 15th and early 16th centuries, saw a gradual decline in the years following the peak of its artistic and cultural achievements. While Florence remained a hub of creativity and intellectual activity, several factors contributed to the eventual waning of its dominant position in the world of Renaissance art and thought. One key factor was the shift in political power. The Medici family, who had been central to the flourishing of the arts, fell from power and lost much of their influence. The political instability in Florence after the Medici were temporarily ousted in 1494, followed by the rise and fall of figures like Girolamo Savonarola, who sought to purge the city of what he saw as immoral influences, led to a more conservative atmosphere. Savonarola's regime, in particular, resulted in the destruction of many artworks deemed sinful or frivolous, a move that disrupted the city's vibrant artistic environment. Although the Medici regained control in the early 16th century, the political turbulence left a lingering impact on Florence's cultural dominance. Simultaneously, the intellectual focus of the Renaissance began to shift. Humanism, which had been the driving force behind much of the artistic production in Florence, began to lose some of its appeal as new ideas and movements emerged throughout Europe. The spread of Protestantism and the Catholic Church's response with the Counter-Reformation led to a shift in religious and cultural priorities, and these changes affected the style and subject matter of art. Artists began to look to new sources of inspiration beyond the classical ideals that had dominated Renaissance painting and sculpture. Another factor contributing to the decline was the changing dynamics of the art market. As the 16th century progressed, artists and patrons began to look beyond Florence for opportunities. Rome, under the influence of the papacy, became an increasingly important center for artistic production, attracting artists like Michelangelo, Raphael, and later, Caravaggio. These shifts in patronage meant that Florence no longer had the same concentration of financial and artistic support that had propelled its Renaissance glory. Despite these shifts, the artistic traditions developed during the Florentine Renaissance left an enduring legacy. Even as Florence's preeminent position in the Renaissance faded, its innovations in art, architecture, and intellectual thought continued to influence artists and thinkers for centuries. However, by the end of the 16th century, Florence's dominance in the Renaissance had given way to the rise of other artistic centers, marking the close of an era in the city's rich cultural history. Political turmoil and the fall of the Medici. The Medici family played a central role in the success and cultural achievements of Florence during the Renaissance. However, their political influence began to wane due to a combination of external pressures, internal strife, and the rise of alternative power structures. The fall of the Medici was not a singular event, but rather a gradual series of political upheavals that reshaped the city and its artistic legacy. The first major blow to the Medici's power occurred in 1494, when the French invasion of Italy, led by King Charles VIII, destabilized the political situation in Florence. As the French army advanced, the Medici were expelled from the city, and the Republic of Florence was briefly restored. The following years saw Florence governed by various factions, with the most notable being the religiously conservative rule of Girolamo Savonarola, a Dominican friar who denounced the Medici's patronage of art and the excesses of secular life. Savonarola's influence resulted in the infamous Bonfire of the Vanities in 1497, where artworks, books, and items associated with secularism were burned in the town square. His rule, however, was short-lived. In 1498, Savonarola was executed, and the Medici family eventually returned to power. Despite their return, the Medici faced growing challenges to their authority. Political rivals and shifting alliances made it increasingly difficult for the family to maintain its dominance in Florence. In 1527, the Medici's political influence was again threatened when the city was besieged by the forces of Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. After a protracted siege, the Medici were expelled once more, and Florence became a republic for a brief period. However, by 1530, the Medici family regained control with the support of the imperial army, but the political landscape had changed forever. In 1532, Alessandro de' Medici, the son of Lorenzo de' Medici, was named Duke of Florence, solidifying the Medici's transition from republican rule to hereditary monarchy. While this marked the family's return to power, it also signaled the end of the Florentine Republic and the beginning of a new era of dynastic rule. The political landscape of Florence had shifted from the artistic and intellectual hub of the Renaissance to a city increasingly under the sway of powerful European monarchs and the papacy, leaving the Medici legacy as a complex and multifaceted chapter in Florence's history. The influence of Savonarola and religious reformation. Girolamo Savonarola, a Dominican friar who rose to prominence in Florence during the late 15th century, had a profound impact on the city's politics, culture, and religious landscape. His influence was particularly significant during the time of the Medici's expulsion in 1494, when Florence was plunged into political and religious turmoil. Savonarola's fiery sermons against corruption, secularism, and the moral decay of society resonated with many Florentines, particularly those disillusioned by the excesses of the ruling Medici family. Savonarola's rise to power was closely tied to the socio-political instability in Florence. The French invasion of Italy in 1494 created a power vacuum, and with the Medici temporarily expelled, Florence became more receptive to his radical religious ideas. Savonarola preached about the imminent judgment of God, calling for a return to a simpler, more pious way of life. He condemned the luxury of the church, the secularism of the Medici court, and the decadence of Renaissance art, which he viewed as morally corrupt. His sermons attracted large crowds, and his influence grew, culminating in the establishment of a theocratic government in Florence under his leadership. One of the most controversial aspects of Savonarola's rule was his campaign against secular art and culture. In 1497, he oversaw the infamous Bonfire of the Vanities, where art, books, cosmetics, musical instruments, and other items associated with luxury and sin were burned in a massive public bonfire. The event was seen as a direct attack on the cultural achievements of the Renaissance, as it sought to eradicate anything deemed immoral or excessive. This was a turning point in the relationship between the church and the arts, as Savonarola's influence began to stifle the creative expression that had flourished in Florence under the Medici. However, Savonarola's reign was short-lived. In 1498, he was excommunicated by Pope Alexander VI, and his political power crumbled. He was arrested, tortured, and executed for heresy and sedition. Despite his demise, Savonarola's ideas left a lasting mark on Florence and the broader religious Reformation. His challenge to the secularism of the Renaissance and his call for religious reform resonated with later Protestant thinkers, particularly Martin Luther, who similarly criticized the excesses of the Catholic Church. Although Savonarola's vision for Florence was ultimately rejected, his influence on the religious and cultural climate of the time cannot be overstated. Shifts in artistic patronage and style. The decline of the Florentine Renaissance was marked by significant shifts in both artistic patronage and style, as political, social, and religious upheavals reshaped the cultural landscape of Italy. The power and influence of the Medici family, which had been a driving force behind the flourishing of the arts in Florence, waned as they were expelled from the city, and religious figures like Savonarola gained control. This political instability had a profound impact on the way art was commissioned and produced, changing the dynamics of artistic patronage in Florence and beyond. Under the Medici, Florence had been a vibrant hub of artistic production, where commissions were primarily funded by wealthy families and the church. The Medici's patronage encouraged the development of some of the most famous works of the Renaissance, creating a thriving environment where artists were free to experiment and innovate. However, with the Medici's fall from power, this centralized system of patronage began to break down, leading to a more fragmented and uncertain artistic climate. Artists who had once enjoyed the security of lucrative commissions from the Medici now faced a rapidly changing political and religious atmosphere. During this period, religious figures like Savonarola became influential patrons of art, pushing for a more pious and austere approach to artistic expression. As a result, many artists were forced to adapt their style to reflect the shifting religious sentiments of the time. Works that were once focused on humanism, mythological subjects, and classical ideals were increasingly replaced by religious themes that emphasized moral lessons, spirituality, and the rejection of worldly pleasures. Art became more somber and introspective, with an emphasis on divine rather than human subjects. In addition to changes in the themes and subjects of art, there was also a shift in artistic techniques. The earlier emphasis on idealized human forms, perspective, and classical aesthetics gave way to a more restrained and symbolic approach. Artists began to focus on spiritual depth and emotional expression rather than the pursuit of naturalistic accuracy. This transition can be seen in the works of artists like Fra Angelico and Piero della Francesca, who continued to embrace the ideals of the early Renaissance, but adjusted them to align with the religious atmosphere of the time. The shifts in artistic patronage and style during the decline of the Florentine Renaissance reflect the broader social and political changes of the period. As the city navigated through the turbulence of religious reform, political strife, and the eventual rise of the Papal States, art became a tool for both spiritual expression and political commentary, marking the end of one era and the beginning of another. The rise of mannerism and the transition to the Baroque. The rise of mannerism and the transition to the Baroque marked a significant shift in the trajectory of art following the peak of the High Renaissance. While the Renaissance had celebrated harmony, balance, and idealized human forms, mannerism and the Baroque would introduce a more complex and dramatic approach to artistic expression, reflecting the changing cultural and political climates of the late 16th and 17th centuries. Mannerism emerged in the wake of the High Renaissance as a reaction against the classical ideals of proportion and balance. It arose in the early 1500s, with artists like Michelangelo, Raphael, and Leonardo having set the stage for artistic innovation. As the Renaissance ideals became more established, artists began to seek new ways of expressing emotion, spirituality, and complexity. This led to exaggerated proportions, distorted forms, and unusual compositions that sought to create tension and dynamism within their works. The style was characterized by elongated figures, intricate poses, and a heightened sense of artificiality. Artists such as El Greco, Parmigianino, and Pontormo embraced these qualities, creating works that were often emotionally charged and visually unconventional. In contrast, the Baroque movement that followed mannerism in the 17th century was more grounded in realism and naturalism, with a focus on drama, movement, and intense emotion. The Baroque sought to engage viewers on a visceral level, drawing them into the narrative of the artwork. Artists like Caravaggio, Peter Paul Rubens, and Gian Lorenzo Bernini used strong contrasts of light and shadow, dynamic compositions, and intense emotional expressions to evoke a sense of drama and theatricality. The Baroque was not just an artistic movement. It was also closely tied to the religious, political, and social changes of the time, particularly the Catholic Counter-Reformation, which sought to reaffirm the power and authority of the Church through art that was vivid, powerful, and awe-inspiring. The transition from Mannerism to the Baroque was also influenced by the evolving role of art in society. Whereas Renaissance art had focused on humanism and the celebration of individual achievement, the Baroque emphasized the power of the divine, the emotional experience, and the grandeur of the church and monarchy. This period saw an increased demand for art that could inspire devotion, communicate complex theological ideas, and glorify the power of rulers. The Baroque's grandiosity and emotional intensity marked a stark departure from the restrained idealism of the Renaissance, setting the stage for the art movements that would follow. The enduring legacy of the Florentine Renaissance. The Florentine Renaissance stands as one of the most significant periods in the history of art, philosophy, and culture. Spanning from the 14th to the early 16th centuries, this era witnessed an extraordinary flourishing of creativity that reshaped not only the visual arts, but also the intellectual and social fabric of Europe. Its legacy continues to resonate in modern times, influencing countless generations of artists, architects, thinkers, and political leaders. At the heart of the Florentine Renaissance was the revival of classical ideals, deeply rooted in the study of ancient Greek and Roman culture. The emphasis on humanism, which celebrated human potential, individualism, and the pursuit of knowledge, became the cornerstone of Renaissance thought. Florence, as the birthplace of this intellectual movement, became a hub of innovation where artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Botticelli, and Raphael pushed the boundaries of artistic expression. Their mastery of perspective, the study of anatomy, and the quest for realism laid the foundation for centuries of artistic achievement. Florence's patronage system played a crucial role in the Renaissance's success. Wealthy families like the Medici funded countless works of art, architecture, and scholarship, creating a vibrant cultural landscape. This patronage system not only enabled the production of masterpieces, but also allowed for the exchange of ideas between artists, scholars, and scientists, facilitating the cross-pollination of knowledge that propelled the Renaissance forward. The city became a beacon for intellectuals, drawing artists, writers, and philosophers from across Europe to study and collaborate. The legacy of the Florentine Renaissance extends beyond its artistic achievements. The period's philosophical underpinnings, rooted in the humanist tradition, contributed to the development of modern science, politics, and education. Figures like Galileo, Machiavelli, and Petrarch, who were influenced by Renaissance ideals, paved the way for the scientific revolution and modern political thought. Additionally, the Renaissance helped to establish the foundations for the development of Western art, inspiring movements such as Baroque, Neoclassicism, and beyond. Ultimately, the Florentine Renaissance's enduring legacy lies in its profound transformation of Western culture. The focus on human dignity, the exploration of the natural world, and the elevation of art as a means of intellectual and spiritual expression continue to shape our understanding of creativity, science, and philosophy. The Renaissance in Florence not only marked a golden age in its own time, but also set the stage for the modern world.